Order. Daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition entitled Nova Scotia Arts Coalition, whereas the arts, culture and heritage sector generated 22,000 direct and indirect jobs in Nova Scotia in 2023, whereas the arts, culture and heritage sector contributes $2.6 billion to the Nova Scotia GDP, whereas the arts, culture and heritage sector contributes $331 million to Nova Scotia tax revenue, whereas the arts, culture and heritage sector has a positive impact on the physical, mental and social health of Nova Scotians, and whereas the arts, culture and heritage sector represents Nova Scotia to the world stage and is a vital part of our brand, we the undersigned call on the Nova Scotia government to reverse the decision to cut funding from Communities, Culture, Tourism, Heritage and Arts Nova Scotia in the 2026 budget. There are almost 300 signatures, and I have affixed my name as provided for the rules of the House.
The petition is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce or to table a petition. The operative clause says, "We, the undersigned residents of Nova Scotia, call upon the government of Nova Scotia not to go through with the grant cuts proposed for the 2026-2027 budget. We ask for the funding of the 287 affected programs be fully restored, as these programs make it healthier, more vibrant province and contribute to a thriving and well-stimulated economy. Please find different ways to address our deficit, taking into consideration the strategies that have been proposed by opposition MLAs and advocacy groups across our province." There are approximately 50 signatures, and as per rules of the House, I have affixed mine at the top. Thank you.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements. Oh, I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. I would like to table a number of letters from grade 8 students at Goresbrook Junior High School outlining their opposition to cutting the student bus pass, and I will refer to them in my member statement.
The papers are tabled. Statements by Minister. Oh, I'm just going to rewind back a little bit. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
I would like to table this letter from Sarah Emsley, a local author, regarding the cuts, in particular to Prescott House, and I will talk about them in my member statement.
The papers are tabled, and before I move on, does anyone else have anything to table? Okay. Statements by ministers. Government notice of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Whereas the National NDP has chosen a new leader, Avi Lewis, who has called for moving investments away from the military at a time when Canada is called to renew our defences, and in doing so, investing significantly in Nova Scotia. And whereas Avi Lewis has recently reaffirmed his support for the LEAP manifesto, which calls for a carbon tax, cuts to military spending, and is adamantly opposed to developing our natural resources, all of which could cause a significant harm to Canada and specifically Nova Scotia's economy and lead to higher costs for Nova Scotians. And whereas the leaders of the NDP official opposition in Alberta and Saskatchewan have firmly rejected the anti-energy policies of Avi Lewis and the federal NDP. Therefore, be resolved that this House opposes the policies of the National NDP's new leader, which would reduce military spending and shut down resource projects. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. Government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas I rise to honor the life of William Bill Riley, who in 1974 became the third Black player in the National Hockey League and the first Black Nova Scotian to play in the league, skating for the Washington Capitals and Winnipeg Jets. Whereas we mourn his passing and recognize his lasting impact as a trailblazer who rose through the ranks with the Amherst Ramblers and was inducted into the Nova Scotia Sport Hall of Fame in 1998. Whereas over his NHL career, Bill Riley scored 31 goals and 30 assists in 139 games, and also enjoyed success in the American Hockey League, including a Calder Cup championship with Moncton. Therefore, be it resolved that members of this House extend heartfelt condolences to his family and friends, honor his legacy as a pioneer of the game, and observe a moment of silence in his memory. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Please rise for a moment of silence. You may be seated. Is there any more government notice of motions? Introduction of bills. Notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My notice of motion is regarding extended working hours. Whereas the current use of extended hours, extended sittings in this House, including proceedings scheduled late into the night and sittings stretching from morning until midnight, places significant strain on the workers who keep this legislature running, including library staff, commissionaires, legislative security, pages, clerks, legislative TV staff, legislative management, and all the staff who support the daily operations of this House, as well as members. Whereas exhaustion, excessive hours, and fatigue should never be accepted as a normal condition of employment in any workplace in Nova Scotia, including within this legislature. Whereas the quality of democratic decision-making depends on workers and members being able to carry out their responsibilities in conditions that are respectful, safe, and sustainable. Therefore, be it resolved that the Committee of Assembly Matters be directed to make recommendations on changes to the rules and forms of procedure to limit the ability of the House to sit for extended hours without notice. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas children and youth in the child welfare system experience worse long-term health and social outcomes in comparison to other children and youth without care experience, including higher rates of poverty, food insecurity, homelessness, addictions, and mental health issues, incarceration, as well as lower rates of completed high school, leading to diminished access to post-secondary education and diminished labor market attachment during their working years. And whereas children and youth with care experience who age out of care in Nova Scotia and across Canada continue to experience substantial inequalities in access to the supports needed to successfully transition into adulthood in ways that are healthy, productive, and fulfilling, because policy frameworks across Canadian provinces and territories lack consistency in structure and reporting mechanism to better inform funding, policy reform, and program design. And Whereas the Senate of Canada's 2025 report, Nothing to Celebrate, the Crisis of Youth Aging Out of Care, outlines a national action plan to address the gaps that exist in provincial and territorial programming that supports children and youth in care and those aging out of care, that offer individual provinces the ability to sign onto a new federal protocol to track, monitor, and report findings on an anonymized data for youth aging out of care to better inform the development and deployment of funding models, programs, and policy to address the long-standing systemic failure in meeting the unique needs of youth in care across Canada. Therefore, be it resolved that the Nova Scotia House of Assembly direct the Standing Committee on Community Services to review the Canadian Senate's 2025 report on youth aging out of care and make recommendations to the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development and the Premier regarding steps the Government of Nova Scotia can take to partner with the federal government and help action the report's recommendations to better position Nova Scotia as a leader in the necessary work of remedying decades of systemic failure in addressing the unique disparities facing children and youth in care in our province. Speaker, I ask for a waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. Hearing several nays, the notice of motion is tabled. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise today to recognize Palm Sunday, one of the most significant days in the Christian calendar. Falling on the Sunday before Easter, Palm Sunday is a feast that commemorates the entry of Jesus Christ into Jerusalem. It marks the beginning of Holy Week, the most solemn period in the Christian calendar. Across Nova Scotia and around the world, Christian communities gathered yesterday to receive palm branches, which are blessed by clergy and carried in procession as a symbol of a joyful welcome and faith, recreating the crowds that welcome Jesus. Palms from the previous year are returned to churches, burned on Shrove Tuesday, and their ashes are used on Ash Wednesday the next year as a reminder of humility, mortality, and hope. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask all members to join me in extending warm wishes to Nova Scotians of the Christian faith as they enter this holy season of reflection, renewal, and blessing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, on October 20th, 1934, Daniel P. Sampson was wrongly convicted of a crime he did not commit. His 2 trials and appeals document historical injustices and procedural unfairness experienced by Black people in Nova Scotia as a result of systemic anti-Black racism that has long been embedded in Canada's legal system. Daniel P.'s wrongful conviction and unjust execution affected his family. His wife and son were robbed of a husband and father that plunged them into poverty. That young boy, Arthur, grew up without a father and was bullied throughout his life because of Daniel P. and a crime he did not commit. The impact of this case has followed the Sampson family over generations to the present day. Daniel P.'s case, however, also speaks about something bigger. This case confirms long-held community knowledge about systemic discrimination within the justice system for the Black community of Nova Scotia. It confirms the lived experience of community members that have far too long seen not only justice delayed, but justice denied. Madam Speaker, let us not deny justice any longer, and let us right the wrongs of systemic discrimination in the justice system for the Black community, and let the Sampson family have justice for the wrongful execution of Daniel P. Sampson.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I read a member statement to honor the life of former NHL hockey player Bill Riley, I had asked permission for the Speaker to wear his jersey during my member statement, but perhaps even if I could hold it up, and the Speaker had said I could do so with unanimous consent, so I'm asking for that.
Is there unanimous consent to allow the member of Cumberland North to hold a hockey jersey during her member statement? There are several nays, unfortunately. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
I'm so sorry for his family. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Bill Riley, a man deeply respected in our community of Cumberland North and throughout Nova Scotia and the world. Bill was known for his honesty, for his strength of character, for that unmistakable twinkle in his eye. He spoke the truth, especially when it came to racism, and he was loved by all who knew him. But Bill was also a trailblazer in hockey. He was the very first black NHL hockey player here in Nova Scotia. He was the third black hockey player in all of the NHL. Over his career, he played with the Washington Capitals, the Winnipeg Jets, and other teams as well. In doing so, he broke barriers in a sport where too many once stood. He opened doors for generations to follow and showed young people that they belong to the game. Today, my condolences are sent to his mother Gladys and to all of his family. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I move on, just to set the record straight, so there's been a couple members who come to me and ask for things today. I had stated they came at last minute, and I had stated they need the permission from all the host leaders. Unanimous consent we did on the floor because the member asked, so why not? But I just want everybody to know the rules is that you have to go to each host leader and ask for permission. Unfortunately, the member did not have the time to do that, so I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise my place because news came out of PEI today that's very important, and PEI is the first province to lower colon cancer screening to the age of 45. That is a big step forward, and I congratulate the PEI government in doing that. Madam Speaker, we've heard from Nova Scotians over the last number of weeks since we've started having this conversation, and we're hearing stories from families from every community about how colorectal cancer has impacted their families and how people are being diagnosed at an earlier age. I hope the government will look at what we've presented in front of this House and follow suit with PEI, but I do want to rise in my place and recognize the government of PEI for taking a very important step, lowering the screening to 45 years old, and also take an opportunity to thank everyone in the healthcare system that supports families here in Nova Scotia that are battling cancer each and every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to rise today and recognize Bill Riley, or as I know him, Billy, and recognize my colleagues that have shared some comments about Billy today. I don't want to rehash them, but a few other tidbits. Billy was added to the Sports Hall of Fame in 1998. He was also, his Ramblers number was retired, number 8. I believe it was in 2013 by the Ramblers. But as a kid, you went to see the Ramblers play, and I can remember, Billy was a giant. He was standing behind the bench, and he was bigger than hockey itself. And he was the added entertainment to when hockey was in Amherst. And when Billy was behind the bench and Jim Bottomley or Danny Barry would come to town, you knew there was going to be some excitement in the jungle. And that's what we call the arena in Amherst, the jungle. It's a fantastic opportunity, but Billy made that arena in Amherst what it is today. And arenas all over the place. It wasn't just the junior A circuit, the NHL. He was involved in the Q. Madam Speaker, when you heard, and bear with me for a few more seconds, when you heard Billy speak, he would always speak to the kids present in the arena. It was heartfelt to see Billy. And to this day, I had the opportunity to do my first officiating game of the junior A circuit when Billy was behind the bench. I don't think to this day he knew my name, because he always referred to me, even a few years ago, "Hey kid, how's it going today?" Madam Speaker, I just thank you for the few extra seconds. I want to extend our heartfelt sympathies to the family, the hockey community, not just in Cumberland County that my colleague and I share, but abroad. Billy really made hockey what it is in the Maritimes and all over North America. He's greatly missed today.
You're welcome, member, but quite a few members always seem to take extra time, which is fine because we're talking about our community. We should be talking about our community and things we love. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I tabled documents earlier today from grade 8 students at Gorsburg Junior High School here in Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island. I'm just going to read a couple of quotes. I use transit, bus, and ferry 4 to 6 times a day, 5 days a week. I rely on it to get home from school and to get to my activities. It would be a long walk if I wouldn't have time for. My parents can't drive me. And if not, I'd be forced to pay for the bus, which would be $2.25 one way, which would cost between $45 and $54 a week. I'm 14 years old. I don't have a consistent form of income. One other student said this bus pass helped me out so much last year. I had sprained my ankle and had crutches, a boot, and a tired body. My parents could not drive me to school activities. However, the bus pass allowed me to get to these places on time. From another person, actually in 9th grade, who talks about the same thing about school and activities, but also says, I use it to improve myself all the time, like going to the gym, the YMCA to be specific. This gym helps me all the time. It's the way I feel good about myself and be more confident. That's all I have time for, but they were great letters to read, and I thank the students for sharing them with me.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A new poll from Angus Reid came out that shows that 75% of Canadians support a full ban on social media for children under the age of 16. That is a clear signal that Canadians are concerned about the impacts that these platforms are having on young people. Other countries are already moving in this direction. Australia, France, and Spain are among some of the jurisdictions taking real steps to restrict social media access for younger children. And today, Premier Scott Moe indicated his government plans to survey Saskatchewan residents on this issue as well. Our caucus has been calling for Nova Scotia to lead the way here at home. Today's polling is another reminder that families are looking for leadership. We need to take the mental health and well-being of our children seriously and ensure they are protected in a digital world that can be overwhelming and harmful. This is an issue that demands thoughtful action. Our caucus remains committed to putting the health and safety of our kids first. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we come to the end of Social Workers Month, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize two of the very best social workers in the province, my wife Tanya and my sister Shannon. They both have more than 25 years of experience protecting children on behalf of Nova Scotians. Being a social worker in child protection may be the hardest job in the province. They do the work most of us could not do. They see things that cannot be unseen, they hear things that cannot be unheard, and they feel things that cannot be unfelt. They sacrifice themselves for the greater good and for the betterment of Nova Scotia's most vulnerable citizens, our children at risk. I'd like to thank Tanya, Shannon, and all the social workers across Nova Scotia for the critically important work they do every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize aquaculture. Lance Sampson, an R&B soul artist from Halifax, Dartmouth actually, whose album release I had the privilege of attending in Dartmouth South's own Morley's Coffee. The album, titled 1783, recorded at Fang, directly references the end of the American Revolutionary War as well as 250 years of African Nova Scotian history, particularly surrounding Black loyalists. The lyrics tell a story in tribute to the resilience and bravery of African Nova Scotians. Beyond the music, Lance created and directed the award-winning Eastlink community TV series called Generation NS, Black Memories of Nova Scotia. Lance also works closely within the community, supporting and guiding youth. His work continues to highlight and combat existing forms of racism and discrimination, and it is projects like this that demonstrate the importance of funding local artists. It is crucial to both acknowledge the centuries worth of blatant injustice and racism that this album reflects, and to celebrate the masterful artistic achievement full of local talent. I ask this House to please join me in congratulating Lance on his album release.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to pay respect and tribute to William Bill McCurdy, a longtime resident of Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley. Bill passed away on March 17, 2026 at the age of 102. He was a proud veteran serving overseas with the 4th Canadian Armoured Division, Royal Canadian Signals during World War II. He always attended Remembrance Day services at the Cenotaph in Middle Musquodoboit, placing a wreath honoring the fallen soldiers. He placed his last wreath this past November in 2025. Now, following the war, Bill was known as a skilled mechanic working in Middle Musquodoboit, Truro, and with the school board in Brookfield. Upon his retirement, Bill became an avid golfer, playing his last round at the age of 100. He loved music, dancing, and especially fiddle music and the Last Chance Band. He celebrated his 100th birthday dancing. He was very involved in his community, including with the IOOF, the Royal Canadian Legion, Middle Musquodoboit Volunteer Fire Department, and as an elder in the Middleton United Church. Madam Speaker and members of this House, please join me in offering deepest condolences to Bill's family. His service to country and to community will be honored, and his memory will live on in the minds of many people who he has touched along the journey of his life. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Bill Riley, a hockey player, a coach, a Nova Scotia Sport Hall of Famer, and a proud African Nova Scotian. Bill was the first African Nova Scotian to play in the NHL, breaking barriers in a game that didn't always welcome him. He played for the Washington Capitals and the Winnipeg Jets. He also played for the Nova Scotia Voyageurs and the New Brunswick Hawks, leading the Hawks to a Calder Cup trophy in 1982. After his playing career, Bill gave back to his community as a hockey coach for his hometown team, the Amherst Ramblers. Bill Riley has showed so many African Nova Scotian kids what's possible with grit, determination, and pride. Our heartfelt condolences and prayers to family and friends and his community. And I ask all the members of this House to join me in remembering Mr. Bill Riley and his legacy. May he rest in power.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize and acknowledge South Shore Open Doors Association for the important work they do serving community members in Lunenburg, Queens, and beyond. Across Nova Scotia and the country, we are facing complex challenges relating to housing insecurity, mental health, addiction, and poverty. These issues require thoughtful, compassionate, and coordinated responses. SOTA plays a vital role in supporting vulnerable individuals while ensuring services are delivered with dignity, safety, and respect. Strong, reliable supports are essential not only for those accessing services, but the community as a whole. Today, they are also stepping up to fill a gap that need not exist, created by government's decision to close Cedar Place in Bridgewater without first ensuring alternative programming was in place. Madam Speaker, I ask MLAs to join me in acknowledging with gratitude the dedication of SOTA's staff, volunteers, and partners who continue to show up every day to support our community, especially those in need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Heather Donald Ray of Heather's within the shops of Fisherman's Cove in Eastern Passage. Heather stumbled into her business more than 14 years ago after attending a bracelet making class with a friend. Heather made some bracelets on her own and was encouraged to sell them. Her journey began at a kiosk at the Cobequid Hospital and then at the Dixon Center before she opened her own jewelry shop at Fisherman's Cove 7 years ago. Heather has always found it worthwhile to source handmade Nova Scotia maritime wares for her shop. This is why she was proud to register her shop with Nova Scotia Loyal. Heather has heard about the program while selling her jewelry at Christmas at the Forum. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing Heather Donald Ray for her beautiful craftsmanship and wishing her continued success in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Speaker. The government has not walked back all its cruel cuts, and some of the cruel cuts that still exist in the budget include food security supports, community food literacy and access, early years professional learning support sites, Mi'kmaq services in education, inclusive education funding, third-party nonprofit literacy initiatives, domestic violence courts in Sydney and Halifax, recovering houses within mental health and addiction services, child and youth caring programs, foster parent resources, youth programming, and youth outreach. Madam Speaker, these are just a sample of some of those cruel cuts that still exist, created by the PC government. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby-Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today proudly to recognize Nicky Spates for his outstanding achievement of being selected to represent Nova Scotia as a member of Team Nova Scotia at the Special Olympics. Nicky is preparing to compete in golf at the National Games in Medicine Hat, Alberta in August of 2026. Nicky carries with him the pride of his community and the confidence that comes from hard work and perseverance. Being selected to represent Nova Scotia on the national stage is a tremendous honor and a testament to his continued commitment and excellence. Special
Olympics represents inclusion, determination, and the celebration of ability. Nicky exemplifies these values through his sportsmanship, resilience, and drive to succeed. His achievements inspire those around him and remind us all of the power of sport to build confidence and community. On behalf of this legislature, I extend my sincere congratulations to Nicky Spates on his silver medal performance and his selection to Team Nova Scotia. We wish him every success as he prepares for the 2026 National Games. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Way to go, Nikki.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to recognize Nova Village, an indispensable cornerstone of the Fairview Clayton Park community. For nearly 40 years, formerly known as Fairview Resource Center, the organization has been the village that helps our families thrive. You know how they say it takes a village? Well, that's them. From their parenting journey program to maternal wellness supports and their vital drop and shop exchange, Nova Village provides low barrier, compassionate care that our residents rely on, and I am proud and honored of our continued collaboration to support our residents of Fairview Clayton Park. However, Speaker, the cut to the community grants in the provincial budget casts a dark shadow over this work. Reducing this supports that prevent crises is short-sighted. I ask all members of this House to join me in thanking Nova Village for their tireless service and join our call to restore funding these families so desperately deserve. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize a dedicated group of volunteers who work together to build a new non-for-profit gym in St. Peters. When the local gym in St. Peters closed several years ago, the community was left without a dedicated space for fitness. Community members realized the need for a place where people could go to work on their physical and mental well-being. 4 years of hard work, along with assistance from local and government sponsors, led to the new gym facility becoming a reality. Board members Guy Stone, Claire Rankin, Katie LeBlanc, Marvin McLean, Jessica McDougall, Max DeGoo, Kendra Burke, Penny Todd, Casey Costello, and gym manager Shauna Burke work together to create a space that fosters healthy living in our community. Please join me in thanking the volunteer board of the Village Fitness for their commitment to the health and residents of Richmond County. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to share a little bit about Prescott House in Port Williams that Sarah Emsley brought to my attention and wanted me to share her words about. Prescott House in particular is a treasure, and not just a provincial treasure, but a spectacular national treasure, a national historic site and one of the finest Georgian houses in Canada. The museum has the potential to attract even more visitors than before from across Canada and other parts of the world, with so much interest these days in the world of Jane Austen and other writers. When I talk with friends and colleagues in the Jane Austen societies of the UK and Australia, as well as North America, I often highlight Prescott House as one of those beautiful places in Nova Scotia, and I love encouraging people to visit and explore our province. Last August, I went to a wonderfully well-attended Jane Austen-themed tea party at Prescott House in September. I had the honor and privilege of debuting my debut novel there. I would also like to note that Charles Prescott, who built the house, when he retired, he developed a series of varieties of apples that he shared with his neighbors. So, thank you.
Honourable member, I'm correct in stating that that was something you tabled earlier, correct? I thought so. I just wanted to, we lose time if we don't. I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the work and contributions of Bill Lindley. Bill dedicated 32 years of his life to working as a civil servant, including 6 years with the government of Nova Scotia before he retired in 2002. Bill has remained very involved in the community, including as a volunteer with numerous organizations, such as the Middleton Railway Museum Society, the Nova Scotia Railway Heritage Society, and Churches by the Sea. Bill is also an avid railway enthusiast, author, and photographer. He cares deeply about our community and sharing his knowledge about railways. Bill, who has received a Lifetime Achievement Award for his work for the Canadian Railway Association, recently celebrated his 80th birthday. I ask all members to join me in congratulating Bill on his 80th birthday and thanking him for his extensive contributions to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to top of the devastating cuts that this government is proposing to make within the Department of CCTH, Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage. My community will be devastated by these cuts. From my museums, the museums that reside in my riding that I love so much and the community loves, between the Whitney Pier Historical Museum and the New Waterford Historical Museum, as well as the organizations such as the Reserve Mine Seniors and Pensioners Club, as well as our beautiful Rotary Club in New Waterford that does such great work. Madam Speaker, all my organizations use CCTH to help build our community. And as these cuts came through, many of them shared how devastating this was going to be, not only to their organizations, but to our broader community of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to rise in my place. We've been here a lot of long hours. They're unpredictable at times, most of the time, unpredictable, but I do want to recognize the staff, the staff within the legislature here. The folks are putting in some pretty long, unpredictable hours, and I think we all agree, and we all thank the staff here. So, you know, they're putting up with 55 of us in here and ensuring that the place runs smoothly. So I rise to my place to recognize the staff who have been working incredibly long hours over the last number of weeks. We all appreciate it very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievements of Hammonds Plains sailing star Sullivan Nakatsu for being the Junior Male Athlete of the Year at the 2025 Support for Sports Awards. Sullivan's dedication and excellence in sailing has earned him the well-deserved recognition. His achievements highlight the strength of Nova Scotia's sailing community and a promising future of our young athletes. The Support for Sport Award presented by the Nova Scotia Sports celebrates the province's top amateur athletes, coaches, officials, and volunteers. This past year's ceremony took place at the Halifax Convention Centre, honoring more than 200 individuals and organizations for their contribution to sport. Sullivan's accomplishments are a testament to his hard work and the support of the sailing community. We look forward to his continued success on the water. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the success of Lunenburg County Wheels. Starting out in 1992 as Senior Wheels, a project of the local Kiwanis Club, aimed at providing free transportation for seniors and those with special needs within a 7-kilometre radius of Bridgewater. It has grown into a county-wide service offering a vital connection for residents of all ages. And that's why I was so pleased to be on hand recently as Lunenburg County Wheels celebrated the 2nd anniversary of its highly successful rebranding and expansion to communities throughout the municipality, the District of Lunenburg, as well as the towns of Lunenburg and Mahone Bay. Madam Speaker, the impact of this service goes way beyond providing a ride. For many users, it's a key both to independence and community connection. I would ask my colleagues to please join me in thanking the dedicated visionaries, the volunteers and funders who make the wheels on these buses go round and round. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the RCCG Dominion Sanctuary. The Dominion Sanctuary recently celebrated its 7th anniversary, a remarkable milestone that highlights their commitment to connection, to growth, and community impact. Their new space truly reflects a vision of spiritual and social development working hand in hand. I was honored to share a few remarks and to commend their dedication to building people, strengthening families, and creating a welcoming environment where everyone can strive. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask all members of this House to join me in celebrating their pastor, Pastor Dayo Akindeji, and the entire Dominion Sanctuary family on their 7 years of impactful, 7 impactful years. Here to many more years of growth and service and transformation ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Preston.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize DB Embroidery Solutions and its owner, Dennis Benoit, for their exceptional contribution to our community. For the past 25 years, this locally owned business has been a leader in commercial embroidery, offering services to local and national businesses, government, and the film industry, specializing in digitizing military patches, custom badges, name tapes, as well as custom embroidery, sewing, laser engraving, and screening printing. DB Embroidery Solution has built a reputation for unmatched precision and quality. With a dedicated team of 10 full-time employees, it has helped to shape the success of DB Embroidery Solution. Noteworthy clients include the Office of the Governor General of Canada, the Office of the Prime Minister, the Lieutenant Governor of Nova Scotia, NASA, NHL players and referees, Prince William, and several Hollywood stars. We are proud to have DB Embroidery Solution as an integral part of our community, and I ask all members to join me in congratulating Dennis Benoit and his team on their continued success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Perry Miller, a dedicated and hardworking member of our community, whose vision and commitment are making a meaningful difference in the fight against food insecurity. Perry is the driving force behind Humble Harvest in Dartmouth East, a food security branch of the not-for-profit organization, The World Hub. Humble Harvest nourishes families, supports local businesses, and strengthens our community of Dartmouth East. Madam Speaker, Perry Miller's vision and dedication ensure that no one is left behind. And I will ask all members to join me in recognizing Perry Miller's outstanding service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Valley Voices on their first place win at the 2025 area contest with the highest score ever in Area 1 history. The championship title qualified them to attend the international contest in Hershey, Pennsylvania, where 4 members of the group, known as the Synergy Quartet, represented Eastern Canada against top quartets from across North America. Synergy won the international competition and were crowned the 2025 Queens of Harmony. Valley Voices is a women's a cappella chorus based out of Kentville with members from across the Annapolis Valley and beyond. The chorus is a chapter of the Harmony Inc., an international nonprofit dedicated to empowering women through a 4-part unaccompanied harmony in the barbershop quartet. Please join me today to congratulate Valley Voices on their championship win and the Synergy Quartet as the 2025 Queens of Harmony. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take a moment to recognize the West Bay Community Centre, a space where residents of all ages come together. The hall hosts an incredible variety of activities, including cooking classes, line dancing, yoga, exercise programs, darts, and card games. And there's more. It also is the home of games night, coffee clubs, literary and writing circles, book clubs, and visits from authors. The Centre provides opportunities for gatherings and community connection in times of joy and remembrance. The vibrancy of this space is made possible by the dedication of its volunteers, and I want to sincerely thank them for keeping the West Bay Community Centre alive and thriving for everyone in the community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to take a moment to recognize the life of John Lively. If you're from our community, you would know John. John's been a fixture in our community for a long, long time. His passing is tragic, Madam Speaker, to Sandy, his mom Sandy, and everybody on Whitehead Road, where John grew up. I just want to send my condolences. I grew up with John. We're the same age, and I've got lots of good memories of John. Most I can't repeat here in the House. But the one thing I will say about John, he was known as the Wheelie King, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure he's up in heaven right now doing wheelies.
I recognize the honourable member of Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize one of the quiet but indispensable institutions within our legislative community, the Legislative Library. Established in 1862, its collections date back to the earliest sittings of this House. They reflect the long and proud history of our Assembly, from the first sittings in 1758 to Province House opening in 1819 as Canada's oldest seat of government. But the true value of the Legislative Library is not only in its history, it's in the people who bring it to life every day. The librarians provide confidential, nonpartisan support to all members of this House. They help us find facts, understand complex issues, and do our jobs better, regardless of party, position, or perspective. In a place defined by debate, they are a constant source of clarity, integrity, and trust. For many of us, the Legislative Library is also a place of calm reflection and discovery. The library is one of my favorite places in the province. It feels magical, heavy with history, and a reminder of the vital role of knowledge in strong democratic decision-making. I ask members to join me in thanking the team, including David McDonald, Ann Van Eiderstein, and Heather Lidlow, for their professionalism, resourcefulness, and prompt support to members in our teams. Their quiet dedication strengthens this House in ways that are not always visible, but are always essential, and for that we are deeply grateful. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to raise awareness for the Social Boutique, a local nonprofit social enterprise in Sunnyside Mall, which is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. All profits from the Social Boutique are donated directly to Dress for Success Halifax, which serves approximately 300 women per year. Brenda Saunders Todd is the founder and CEO of both the Social Boutique and Dress for Success. Brenda can usually be found in the store with her 100% volunteer staff. The boutique staff are friendly, helpful, and the clothing is a mix of new and gently pre-loved, with prices kept affordable. The store also carries purses, footwear, jewelry, and other fashion accessories. Speaker, the transition fees for the store to keep them low. 100% of the purchases, they accept e-transfer and cash purchases only, so 100% of the profits go to Dress for Success. I ask the members of the House to join me as we congratulate Brenda Saunders Todd on the 10th anniversary of the Social Boutique. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Madam Speaker, since 2018, Lisa Doucette has led Radio Ziva as General Manager, modernizing its programming while fiercely protecting its roots. Under her leadership, the station remains the only one broadcasting primarily in Acadian French, a point of pride for our community. Lisa is deeply committed to her Acadian heritage, the environment, and her community. This includes, among other things, board member for CBD Clare, vice president of the Atlantic Masters Gardening Association, founder of the Clare Community Garden, producer, host, and founder of Le Poulailler, an Acadian talk show, and many other ventures. Most notably, she's the creator of the Clare Community Swap, which has diverted thousands of cubic feet of waste from landfills, all while helping families in need. Whether on the airwaves, in the garden, or in her community, Lisa Doucette is a true champion of culture, sustainability, and grassroots action. Thank you. Merci, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Kebabland on the occasion of its grand opening and warmly welcome this new business to Bedford South. Kebabland is owned by folks from Iran, many new Iranian businesses in Bedford South, where families and friends can share and come together. This new location has incredible food. The community's been accepting it very well. Lots of excitement at that location and something for all to see. I want to wish the entire Kebabland team continued success in Bedford South. And if any of you are in Bedford South, by all means, Kebabland is something to see. Please help me welcoming this new business and wishing them all the best. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Little sleep affects good judgment, and it affects patience, it affects concentration, and it affects the quality of decisions that people make. It's not controversial, it's just simply true. When people are tired, they're more likely to miss details or make mistakes and more likely to react rather than reflect. And yet for weeks now, this House has been pushed into extended hours, late nights, and a pace that leaves less and less room for careful thought. Nova Scotians should be asking themselves a very simple question: why the rush? Why is this government so determined to push things through at a pace that leaves workers exhausted, staff exhausted, members exhausted, and the public struggling to keep up? Why is there such an urgency to get out of the House that worker well-being and basic respect of the workplace seems to become secondary? Respect for workers means respecting their time. Respect for workers means respecting their health. Respect for workers means understanding that fatigue is not a badge of honor and exhaustion is not a management strategy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, no one's going to get up. I'll do a member statement. Sitting here looking around the room. Oh, you know what? There you go then. Victoria the Lakes. I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize an outstanding work of the Bay St. Lawrence Community Centre and its partners for hosting a remarkable spring health fair in our community. I had the privilege of attending this last year's event where 25 service providers gathered under one roof to support the health and well-being of residents, from infants to elders. It was truly inspirational to see so many organizations working collaborative to ensure the people in our rural communities have even more access to vital programs and services. This successful event was made possible through the partnership of the Bay St. Lawrence Community Centre, Hearing and Speech Nova Scotia Health, Mental Health and Addictions, and Raising the Village Cooperative Limited. Their commitments is connecting to and prevention and community care is making a real difference in the lives of residents in the Northern Cape Breton. I would like to congratulate the organization, volunteers, and participating providers on the success of the 2025 Health Fair and encourage everyone to mark their calendar on the second annual Spring Health Fair on April 29th. Thank you and congratulations to all involved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Colin Banks, the owner and operator of Bikes Banks in Kentville, for making the list of the Canadian Cyclist Magazine's 2025 Best Bike Shops in the country. Banks Bikes opened in 2014 in Wolfville as a full-service bike shop with sales, repairs, and rentals. It gained a reputation for its excellent service and became a valuable asset to the community by sponsoring local cycling events. Colin Banks has recently relocated Bikes Banks to a larger, enhanced space in the downtown Kentville area. Please join me today to congratulate Colin Banks and Banks Bikes for being named one of the best bike shops of 2025 by the Canadian Cyclist Magazine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Hey, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to take a moment to recognize Charlie Martin, who is the president of the Lions Den in Spryfield. Madam Speaker, Charlie's been incredible. He not only was he a former pro wrestler, Madam Speaker, but he's a huge volunteer in the community, and I want to thank him for everything he does. Madam Speaker, from barbecues to fundraisers to community dance, Charlie's always there for the community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize all the athletes at the Titans Gymnastics competition this weekend. I wish nothing but success in the future, and a special welcome to my daughter, Rosa, who came in third place in floor. Congratulations, Rosa. We're proud of you.
Order. The time for statements by members has elapsed. We will now move on to government business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you please call order of business government motions?
Order of business, government motions. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move that you now do leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the committee of the whole House on bills.
The motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up.
Order. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Chair, would you please call Bill 190, an act to amend Chapter 158 of the Act of 1990, an act to incorporate the trustees of St. Matthew's Church in Halifax and to consolidate the trustees of Fort Massey United Church, St. Andrew's United Church, and St. Matthew's United Church.
Bill 190, an act to amend Chapter 158 of the Acts of 1919, an act to incorporate the trustees of St. Matthew's Church in Halifax and to consolidate the trustees of Fort Mercy United Church, St. Andrew's United Church, and St. Matthew's United Church. And I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 190 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Private Local Bills on March 9th, 2026, and it contains 5 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Sidnall, Sable Island.
Hi, folks. Just 1 second. So I just wanted to follow up with some of the conversations that happened at Committee of the Public Bills, pardon me. And I mean, I've had a lot of chances to explain this process and talk about their vision. Each congregation had a vote, and each trustee, as evidenced by this bill before us, had agreed to take the legal steps required. There were at Public Bills a couple of members of the St. Matthew's United Church community who appeared and expressed concern that the Nova Scotia Bermuda Regional Council, of which St. Matthew's is a part, had not yet met to consider the issue, and I would like to report to the House that the Council has met and they have approved this as of July 1st, 2026.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall Clauses 2 to 5 carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. So I go now. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could you please call Bill, what is it, 150, or sorry, Bill 190, an act to amend. Sorry. An act to amend Chapter 158 of the Acts of 1990. No, that's not it. Hold on 1 second. You gave me the wrong sheet. There, I got it. Sorry, I got it now. I had the wrong sheet. Chair, would you please call Bill 204, an act relating to the taxation by the town of Kentville of industrial and commercial properties in the Annapolis Valley Regional Industrial Park.
Bill 204, an act relating to taxation by the town of Kentville of industrial and commercial properties in the Annapolis Valley Regional Industrial Park. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 204 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Private Local Bills on March 9th, 2026, and it contains 1 clause.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Chair, this is a bill relating to taxation by the town of Kentville of industrial and commercial properties in the Annapolis Valley and Regional Industrial Park, and it's amending the 1983 Act, which created the industrial park and is further strengthening some of the key sectors and industries in our valley, including food storage and processing and packaging. So very pleased to have this bill move forward.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you very much, Chair. 1983, amending something from 1983. I wasn't even born in 1983. I'm happy to rise today and support the bill. As I understand it, this will support something that the town of Kemptville has been requesting, and I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, does Clause 1 carry? Carry. Clause 1 has carried. Wow, look at that. There is. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask that you now leave the chair and report progress back to the House.
We will now rise and report progress back to the House.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bills, Bills 190 and 204, and the Chair has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favourable consideration of the House, both without amendment.
Ordered that the bills be read a third time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'm just asking for unanimous consent to move these two private member bills to third reading.
There has been a request for unanimous consent. Do all those agree to move this to third reading? Please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call order of business, private and local bills?
Private and local bills, order of business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call bill number 204?
Bill number 204. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move that Bill number 204, an act relating to taxation by the town of Kentville of the industrial and commercial properties in the Annapolis Valley Regional Industrial Park, be now read a third time. Madam Speaker, this is a bill which amends a 1993 Act which created the park, which creates stronger definitions for food storage, processing, and packaging business in the industrial park. It is absolutely at the request of the Mayor and Council of the town of Kentville. So hats off to the Mayor and town of Kentville Council, and I look forward to hearing comments from my colleagues.
Seeing none, if I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance, it will be to close debate on third reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that Bill number 204 be now read a third time and passed.
The motion is for third reading. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 204, an act to amend Chapter 76 of the Acts of 1983, an act relating to taxation by the town of Kentville of industrial and commercial properties in the Annapolis Valley Regional Industrial Park.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, would you please call Bill 190?
Bill 190. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move third reading of Bill 190, an act to incorporate the trustees of St. Matthew's Church in Halifax, an act to amend and to consolidate the trustees of Fort Massey United Church, St. Andrew's United Church, and St. Matthew's United Church. As I've had the chance to outline to the group, this is coming forward from 3 United Churches on the Halifax Peninsula who have undertaken a really intentional process about building a community for the future together, and I'm very pleased to support those efforts.
Seeing no speakers, if I am to recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island, it will be to adjourn debate. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we close debate on Bill 190.
The motion is to close debate on Bill 190. Would third reading of Bill 190. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 190, an act to amend Chapter 158 of the Acts of 1919, an act to incorporate the trustees of St. Matthew's Church in Halifax, and to consolidate the trustees of Fort Massey United Church, St. Andrew's United Church, and St. Matthew's United Church.
Ordered that the bill do pass and the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call order of business government motions?
Government motions, order of business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, would you please call address and reply?
Address and reply. I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Speaker, I rise today in address and reply to the speech from the throne. I acknowledge that we meet today in Shubuktug, the great harbour which has given shelter, nourishment, and safety to the Mi'kmaq people since time immemorial. This house stands on the unceded, unconquered, and ancestral territory of our friends, the Mi'kmaq people, and I'm humbled as a newcomer to these ancient lands to have the opportunity to stand in this house to represent the people of Sackville-Cobequid. I'm Paul Wozni, elected by the electors of the district of Sackville-Cobequid to represent them in the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. Our home and work on these lands is possible through the treaties of friendship, which we know did not surrender title to any lands. Rather, these treaties established the Mi'kmaq as equal partners and enduring stewards and set in place relationships to make mutually prosperous life possible for generations to come. As a newcomer to Mi'kma'ki, I am struck by the vision of Mi'kmaq people and their leaders in signing these treaties that establish relationship as the foundation for life on these lands. Relationship between people in the land. Relationship that drew adversaries into common bonds of pursuit of mutual health and prosperity. And relationship between leaders' decisions and the impact those decisions had on the people those leaders held a duty to. I'm learning that to be a treaty person is to understand and embrace the foundation of our lives is relationship and interconnection. Last winter, I was fortunate to attend a brilliant performance of a play entitled Winter Moons, which brought to life the greater significance of the 7 phases of the moon during the winter season. I was deeply impacted by the play's teaching of Emsit Nogma. For those of us that don't speak Mi'kmaq, it translates to all my relations. Now, lest any of us leap to notions of Archie Bunker and a sitcom All in the Family, or Susan Lucci's long-running daytime drama All My Children, Emsit Nogma offers us profound food for thought. It speaks to a notion of identity, of a self that is shaped by connection. Connection to ourselves, connection to the people around us and family and community, connection to living creatures in our habitat, and connection to nature and the land that sustains life and gives us health and vitality. As treaty people, I invite you, Speaker, and my colleagues here in this House to join me in a journey of response to the speech from the throne that honors the land upon which we meet and the Mi'kmaq people whose friendship sustains us all by situating my response and notions of relationship as an act of truth and reconciliation. Emsit Nogma invites us to consider how we know ourselves, to identify what we understand and value about who we are and how we have come to become the people we are. I have listened with interest as colleagues have stood and shared from their lives, stories, and backgrounds. Their words have helped me understand who they are, the places, ideas, and values they come from, and the experiences and learning that have motivated them to serve an elected office. Their words empower me to relate to them and work towards a better province for the people we all represent. Out of gratitude and respect for these colleagues, I want to reciprocate. I know myself first as the son of Bill and Cindy Wozni. Bill, who's watching at home, my father is the middle child of Leo and Mary Wozni, born and raised on a family farm in Roxton, Saskatchewan, not far from the Manitoba border. His parents were first-generation Canadians, the children of immigrants from Poland and the Ukraine. My father's first language is Ukrainian. My grandfather, Leo, who I'm lovingly call Guido, which is Ukrainian for grandpa, was a farmer and a skilled welder and metalsmith. He and his shop fabricated many of the decorative iron railings and grates around Regina. His craftsmanship remains on display at the provincial legislature and the Royal Saskatchewan Museum. My grandmother, Mary, who I lovingly call Baba, Ukrainian for grandma, worked in a poultry factory and then for decades as the manager for housekeeping, kitchen and maintenance at the William Booth Home for seniors, delivering loving and exemplary care for the elderly. My father learned to speak English at 9 years of age when his parents moved the family from their small rural farm to the big city of Regina so that my dad and his 2 sisters would have the opportunity to choose their own path in life rather than feel obligated to carry on with farming. My dad was a decorated high school football player who harbored dreams of suiting up for the hometown Rough Riders later in life. He was offered a scholarship to play for the Minnesota Golden Gophers, but took a year after high school to better himself as a student at a small prairie Bible college. He there discovered his life's calling. He entered full-time ministry in his early 20s, which eventually brought him east to New Glasgow before settling in Halifax in the early 1970s. He served with distinction in full-time ministry until his retirement 10 years ago. He continues to serve part-time, providing pastoral care and leadership to seniors here in Halifax. My mother, Cindy, is the 4th child of Oswald and Helen Werner, born and raised in Hagersville in Oshawa, Ontario. My grandfather was a long-haul truck driver, an entrepreneur who opened a Honda motorcycle dealership in Oshawa and a shop foreman at the General Motors plant that manufactured cargo and passenger vans in Oshawa. My grandmother, Helen, was a fiery, red-headed Scotswoman from Clan Mowat. She made a home for 7 children and for much of the neighborhood. She was fiercely industrious, a seamstress who repaired and made bespoke clothes for family and neighbors before bespoke was a bougie word. She was also a legendary baker of pie, although it should be said that she never once baked a pie that met with her own approval, despite the effusive praise offered by those who devoured her handiwork. My mother is a passionate musician, earning high levels of certification as a pianist and mastering the organ. My mother is an entrepreneur. For many years, she operated a home-based business selling handmade pierogies, advertising with just a few lines on the classifieds, often selling to Western Canadians posted to military service in Halifax. Later, she obtained her realtor's license. She earned a reputation as a fair, honest representative in real estate with her clients. She served in leadership with the Nova Scotia Realtors Association, helping elevate the professionalism of realtors across our province, and eventually became a partner at Harborside Realty, a made-in-Halifax success story that saw local realtors open their own brokerage at a time the market was dominated by national franchises. My mother is also a passionate volunteer. Home and school associations too numerous to list, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, and recently, the long-serving chair of the board of Souls Harbor Rescue Mission, an organization many members of this House will recognize at work in their own ridings, delivering care and support to a wide range of Nova Scotians and newcomers in need. Speaker, I know myself as the son of two people who spent their lives in service to those in need, to those far from home, in need of welcome and family, and to a more fair and more just province. And I'm proud to be their son. I know myself as brother to my younger sisters, Rachel and Amy. Rachel is 2 years younger than me and has demonstrated remarkable courage from a very young age. Rachel faced a life-altering diagnosis at 4 years old. Her path through life has meant facing rare and unprecedented challenges that were only beginning to be understood by the medical and research communities when she encountered them. Rachel has faced these challenges with courage and love, leaning on family and living in hope for solutions that did not yet exist. Her persistence over decades is a defining trait. And today she's a leader providing care and outreach in Bridgewater through Souls Harbor Rescue Mission, a loving partner and a stepmother. Rachel's life and example reminds me that kindness is always the best place to start with people because other struggles are often invisible. While we never know what people are dealing with, we can be part of building something better when we take the time to understand and care. Amy will be mad at me if I cry during her part. Amy's 6 years younger than I am. She's a trailblazer. She became one of the first female Red Seal tradespersons in cabinet making in Prince Edward Island. Her pursuit of certification in a field where women have traditionally been excluded is a journey I admire deeply. She cut a path for other women to follow at a time demand for skilled tradespeople continues to grow. Being the first through any door is exceedingly difficult, but to see my sister break through a glass ceiling that existed for generations was powerful, especially knowing that Amy achieved this goal as a working mother of young children. Amy and other women like her are challenging male-dominated worlds to address ingrained misogyny and gender-based injustices. Amy and women like her are proving that shortages of skilled labor must be overcome by empowering long-excluded populations that were always capable of excellence and impact. Being Amy's brother reminds me that the work of justice and progress demands our courage, commitment, and persistence, even in the face of intimidation and fear. I know myself through the bond I share with two world-changing sisters. I know myself through what will soon be 27 years of loving marriage to Dr. Lori Wozni, PhD, the unquestioned shining light in our relationship. When we first met, she was a curly, brown-haired vision with brown eyes so dark and deep that I fell head over heels into them. Speaker, more than 3 decades later, I have no wish to be rescued. Dr. Wozni was recently selected as the Sun Life Chair in Youth Mental Health in Dalhousie University's Department of Psychiatry. Yes. Her work as a globally recognized researcher in mental health informs mental health programming, clinical practice, and policy across the globe. She was recently recognized for her incredible work as a mentor in the field of mental health research. Her impact on graduate and doctoral students has been and continues to be immense. Her commitment to funding and supporting candidates from racialized, ethnic, and linguistic populations that have been historically excluded or underrepresented in the practices of psychology and psychiatry is helping to literally change the face of the profession over time here in Nova Scotia. Speaker, after 26 plus years together, Dr. Wozni remains a breathtaking beauty, but her transformative leadership in the sphere of mental health is no less impressive. Her commitment to justice and equity in her life's work inspires me to seek the same in mine. Her understanding of the role and value of research in developing policy and program that raises the tide for everyone has long been a key foundation for me in my professional and political life and remains so today. Because of her love, we have 3 children who light up our lives. Our first, Jonah, completed his Bachelor of Commerce at St. Mary's last year and is pursuing his Master's in Public Administration at Dalhousie. Jonah's been a man of peace from his earliest days. He's thoughtful and mindful of others. His teachers and coaches commended us for raising a young man who showed deep respect for teammates and leaders in his life and for being diligent in his work and his play. He inherited his father's penchant for teasing as a love language, and his Irish ancestry twinkles in his good humor and hearty laugh. He was a good boy, but he has become a good man. Watching him pursue his passion for a just world through policy and democratic, authentically represented processes is a joy to me. I can't wait to see the impact he realizes by working with others. Our second, Lois, graduated on the principal's list with an international baccalaureate diploma and began her Bachelor of Science in Biology at Dalhousie this year. She has represented our province in interprovincial and international competition in ringette as a force of nature on defense that inspires fear in opponents and confidence in teammates. Lois is entirely at home with her strength, size, and self on the ice. That's a quality I admire deeply. Lois is an accomplished baker, and I count it my solemn duty as a loving and supportive father to encourage the frequent practice of this skill and offer constructive feedback on the products of her passion. Her fierce and inquisitive mind has insisted from a young age on discussion of complexity in our world. No topic in politics, society, sport, or justice is immune from debate. Lois fundamentally rejects any answer to a question of justice that sounds like that's just the way it is or no one's ever done it. She reminds me that good leaders push for the greater good yet unrealized, no matter how difficult or uncomfortable. Our third, Lila, recently turned 17, and we're firmly in the get your license era of our relationship. Lila has been an important teacher in my life. From an early age, the ease with which Lila fostered connection with others was remarkable. Lila loves many of the same things I do: music, sport, art, quality time with family and friends. But what Lila values about those things has challenged me to see them differently. Lila also plays ringette, but measuring oneself against top competition isn't the point. For Lila, ringette is about growth, about being part of a team, about giving and receiving support and solidarity. Lila has taught me that while winning and scoring sweet goals is awesome, individual success while your team flowers is awfully empty. Our shared passion for homemade root beer reminds me that things people do together, even things people find odd or strange, serves to draw us together. Lila inspires me to know the people around me in ways that allow us to discover the passions we share and opportunities to pull together towards common goals. Speaker, I know myself as Bill and Cindy's son, as the grandson of Leo and Mary and Ozzie and Helen. I'm the first of my name born in this province. I'm a newcomer, and I'm grateful to be able to build my life in a place founded on friendship and peace. I count myself blessed to live life with Lori, Jonah, Lois, and Lila, and together embrace what it means to be treaty people, to live in the present in ways that will yield positive benefits for generations to come. Speaker, as a treaty person, Nogama calls on us to know ourselves in relationship to people in our community. None of us are in this house through our efforts alone. Each of us has a story about the humbling experience of working with leaders and volunteers whose efforts during our campaigns helped us realize the goal of representing our communities in this house. For me, I know myself through the generosity and industriousness of Matt Wynott, my campaign manager, and of Alex Robin and Courtney Morrison, voter contact coordinators in Sackville-Cobequid and Sackville-Uniacke, where we shared a campaign office. These three folks devoted more than a month of their lives to organizing and deploying volunteers, to canvass, make phone calls, enter data, build and install signs, and myriad other tasks. Mike Cormier was my ornery but devoted official agent who made sure finances, forms, and documents were in sparkling order at every turn, and faithfully liaised with the returning office so our team could monitor our progress and mobilize effectively. Krista Alford, Martha Machino, and Christine Hoban staffed our office, took phone calls, entered data, wrote and processed sign and contact requests, fed volunteers, and kept me caffeinated. They cleaned, organized, and made our office a happy place to gather and work. I'm indebted to folks like Tristan Slade, Dr. Herb Dickinson, Brittany Woodworth, Dia Goddard, Darian Russo, Nick Green, Dan, and the many Nova Scotia Young New Democrats known affectionately as the Polecats, who joined me on the doorsteps to knock on close to 4,000 doors and turn Sackville orange again. I'm forever grateful to Aspen Conrad and Jeff Herod for driving me to supporters' homes to get out the vote, and to folks like Adam and Carson Lawler, who faithfully delivered signs in the cold, rain, and early onset darkness of November 2024. I also count myself fortunate to have shared a campaign office with Lisa Blackburn, my fellow candidate in Sackville-Uniacke. Lisa's energy and past experience as an HRM councillor helped me sustain the process of a campaign, and matching her step for step motivated me to sustain the work of connecting with electors. Like everyone in this room, Speaker, I understand that putting your name on a ballot is one thing, but finding a community of people who share your passion and values for how to build a community where everyone thrives is both incredible and incredibly sobering. It's a deep honor to stand here today because of the brave, hopeful work of a team that had my back. I remember them every day and will do my utmost to honor their investment in me by serving our community of Sackville-Cobequid to the same dedication and positivity that they showed. Beyond my campaign team, I know that Sackville is home. My wife and I moved to Sackville right before our second child was born. We've raised our kids next to our neighbors and their children and grandchildren. Our kids have been part of the Gertrude Parker School community and before its closing, then Cavalier Drive, Leslie Thomas, and Sackville High. We've been Penguins, Cougars, Lions, and Kingfishers for 18 years and still counting. We've celebrated Spring Fling, Green Christmas, and band concerts with fellow families and students. Our kids grew up in Sackville Flyers minor hockey, Sackville Wolves lacrosse, Sackville United Soccer, and Nova Central Ringette. And I've had the privilege to coach and manage and be part of the minor sport experience of youth and families in hockey and ringette. 3 Sackville Wasneys have donned the stripes in hockey and ringette to contribute to minor sport as officials. We've cheered our friends and their kids who hooped for Sackville Storm minor basketball, who make digs for Sackville Sonics minor volleyball, who curl for the Lake District Curling Club, who paddle for Sackawa on First Lake, who take the field for the Tri-County Rangers Minor Baseball Association, who tumble at Taiso Gymnastics, who take the mat for the Sackville Wrestling Club, and who dance at Motion Dance and New Stars Dance Schools. We know ourselves as teammates, coaches, officials, fans, and supporters of athletes and families. Sackville is a community whose love of sport and fair play creates togetherness and pride in where we're from. We love to play and compete, and the bonds we have with so many communities around this province are forged in sport. We've learned to love and support organizations like Beacon House, the Sackville Kinsmen and Cadets, the Sackville Business Association, the Sackville Community Development Association, the Sackville Legion, the Sackville Lions Club, and many, many others. In Sackville, everyone pitches in to help. We know Sackville has some of the finest pizza, garlic fingers, and donairs anywhere on earth, and have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to Chinese food at Hong's Kitchen, May Garden, Jin Loong, Long Dragon, Kingtown, and others. The best subs in Nova Scotia are on Sackville Drive at Kaiser Subs, and a family pack of incredible fish and chips in a box that looks like an extra large pizza from Siddell's never fails to hit the spot. The owners and staff at Apartment 3 and the Pink Piano keep us running on roasted and Nova Scotia dark roast, lattes, and iced coffees. And Speaker, there can be no question that there is no place in Nova Scotia quite like Sackville to shop for a great pre-owned vehicle or to vacuum, wash, and wax your car.
Sure.
That's appropriate applause for sure. We spend our fair share to keep our crew in hockey, ringette, lacrosse, and soccer gear and bicycles at the best family-owned and operated local sports store, Sport Wheels, anywhere in HRM. I know myself through a community where small and medium-sized businesses provide service and products with a smile, a sense of connection to clients who are neighbors, and give back from their abundance to support our community. Sackville's home to many faith communities. We worship in many ways. Yet the faithful of Sackville across many different religions and denominations find common ground in showing care, mercy, and generosity to those who are struggling, hurting, housing insecure, and unsure how they can make it in the face of life-altering adversity. Sackville is home to outreaches that house, clothe, feed, and provide financial resources to neighbors in need, and home to a community of people, young and old, who give of their time and resources to see those needs met. Speaker, over the past year and a half, I had the privilege to meet hundreds of Sackville residents on the doorstep, and I can tell you that the face of Sackville is truly beautiful. To a greater degree than ever before, Sackville is home to a rich tapestry of peoples. It has been home to Mi'kmaq people since time immemorial, and it continues to be. I was welcomed at many a door with a smile and a jalassi by folks who immediately expressed their pride in their identity as Elnu. I'm proud to be their neighbor and to represent them in this house. Sackville has long been home to residents of African descent that are part of more than 4 centuries of Black excellence in our province. African Nova Scotians from the historically Black communities of Cobequid Road and Maroon Hill have been leaders in our community through business, academics, sport, advocacy, justice, the arts, faith, and more. They continue to lead and shine in our schools, businesses, teams, and clubs, and in the fight for justice. We are a richer, better place because of our African Nova Scotian and Black siblings. Sackville is fast becoming the new forever home of many newcomers. Local businesses like NedTech Computers not only provide employment to highly skilled, passionate IT professionals, but they work with their newly arrived employees to navigate systems like housing, immigration, schooling for their children, and more. On doorsteps, I've had amazing conversations with newcomers from across Asia, Northeast Africa, Syria, Iran, Jordan, from Indonesia, Pacific Islanders, the Ukraine, Finland, and Estonia. Every single one of them passionate about Sackville as a special place to raise a family and belong to community. Excited to do their part to contribute to the welcome and togetherness that makes Sackville so very special. We've learned in Sackville we're all neighbors and we show up for one another when we need each other most. Speaker, we recently honored 5 Nova Scotians with the Nova Scotia Medal of Bravery here at Province House. One of those was Garrett Hunt, who was recognized for entering the burning home of his neighbors, the Lopi-Steiger family. While that fire claimed 3 school-aged children, Mr. Hunt's bravery ensured that the father survived. Mr. Hunt spoke to me of his pride in being born and raised in Sackville, the kind of place where hundreds of friends, family, neighbors, and folks without any visible connection to those in crisis showed up to honor 3 kids in a hurting family and pour out their love through a generous GoFundMe campaign organized by a friend of the family. Folks in Sackville recognize in others their value as human beings, even when they don't know them. Last February, the Minister of Health suggested I come from a magical place. The truth is that for the past 19 years, I've made Sackville a home with many others as a place that we love to live, a place where people care deeply for one another while we play, work, and pray. We remain a place where all understand the answer to the question, who is my neighbor, is the person we live next door to, down the street from, or a few neighborhoods over, even when we've never met or come from completely different backgrounds. Speaker, the minister couldn't be more correct that Sackville is magical, and I couldn't be prouder of my community or its people. Much of my consideration of community is focused on the concept of community is tied to a place, but knowing ourselves in relation to people in our community calls on us to consider those relations which shape us beyond place. Beyond geography, I know myself in a relation to other notable communities. I am forever linked to and shaped by the teaching profession and by publicly funded public education. My fellow teachers, school counselors, speech-language pathologists, school psychologists, school-based social workers, educational program assistants, school principals and vice principals, custodians, IT support staff, office admin, school bus drivers, school librarians, African Nova Scotian and Indigenous support workers, Excel program staff, and so many more are the living embodiment of community in a professional setting. No one of us on our own is capable of standing up to the demands of creating and delivering high-quality, inclusive education. It's together that we can hold up a system that has gone without adequate funding for decades to ensure that children and families experience positive, supported classrooms that give them the tools to pursue their dreams. Teaching has taught me one of the most powerful lessons I have learned about myself. I am most able to realize my greatest impact and be most effective when I work in community with others who share my passion. I would not be the person I am today without amazing colleagues and leaders in the school system. I can trace my origin story as a teacher to the work of Gail Reiner. She remains Mrs. Reiner to me 33 years after I graduated from J.L. Lilsley High School. I've known few people whose way of confronting naivete and narrow perspective was as kind, supportive, and constructive as hers. At a time I wasn't sure about the direction I would take in life, Mrs. Reiner's dedicated professionalism and relational approach to teaching English nurtured my passion for literature and critical thinking, and my passion to make a difference in the lives of those around me and contribute to changing ideas and attitudes in society through teaching. I continue to this day to draw inspiration from her as a teacher and a leader. I know myself through the community of teaching, first through Mrs. Reiner, and I honor her here for the impact she's had on my life. I know myself through connection to Beverly Townsend and Phyllis D'Amato, the first two principals I ever taught with in public schools in Eastern Montreal, who challenged me to embrace my capacity to lead as a new graduate rather than take a back seat and allow others to determine my course and career. Beverly Townsend is a brilliant Black Jamaican woman whose way of seeing the world challenged norms and set in stone thinking decades before many of us began to wrestle with systemic anti-Black racism through the Black Lives Matter movement. She maintained the faith that I could have a career of impact in the early days of teaching that often disorient and demoralize early career teachers, even when I made mistakes and warranted correction. Phyllis D'Amato was a stalwart Italian woman who taught me that even when systems operate in ways that put people on different sides of issues and processes, it's possible for us to collaborate and build inclusive, welcoming, thriving communities for students, staff, and families. She also modeled the humility to learn things from younger and less senior people. I know myself through the faith and support of these two incredible women. Here in Nova Scotia, I know myself as a teacher and leader through connection to life-changing colleagues like Andrea Marsman, Allison Walker, Anna Whalen, Stephanie Bird, and Mike Cosgrove. Each of them recognized my potential for excellence professionally and more broadly in the world. They believed in me and pushed me to sharpen my craft in the classroom and challenged me to lead by listening to others and advocating for change that reflects the greater good. Their lasting impact on who I am and how I show up in the world is immeasurable. I know myself through their confidence, support, and faith. Speaker, I know myself through community as a union member. I recognize that not everyone understands what it is to belong to a union. I didn't understand what it meant until I began my professional career as a young adult after graduating from McGill University at the age of 22. When I began teaching with the English Montreal School Board in 1999, I confess that I thought my union was fanatical. I could not figure out why so many people were so passionate about collective bargaining, grievances, and fair process. But I had an epiphany. At a regional meeting of staff, hundreds of teachers gathered to hear an address from school board and Ministry of Education staff. I stood up to question a statement by an official that changes being mandated reflected what teachers wanted. The official I questioned effectively told me I was too young to know what I was talking about and that I should take my seat and listen to people who did. Before I could say a word, my union reps leapt to their feet and made clear that no teacher was going to be condescended to and that we did not accept the department putting words in our mouths about system change. I watched hundreds of fellow teachers in the room agree out loud, nod their heads and applaud loudly. And that was the last time we heard anyone attempt to gaslight the room about the motivation behind the changes being mandated. That moment cemented for me what unions are: the exercise of the strength of the many in the defense of the vulnerable few. Not only has my home union, the Nova Scotia Teachers Union, been there to support me in the moments when I needed it, but it was a space for me to embrace my capacity to lead and serve others. When the machine of public education saw me as a problem, my union and my siblings embraced me. Together, we pushed an intractable majority government that seemed to take glee in forcing wage freezes and austere contracts on public sector workers, to negotiate a collective agreement in good faith without needing any intervention through conciliation, mediation, or arbitration. Together, we prevented the deprofessionalization and deunionization of school psychologists, speech-language pathologists, and school-based social workers. Through years of advocacy about the impact of poverty on students and the dire need for free universal school lunch programs, this government piloted that program last year. While it enjoys taking the credit for this concept, it would not have been realized without the solidarity of thousands of teachers over decades who made this need known to their constituency MLA in writing to the Premier and Minister over many years. Together, my union siblings and I were champions for students and families and workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our voices rang out to ensure students could access learning materials at home and could access food and meals during the lockdown, and to ensure that workers and families had access to paid sick leave and financial aid at a time hardworking families who had no union or advocate and they needed allies for resources to support them, had a voice that stood with them. I know myself through my union as a sibling standing beside 10,000 other siblings to advocate for fair wages and working conditions and to advocate for quality public education, having shown that it's when we stand together that we win. Speaker Imsa Nogma challenges us to know ourselves in relationship to the life that surrounds us in nature, the life that gives us health and vitality. Some affectionately refer to Sackville-Cobequid as the postage stamp when they see it on an electoral boundary map because of its compact size and roughly square boundary. It definitely doesn't compare in size to the constituencies represented by many of my colleagues in this House. But I think this makes Sackville-Cobequid a notable setting to consider the question of how we are related and connected to the land that we represent. Sackville-Cobequid is a place of rivers and lakes and wetlands. The Little Sackville River, the Sackville River, First and Second Lake are the major features of community, and they have powerful lessons for me and for us all. The land I represent collects water from the rain, from snow, and from ice. These bodies work together to store lands, water and wetlands in times when precipitation is abundant. The land around us in Sackville-Cobequid teaches us to be conscious about the resources available to us in the moment and consider how we might need to store up and conserve so we have resources in times where things are leaner and less plentiful. During the spring and summer, these bodies provide us with opportunities to be well through exercise and connection to nature. They give us the gifts of swimming, fishing, canoeing, rowing, and paddling and boating. They encourage us to go outside, to enjoy the land while we respect it, and to consider how to use the land so that its beauty, its power to nurture the soul and body and sustain health, activity, and wellness remains intact for our children and for our neighbors that haven't yet moved to our community and the generations that will grow up and continue to call Sackville home in the future. During the fall, these bodies and the woods that surround them are launch pads for wildlife. Ducks and geese and songbirds that sing us to sleep and wake us up early, sometimes earlier than we would like, or continue massive journeys so we'll take them to faraway places where there is food and warmth to sustain their well-being. The land teaches us to make space for those that need a space to land and gather themselves when the places they are coming from no longer meet their needs or even when conditions in their homes threaten life and survival. It teaches us that some goodbyes are for a season and that it's healthy to let people go when following their path is good for their health and success, even though we will miss them. It teaches us to live in hope and expectation for the return of those we value and love when their journey takes them elsewhere for a time. The land teaches us to be mindful of those who grow older, whose summer seasons may have passed, to honor lives lived in service to community by preparing spaces, resources, and hearts full of care for those who have served and cared for us. Rivers, lakes, and wetlands in Sackville-Cobequid freeze over in the winter, and their frozen state is a powerful reminder for us that rest is essential to lifelong wellness. While the snow falls and the water is covered in ice, the land wraps wildlife in the safety it needs to hibernate and rest from the business of spring and summer. What looks like inactivity or wasted time, in reality, is the process that renews depleted vitality and charges our batteries back to full. Our frozen lakes give us the gift of skating, of playing hockey and ringette with friends for the sheer fun of being outdoors and finding joy in cold, short days. They gather us in ice fishing huts with a couple of friends, whose company is warmth in times of cold and scarcity. The snow in the woods and trails creates space for us to snowshoe and to ski and to hike, to move our bodies with the land and the season in rhythms that sustain our energy and keep our bodies and minds moving and well while the nights set in early. Sackville-Cobequid is a place of rivers, lakes, and wetlands. The land teaches us to listen to its voice. Even though we love these bodies and features, the way we live and use the land puts pressure on them and creates impacts that threaten whether they will remain beautiful and available for generations to come. Sackville-Cobequid speaks powerfully to us about the question of whether overturning limitations on resource extraction is wise in the short or long term. Building homes around lakes and along rivers and coastlines gives so many joy and connection, but runoff from roads and property maintenance alters the chemistry of our waters. This means that we can swim less often. The fish are no longer safe to eat. Species like rare eels that rely on our rivers to birth and sustain new generations struggle to survive and have one last habitat to hold them up at a time their very existence is in question. The land challenges us to answer tough questions about how we live right now, about whether we have the courage to live differently on the land to sustain its health and viability so that we continue to have a beautiful place to call home that nurtures our bodies, minds, and spirits for generations to come. It challenges us to answer whether we view ourselves as separate from nature or intrinsically intertwined with it, and whether we will use our power in ways that take into account the impact we have on others in the future. Speaker, Sackville-Cobequid may not be a big riding, but we can still learn big lessons from small places. Nogama challenges us to know ourselves in relation to the life and the land that sustains us. The lessons the land has for us remind us in this House to consider our impact and how we act in relation to those whose voices we rarely hear, but whose lives form the fabric of our province. For these reasons, it matters that I know myself through connection to the land that sustains me and my life. Speaker, like many colleagues in this House, I am learning this role and this work as I do it. I thank all those who have offered their maiden speeches for helping me know them better. I'm grateful for the opportunity to offer this address and reply. I'm humbled as a treaty person in Mi'kma'ki to be able to center myself in this work by honoring the treaties of peace and friendship, which establish relationship as the foundation for life. I believe the work we do is about people and relationship, and that it should always be anchored in the care we have for those we serve. In the spirit of Nogama, I thank you for the time to explore how relationship and interconnectedness are at the heart of what we do as an important step in working with each of you here in this House to build a province where everyone thrives and to honor our relationship with the Mi'kmaq people and the land we do the work on. Thank you for this time, Madam Speaker. Well, all in, and with that, I move to adjourn, address and supply.
The motion is to adjourn debate on address and reply. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
That's a good way to start the week off. It was a great speech. Madam Speaker, could you please call order of business government motions?
Government motions, order of business. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
I move that you now do leave the chair and the House resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
The motion is carried. We will have a short recess while the committee sets up.
Order, please. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill 198, an act respecting certain financial and other government measures?
Bill 198, an act respecting certain financial and other government measures. I recognize the Clerk.
Chair, Bill 198 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Public Bills on March 27th, 2026, and contains 137 clauses and a schedule.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance. So we begin with Clause 1, and I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
So, Mr. Chair, I want to take a few moments to talk about Clause 1, but also talk about the changes which we will be bringing. I just want to clarify things for the House. We will be bringing 3 changes to clauses coming up, which are, I'll probably speak to them more at when they come up, but which are really housekeeping. One eliminates a redundant reference to the Minister of Municipal Relations, which no longer exists. 2 other changes refer to changes to the vaping taxes, and are really, these changes are being brought in because when we submitted this, we believed that the FMA would be passed before April 1. If it in fact goes past April 1, then we need to make the tax retroactive to April 1. So just simply a dating change. The most significant change is that we will be instructing our caucus to vote no to clauses 52 to 55, which refer to the conservation and community easements. The reality is we heard through public bills from the public on that. The other reality is this is solving a problem which is a very long distant away problem. In other words, this is not an immediate issue. It's simply correcting a situation for some future Minister of Natural Resources, a situation where the minister currently is essentially responsible for the entire process of either seeing a conservation easement go forward or not go forward, and under kind of a little bit onerous set of circumstances. So trying to define that process in a way which provides more clarity, which also involves the courts. That was the intent. I still think those are good intents, but it is not urgent. That's clear. Clearly, it's not an urgent matter. It can be. We can take a bit more time and look at it over the coming months and reconsider it and continue to think about it. So those are the changes. So again, clauses 52 to 55, we will not see those go forward. And for the rest, we have three minor changes in wording, which we will bring forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Sidney, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to stand for a few minutes at Clause 1 and I guess walk through some of our concerns that we'll be speaking to in more detail. I appreciate the minister standing and making those letting us know about those changes. I will say that there have been many other questions with the 20 acts that are referenced in this bill, and we have not heard from very many ministers to clarify what they mean. So I would say that even as we start now, Committee of the Whole House on Bills, that a lot of the questions that I put forward in good faith to ministers, to government, have not been addressed. You know, I don't even think all of the ministers, you know, it'd be nice to have all of the ministers affected by this bill able to stand and provide answers. We also know that Nova Scotians had lots of questions about the 20 bills in this act. You know, many were discouraged about coming to public bills. Even, you know, HRM councillors were told, you know, they weren't clear enough about what they wanted to talk about. But when you have a government tabling a bill with 20 acts in it, that's a lot to digest. That's a lot to digest for anyone. And so, you know, I remain hopeful that perhaps the Minister of Finance, who's here, you know, can get up and clarify some of the sections. But I think still it's not clear sort of why they're here, what prompted it, what analysis was done. An example would be, you know, some of the changes in the Securities Act, for instance. I asked about that in previous debate and was not provided with a response. We've asked the Minister of Natural Resources to talk about why there's a whole natural resources bill here sitting in the FMA that doesn't seem to have anything to do with activating the budget, as is the role of the Financial Measures Act. And we haven't heard clearly about the rationale. You know, I think we've heard loud and clear from Nova Scotians that this isn't good enough anymore. Nova Scotians want to be involved and want to be respected in the governance process of this province. And that means a lot of different things. But I know that it means that people who work in certain areas, who as volunteers try and make our province a better place, don't like being taken by surprise and dismissed by the ministers and the government about changes that affect their very purpose. So, I mean, I will start actually with the Community Easements Act and the Conservation Easements Act. I think this, as soon as the bill hit the table, you know, this seemed like unusual, and I was immediately contacted by stakeholders who are involved in land preservation. And we have lots of them in the province, but thinking about, you know, the Annapolis Valley Land Trust, Nova Scotia Nature Trust, all of these organizations with whom government works and depends on, actually, to provide an avenue for Nova Scotians to be part of protecting important areas of Nova Scotia. So it came forward. Everybody was surprised. The minister never explained why this was brought forward. So there had been no consultation. There was no explanation provided. There were no cost savings provided. Like, we don't know why this would be in the FMA as opposed to a standalone bill. And then it took an enormous amount of work of folks who work to protect the beautiful areas and functional areas of our province to research and to come and present at public bills. So presentation after presentation explained their particular perspective, how they interact with these acts, and why the changes being proposed by government were not appropriate, were not okay, were wrong, in fact. And yet, at no point, I mean, the minister today said something about, like, maybe we need these in the future, and I would implore government to have learned a couple of things this time around. And one of those is to trust Nova Scotians and talk to Nova Scotians and actually do the work, because it's not apparent to me that anybody presenting this bill had any sense of what the unintended consequences could be. They hadn't spoken to stakeholders, unless there's particular stakeholders that had a particular need for this to change. But none of that was done. And people who had, you know, worked with their families to entrust land in perpetuity for its protection in this province were appalled. This was not what they had signed up for. And so people have felt betrayed. They felt their trust broken. You know, and I think Nova Scotians deserve better, actually. Like, Nova Scotians deserve way better than this bill right here in front of them. And I don't think I'm the only person who thinks that, and most Nova Scotians who have a chance to suddenly realize the types of laws and the ways in which they're being proposed by this government have started to clue in to the fact that, you know, their engagement is really important, despite the government calling them special interests. That their engagement is really important despite their MLAs not responding to their phone calls and their emails. That their engagement is really important because of all those barriers and because of inappropriate laws being passed by this government. Nova Scotians, they just want, they work hard. They would like to trust government to do government's business while they do their business. While they raise their family, hold down their jobs, and we are now facing a budget, that the FMA should have come to tell a story for Nova Scotians. There were significant changes that could have been made to support Nova Scotians with their power bills that required a legislative change. And they're not in here. They're not anywhere in this session, actually. We've, heard a lot about, the average tax break. I stand by my view that averages don't tell us much. So the average age of a Nova Scotian these days is 43.3 years, which, when you are above that, it's like, okay, that's fine, I'm older than the average. But because of that, we actually don't base all of our policy on the folks who are 43.3 years old. We consider things like, what are the needs of children, right? We consider the needs of early childhood education. We consider the needs of seniors. So while that average is an interesting fact, it's not a defining place from which to draw public policy. And so what I would say is, if you do the math, great. Every family in Nova Scotia has a savings of $1,400. But it's not true. That's not actually how this works. This is not the way taxes work. Please tell me that every member in this House understands that that's not the way taxes work, particularly a consumption tax. That a consumption tax is based on what you're spending, and from this government's very own Department of Finance, we have some of the numbers. So if you earn between $15,000 and $25,000 a year, your actual tax savings from this as a family would be $471, and it's much lower if you're a couple or a single person. For those earning $25,000 to $35,000 as a family, the average savings would be $546. In fact, $1,400 doesn't kick in until you hit a salary of at least $85,000 a year. And in fact, those who earn more are going to save more through these taxes. So, we're going to have more to say on some of the changes in income tax, because the other thing is that, well, income assistance is indexed, some of the other supports aren't, and they're falling very far behind. And in fact, this budget does raise some taxes in some really inappropriate areas. So this budget does introduce an EV and hybrid tax. Again, we've asked for definitions around things like hybrid. What does it mean? Who does it include? We haven't got answers. And not only us, but lots of Nova Scotians have said hybrids, that's kind of weird. But if you could tell me what it means, but I don't think anyone's actually received an answer. And I'm not trying to be smart or anything like that. Literally, I go through this bill and ask questions. And I would hope that if you're sitting on the floor of this House and you have questions before you vote for it, that you ask those questions, because we're making law here and we're changing 20 acts in the process of this one bill. And we need to be sure that we can stand behind it. We need to be sure that we can walk out of here saying, I did everything I could to make sure I made good laws for Nova Scotians. And so if any of my questions seem to be a question you might have, I'd encourage you to find out the answer. Ideally, one might share it with colleagues and with Nova Scotians. Some of the other areas of the FMA, which I will continue to argue have no part being in the FMA. So basically we have a natural resources policy sitting inside of the FMA. And I don't know why. So I've asked the minister, why not bring in a separate policy that actually allows you to share your full vision? And we haven't heard about that. I'd welcome the participation of the minister tonight in debate, and for however long we're debating this, to have answers for Nova Scotians. But I can tell you, if I look across the changes to the Crown Lands Act, the Forest Act, even the Mineral Resources Act, the Provincial Parks Act, that they're doing a number of the same things. So one is that they're taking control from Nova Scotians. So, you know, we've talked about this. So in the Crown Lands Act, it's extending the license power of the minister from 2 years to 5 to 10 years. You know, I think that represents the interests of some stakeholders in the forest industry, but I don't think it represents the interests of all of them. You know, in the Forest Act, the definition of forest property has changed. It's the same as the Assessment Act. I went and had a chance to read through the Assessment Act to find those definitions. And again, it would be great for the minister to explain why. Why have we changed the definition of forestry property to match the Assessment Act? I think it's also deeply problematic that this act actually takes away the ability of folks who own woodlots to decide what they want to do with them. So that if they're not being actively harvested, they're going to have to pay more tax. You know, Forest Nova Scotia provided a little outline of like, don't worry, it's fine. But it did talk about the fact that you're going to have to be able to present a plan for your woodlot. But it's not clear. Like in the regulations, I guess that will be developed. And, you know, regulations are done in secret without any need for public consultation in Nova Scotia. But what does that mean, a plan? How often? How much is it going to cost woodlot owners? I mean, all of this actually discourages folks from hanging on to their small pieces of land. And I think that's by design. So, you know, it's again, the theme of control by ministers, little to no regard for stakeholders, no consultation with folks. You know, also in the Provincial Parks Act, again, the minister to decide on permits and fees and without need to consult anybody. And I would think that lots of Nova Scotians, as they made clear at public bills, as soon as they saw that the minister can provide a commercial license for activities within a provincial park, that sounds familiar. That sounds a bit like West Malibu Beach and the proposal from Cabot. It sounds a bit like how Owl's Head was threatened in previous times. We think this type of power is inappropriate. That is not, you know, these are Nova Scotians' resources. You know, yeah, so throughout we're concerned by that theme. There's also, between Provincial Parks Act and the Crown Lands Act, seemingly a perpetuation of this government's determination to continue to disregard its responsibilities to hold a nation-to-nation relationship with the Mi'kmaq. You know, Crown lands are treaty lands. They're public lands, and we need. I mean, the damage that's been done to this relationship is appalling. Not in my name, I would say. Just like to be really clear, not in our name. I would probably be able to speak on behalf of the entire caucus here. You know, and at the same time, you know, the budget, which, you know, we don't see all of it in here because it's the other half of the budget, but the Appropriations Act enacted a bunch of changes that seemingly had no analysis, that ministers couldn't explain, that are so minute that they don't actually really deal with the deficit and debt that's been accumulating, you know, thus making people wonder, you know, why behind this? Like, what is behind this? What is behind those cuts and the ones that are perpetuated? What's behind a Financial Measures Act that includes a natural resources policy? You know, really questioning motive, I think. And I think Nova Scotians do not feel a great deal of trust in this government. You know, I can see why, because we also have been asking for information, asking for the impact, asking to understand the analysis behind all of these decisions. And we certainly haven't had it shared with us. So we do have a number of amendments that we'll be taking people through. And with that, I will take my seat.
I recognize honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to get up on my feet for a few minutes to talk about this. We'll have lots of conversation and debate during this bill, of course, and through the number of amendments that will be presented by not only government representatives but also the opposition. I will say that we really only have one clause that we're bringing forward throughout the committee of the whole process because we think that the bill should be scrapped. We feel that the bill should be sent back and revised based on the hundreds of conversations that we had during public bills. And Mr. Chair, I do want to thank everyone who came in, presented at public bills. Thank you, my friend. Presented at public bills who brought their perspective from the communities that they represented, told their stories, many of them very personal, about why they wanted to come to public bills to express their frustration around the FMA, some of the changes within the FMA, looking for some clarification around some of the decisions that the government made within the FMA. You know, there's a few examples when it comes to, you know, the Bridge Commission and things that we all talked about, the Insurance Act, the Income Tax Act. And as the minister said, as the minister has stated here on the floor, is that the government caucus will be voting no on revisions that were coming for community easement. I said this statement publicly before. The government was looking at making this change in the second reading, Mr. Chair, and it would have saved a lot of people a lot of time if they would have did it earlier on in the process. You saw a lot of people prepare and travel to come to public bills, talking about the issues around easements. And the government was talking about, you know, looking at revisions before the public bills process even started. So, you know, I will say that that they could have saved people time. But I do thank those people for coming in. It's part of the reason, as the minister said, it's part of the reason why these changes are coming forward. Because that process, hundreds of Nova Scotians come from all over, present in person or virtually, and that's democracy. And it was great to meet a lot of people. It was great to, as I said, hear their stories and hear their perspective on why the FMA was a problem. So as I said, for us, we agree, we believe as a caucus that the bill should be sent back. You know, as I said, we have one revision that we're bringing forward. I'll talk more at length, you know, but I'll bring it up now, and that's around the Public Service Superannuation Act to extend the terms of review for pension plan under the Act within every 5 years to within every 7 years. Mr. Chair, we oppose that wholeheartedly. Why would we make it longer for a review for our retired public servants? I don't believe in that. That's something that we strongly oppose, and you know, I would hope that all of my colleagues across both aisles would say, why would we want to extend that from 5 to 7 years? You know, we heard compelling arguments, Mr. Chair, through public bills. You know, so we'll be bringing that forward at the time when it comes. It's a little ways down the bill. You know, we also don't support the levy on electric and hybrid vehicles. We actually believe it should be the opposite. There used to be incentives for people to buy them. You see them at a federal level too as well. You know, a lot of the new models are hybrids, and we don't think we should be penalizing people for doing that. You know what I mean? That impacts local dealers. That impacts the decisions that people make. And the amount of revenue that you'll generate from it is limited, in my opinion. So, That's it. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. You know, we're going to have a lot of conversation on this for multiple hours, and we're going to see multiple revisions come. But our fundamental belief is that the FMA should be sent back, and it should be revised. And this is what people have been talking about since it's really been tabled. You've seen great feedback come from the public. The public has been extremely upset about the FMA and many of the aspects of the FMA. And I believe that the presentation of it was very, I don't know if sloppy's unparliamentary, Mr. Chair, but I just, you know, you're in here again tonight making changes on it. And you look at aspects of the FMA and you just ask yourself at a time like, and I said this during second reading, is that governments try to project into the future, Mr. Chair, you know what growth looks like and what revenue streams you're going to have in place. If you know, to help support programs and services, and many people came in and argued that the government was removing revenue streams that ultimately started impacting many of the core services around arts and culture that people talk about. And you know, agree or disagree, that's what we heard from a lot of people. So the FMA really kind of represents some of that for us too as well. You know, we just believe the bill was done in haste. You have a whole number of clauses that don't really connect with, or a whole number of parts of the bill that really don't connect with one another, which I would argue that many of these things should be pulled out in some cases, and it should have been presented as their own bills, Mr. Chair. You know, here, as I said, you know, we're looking at changes again tonight to this. And we believe that it should even go further and go back and it should be sent back for further review. So as I said, there's going to be lots to talk about. I want to take a few minutes to get on my feet, just reiterate a couple of things. First and foremost, the easement stuff, the work around the easements should have been done in second reading. I look forward to hearing the debate on the floor, Mr. Chair, from all of my colleagues. And participate in the process as we move forward. Thanks so much.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Monday night at just about 6 o'clock, and I rise in my place to speak about the Financial Measures Act, Clause 1 here at the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. And I have a few things that I want to cover in the course of my comments on Clause 1. And then I do, as we move through, I'm looking forward to debate on many, if not all of the clauses as we progress through this bill. But Clause 1 is a great opportunity to review the big picture and to understand context. So I do appreciate the opportunity for Clause 1, for debate on Clause 1, because it does allow us to step back in that way. And so there are a few things that I want to cover. And I will say at the outset, I will be covering some ground that I've already covered. And that is in large part because the ground that I've covered has involved asking a lot of questions that we haven't received answers to. So I've spoken, as have many members of opposition spoken at prior stages of this bill, or at the prior stage at second reading. And as we heard from the member from Citadel Sable Island, the reverse of my head, lots of questions have been posed. They posed many questions and haven't received answers. And the same goes for me, and the same goes for many other members of opposition who have stood on our feet in the course of debate on the Financial Measures Act. And so I think the ground, the extent to which I may be repetitive tonight and cover ground that has already been covered either by myself or other members, is a direct response to the absence of answers from government. So to be clear, if we had answers from government on the questions that we've asked previously, there wouldn't be the need to continue to ask the questions. But that's not where we're at. And not only is it the opposition who are asking these questions, it's also members of the public in a variety of ways and in a variety of forums. So I do apologize if there is some repetition in what I say tonight, but I would say, immediately after that apology, the repetition could have been avoided. If government had, if ministers, I believe there might be 7 ministers who have responsibilities under this bill, but there are over 20 acts, 20 or 21 acts included here. If the ministers who had responsibility for those acts had provided detail, ideally in advance of this session, so Nova Scotians and members of the opposition and MLAs in the House and government members as well, could have had an understanding of what was being put forward and why. But even if not in advance of that, at a bare minimum, couple of different steps. Even if not in advance, at least upon the opposition briefing and the media briefing that happened immediately before the bills were tabled, on the day that the bills were tabled. This bill was tabled, the Financial Measures Act. And then, now I've come to the bare minimum, at least at second reading, when the opportunity arises for members to stand and speak about the bill. But that's not what happened. This bill had first reading back in February, on February 25th. Second reading, I have notes here that it actually took place over multiple days, and that may very well be the case. It seems odd to me, but many of the bills that we have dealt with at second reading, which should really be able to be wrapped up in one day, particularly since most of the days that we've sat in this House, we've sat for 11 hours at least. There was no reason why this bill and any other bill couldn't have a reading begin and end in the course of one of those sessions. But this, like other bills, moved through second reading on multiple days in a row. Very disjointed way to debate. Another reason why we find ourselves repeating ourselves, because it's difficult to know what ground we've covered. So passed through second reading on March 13th. And then this bill went to Committee of the Whole for 4 whole days. Public Bills. Committee on Public Bills for 4 whole days. And so that's been the progression. So the fact that we've had such a disjointed and disorganized path through the legislative process thus far is resulting in repetition, and it just is what it is. If government called the bill in advance and shared information in advance, if government called debates in a more organized and sensible and predictable fashion, if government, even as early as the day of in the morning when our group of folks who are involved, the House leaders and the independents, sought information on what was being called in the course of the day, even if information was provided at that time about what was being debated, we could avoid a lot of repetition and confusion.
Order. So over the weekend, Friday night and over the weekend, there's been a lot said about late hours, length of hours. And so I decided that I would have a look-see if there was some way to deal with that. And in this little green book, it says irrelevance and repetition in debate. 6 minutes into this debate, you haven't touched on the clauses whatsoever. You just continue to talk about repetition and what you don't like about what others have said. So here's where I'm going to be while I'm in the chair. I'm going to call order on that every time. And I expect if you read, everybody, this book, you'll see that the chair's decision is final. So that's where you should focus on. Please focus on the bill so we can do this in an orderly fashion. Thank you. recognize the Honourable Member from Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to stay focused on the bill. So we've covered how we got here, and I've made my apologies for any repetition that I may inadvertently offer as a result of that process. So I want to talk now about the nature of the bill itself, because it is an omnibus bill, and that inherently brings with it problems. And I have spoken before about circumstances when omnibus bills can be justified and appropriate and can be beneficial and in fact helpful in terms of focusing debate on themes or issues. So I've covered that ground and I will not repeat myself again on that, but it does bear discussion about why this bill in particular is not well suited to being an omnibus bill. And so to do that, it's really important to understand what clauses exist within this bill. And so that's what we'll do. I'll spend a little bit of time as we talk about the unsuitability of these clauses being bundled together, actually talking about the specific clauses. So as I've mentioned, there are 20 different bills, or maybe 21, over 20 bills in this act. And they have very different themings and very different content and very different consequences and very different policy issues, very different implementation issues, very different budgetary issues. Some relate to budget, some don't relate to budget at all. Some relate to enforcement, some have nothing to do with enforcement. Some are about actual financial measures, which one would expect to see in a Financial Measures Act, and some have nothing to do with the implementation of the budget whatsoever. And so there is not a consistent policy or organizational theme to the content of this bill. And that poses problems for a variety of reasons. It poses problems because it makes it difficult for us as legislators to organize debate in a sensible way. So here I am at Clause 1, and if we had a bill that had consistent theming, my comments at Clause 1 would also have consistent theming. They would center around a subject area or the purview of a particular department. Or a policy concept that bundled together well and that connected well. But what we find is that my comments certainly, and other comments, other MLA's comments as well on the FMA and on other disjointed omnibus bills end up traveling all over the place. And it's difficult to knit them together. I mean, it's impossible to knit them together because the only reason they're together is because government has chosen to put them together. So, well, what does that mean? Why does that even matter? Well, it matters because in a debate, the ideal pathway for a debate is that we talk about issues that relate to one another. That ideally what is happening in a debate on the Financial Measures Act, if this wasn't an omnibus bill that incorporated so many different and unusual and disjointed and disconnected themes, what should be happening is this should reflect whatever financial changes need to be made to enable the budget. So what might that look like? So there are some things in here that do exactly that. There are some things in here that relate to taxation. And so they all fit together. And so we would be talking, so one would hope or one would expect in an ideal world that government, the minister responsible for the provisions for the bill would stand up and tell us about what those provisions are and tell us how they help the budget function. So what specifically about the taxation provisions that exist in the Financial Measures Act support the monetary changes that are being made under the budget, the estimates that are happening, the programs that are being funded, other programs that are being defunded. And so one would expect to hear that, and that ought to be the content of government's remarks on second reading. Is to rise and share the ways in which the Financial Measures Act support and implement the budget and how that works and what Nova Scotians can expect from it, and how that will play out in the future. We talked the other night about coming into force, and so that's a relevant conversation to hear under the Financial Measures Act. When will these things take effect? And so if it's not an omnibus like the one in front of us, then that's mostly what government's remarks would be confined to. And then in response to that, the opposition MLAs would rise and speak specifically to those implementation provisions and speak to, speak to the benefits of those potentially, if benefits were seen, the concerns that were seen in those, question potentially whether what was being enabled in the budget is actually, whether the provisions of the Financial Measures Act actually do enable the budget in the way that government was presenting. And then the dialogue would continue from there and then drill down here at Committee of the Whole House on bills in a clause-by-clause way and be more specific. And in the course of that, if that was what was happening, if this wasn't an omnibus bill, the input from Nova Scotians at public bills would also then be more specifically related to those themes around the implementation of the budget and the measures that were being were being used to allow that to happen. And so that would allow debate to unfold in an organized way and would allow us to connect with one another in terms of what we're each saying and allow for a logical theme and a logical flow to the conversation that we were having around the Financial Measures Act. And this can be said more broadly. I mean, if you don't listen to the specifics or you disregard the specifics I'm describing, this can be said about any bill that is not an omnibus bill. There is a logical sequencing to it that allow people to follow and allow for organized and coherent debate. That is not sort of parallel speeches happening at one another in unrelated topics. That's what one would hope for. And if this was not an omnibus bill, and if this was focused specifically on financial measures to implement the budget, that is what we would be able to see, provided, of course, that government actually stood up and provided information on and insight into what the contents of this bill were. But that is not what we have. What we have is an omnibus bill, and it goes well beyond actual financial measures that are that one would expect to see or that even would need to be made to enable governments defending Nova Scotia budget. So then where does that leave us? Well, it leaves us in, and actually, before I do the overview of the variety of different themes that fit within this bill, I do want to make a comment, and because I appreciate the member from Sydney, member 2, speaking to this. So the member from Sydney, member 2, indicated that they have none or maybe one amendment because they don't support the bill. They believe, the caucus believes that it should be rejected in its entirety and government should start over. And I will say I completely support that. I also don't have any amendments to this bill. I think it needs to go back. I think for a variety of reasons, which, you know, is another set of things that I will come to in the course of my comments on this, but I very much appreciate that, and that's the approach I'm taking as well. And so I do want to put that on the record. I do also want to say, though, I think there's absolute value in the amendments that are coming forward, and I understand that the NDP caucus is bringing a number of amendments forward, and I believe the other independent member is bringing amendments forward, and I think both of these things can be true. I think both of these things can be beneficial because I think the amendments that will be brought forward will allow us to understand what a better bill would look like. And so even though I hold the position and I'm taking the approach that I'm not offering amendments and I think the whole thing should go back, I'm eagerly looking forward to conversation on the amendments that the NDP caucus and the independent member may be bringing forward, because if as those of us who take the position that the whole thing should go back for review, if that does happen, through some miraculous workings of this House, then I think that the dialogue that we have about the amendments brought forward could help inform a better construction of the Financial Measures Act in the future, should that happen. Or alternatively, because again, my position would be a Financial Measures Act shouldn't include all sorts of things that are unrelated to financial measures. Those amendments would give some insight into other legislation that could come forward more appropriately. So if it is appropriate, in fact, to bring forward some of these pieces of legislation that are unrelated to financial measures, then the amendments that are brought forward, I think will provide lots of insight into what better provisions could be offered and submitted by government. So I won't spend a ton of time doing this, but I do think, once again, it's important to understand, well, what's in here that shouldn't be in here? What's in here that is disjointed and disconnected and takes away from our ability to understand the actual financial measures that are being implemented? And so I'm just going to quickly go through and cover some of those points, just to cap off this part of the discussion. So we see that the first part of this act relates to changes to the Assessment Act. And although some of these do, well, no, none of these, that was right. None of these actually have any implications for financial measures. These are housekeeping measures, mostly relating to updating general neutral language, fixing grammatical and typographical errors, and permitting notices to be served by electronic means. So I'm just going to pause here and say these types of themes could be an omnibus of their own, and I think justifiable. So if there were a number of pieces of legislation that required updating in terms of gender neutrality of their language or grammatical errors, I could see a reasonable case to be made for bundling all of those pieces of legislation, even if from a theming and subject matter perspective, they were unrelated to one another. If there's no real substantive change and it's a matter of linguistics change, then I think that there's certainly a case to be made to bundle all of those changes together in an omnibus bill with legislation that otherwise, from a subject matter perspective, doesn't go together with one another. So those changes might actually be suitable for a different omnibus bill, but they're not suitable for this one, because this one we know from the outset, we know from the title, that it is about financial measures for the implementation of the budget to go along with the Appropriations Act. So there's no good reason to have this housekeeping or language updates or modernization if we look at the electronic updates that are included here. No reason to have that as part of the financial measures bill. And again, I would even say if the other stuff wasn't in here, maybe that's okay. Sometimes financial measures does have a little bit of housekeeping in it, but this is kitchen sink, right? There's everything possible in here. And so it ends up distracting from Nova Scotians' ability to really cut through all of the extra and really understand what in here is about financial measures. And in addition to that, when I say cut through the extras, they're not extras. There's substantive clauses in here that people do and want to pay attention to and are paying attention to, but they just don't fit in financial measures bill. So the next section is the Community Easements Act. And again, this one, along with the Conservation Easements Act, so this is part 2 and part 3, and we're on now to a different minister associated with these acts. These are significant substantive changes to land ownership and access rights. And so they really are not related to financial measures. They are not necessary for the implementation of the budget. And they raise very different and important policy questions for Nova Scotians. They have no business being in here, and for that reason, I think that they shouldn't be in here. So that's part 2 and part 3. If we move along, We move along now to Part 4, which is the Crown Lands Act. Again, this is something that is unrelated to the implementation of the budget, and it has to do with resource licenses and timber licensing and the time of those and the duration of those. And then there's an additional clause here, clause 57, that relates to the definition of a person who owns a wood processing facility, not the subject, not the appropriate subject or an appropriate subject to be included in the Omnibus Financial Measures Act. If we continue on, then we move into the Forests Act. I mean, it seems like there's significant content in here that might all go together under a natural resources bill, because there is a theme for sure that we've heard lots of people speak to in terms of putting restrictions on and barriers up for owners of small parcels of land in terms of how they may use it and protections they may put on it, and the financial benefits they may take from it and penalties associated with that. There's definitely a theme to some of these provisions that could justify them being in a separate act, but none of them belong here in this Financial Measures Act. Continuing on, we have a provision on the Gaming Control Act that exempts casinos from deed transfer taxes. And this is a provision that might potentially be suitable for inclusion in the Financial Measures Act, given that it relates to taxes. But this is something that is under the purview of the Minister of, I believe is under the purview of the Minister of Municipal Affairs. And it has significant implications for municipal financing questions and municipal decision making. And so, we really haven't explored, or I believe we haven't heard significantly from government exploring what is behind this and the municipalities' engagement on this and the financial implications of this. And so it, again, maybe it's appropriate to include here from a subject matter perspective, but I would say, without that information from the minister, it really, I'm not certain. I'm not certain if it should be here because we don't really understand those implications because that hasn't been shared with us. Continuing on, we come to the Halifax-Dartmouth Bridge Commission Dissolution Act. And that is in Part 7. And that's just one brief, and it's a coming into force. It might be appropriate for inclusion here. But again, it just clutters the content of this legislation and has resulted in our debate navigating a wide range of topics and issues and has not allowed us to focus with any sort of logical sequencing or coherence on any one theme, because there's so many themes, and they're important themes. They're all important themes. I'm going to keep going. Part 8. So this introduces changes to the Income Tax Act. And again, this, from a theming perspective and from a subject matter appropriateness perspective, does seem to align with the financial measures content, and I would think is suitably in here, at least in terms of the subject matter. Whether the content is suitable or appropriate, I think we've heard a variety of remarks on that, and when it comes down to clause by clause debate, I will come back to that. I'm not going to spend time on that right now. I'm really focused on just the theming of the Omnibus Act itself. But these are the kinds of things one, I believe, would normally see in a Financial Measures Act, and so from that perspective, at least, it's appropriate that it's here. Similarly for Clause 68, which relates to financial institutions' capital tax. Not speaking to whether that's appropriate or whether we should pass that provision or not, just talking about a subject matter relationship with the Financial Measures Act, and it does. It has that financial element to it. Then we move on to Part 9, which is the Insurance Act, and this is really about electronic communications in large part. Yes, it is. And that again goes back to, it actually relates to the clause 2, or at least the first element of the changes to the Assessment Act, which is electronic communications and service. And so those are two, maybe not housekeeping, but modernization provisions that relate to one another. I'm not sure that they fit within a Financial Measures Act. They're certainly not as far afield from a content perspective as the Forests Act and the Crown Lands Act and the changes that we'll talk to, coming up. But again, that might be something you would see in a Financial Measures Act, but more appropriately, I would think it would be bundled with the changes to the Assessment Act and dealt with in a modernization or a housekeeping bill. Then we're at Part 10, which is the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission Act, and this is about powers of the minister. And although, so there is some provision that relate to financing, it's the requirement of the annual budget to be provided to the minister, but this is not about provincial, this is not about the provincial implementation of the budget. This has nothing to do with financial measures that the province needs to utilize to move forward with the budget. So again, it's a separate piece, and it's, so here we are talking about it in the course of our debates, but it takes our focus away from the budget and the way in which the Financial Measures Act implements the budget. So again, a whole different subject matter, separate and apart from many of the others that are included in this legislation. Then we come to the Meat Inspection Act. And so once again, this is an entirely separate subject matter. It has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with the Defending Nova Scotia 2026-2027 budget or the implementation of the financial aspects that do need to be brought into force to support the workings of that budget. This has nothing to do with that. This is about inspections of meat and the operations of licensed meat plants. And so once again, so I think about the Committee on Public Bills, for example. So the Committee on Public Bills was struck and sat for 4 days to listen to submissions on the Financial Measures Act, and they would, and necessarily because the Financial Measures Act has all these provisions in it, they would hear conversation and submissions relating to potentially the Assessment Act, although I don't recall having seen anything in there on the Assessment Act, but conversations about easements and people's frustration and fear about the loss of protections associated with the easements provisions. And then, in 3.5 minutes time, when that person is done, then somebody's talking about meat inspections. And I don't know how, if I were government and I were wanting to do this in an organized way that would allow me to really take in and understand the input that Nova Scotians were providing me, I wouldn't want it to play out in that way because it's very disjointed and it doesn't allow for a really logical flow of understanding and ideas. And so, so here's the Meat Inspection Act. So we will be talking tonight as we move through clause by clause. We're gonna hop from provisions on insurance and electronic notice and have some themes and discussions about that. And then we're gonna turn our minds to Maritime Provinces Harness Racing, and then we're gonna switch gears again and we're gonna talk about the Meat Inspection Act, like I just have now, and then as we do clause by clause. And it's really not a good way to get a picture of how each of these clauses are being interpreted, how communities feel about them, and to give good consideration to what changes should be made. So if we keep going. There are a few provisions that relate to the meat inspection clauses, and so those all fit together. Then we move along to the Mineral Resources Act. And this is, once again, we are on a completely different topic with a completely different minister. And you know, and I mean, I'm not going to spend time talking about the subject matter of this clause right now, but this one has prompted significant input from people and significant surprise, quite candidly. So there is lots to say about it, but I will wait. For now, what I'm going to say about it is unrelated to so many of the other provisions that I've just spoken about, and so many other provisions that are contained in this act. And so, you know, we've jumped now from, you know, meat inspection to gypsum ownership and rights. So not conducive to having good dialogue and getting good input. This is the kind of omnibus bill that creates confusion for people and creates overwhelm for people and makes it difficult for people to digest and understand the bills that government is putting forward. And not only does it create confusion and create overwhelm and makes it difficult for people to understand, when you have a pattern of that, it also makes people feel like there's something being hidden. So when it's been observed time and time again that this confusion is happening and it makes it difficult for people to digest, then it starts to look deliberate. It starts to look like it's being done on purpose. You know, if community members have said it's difficult to digest, we'd like to see it in a certain way, and government persists in presenting things that way, then the implication is that's the intent. The intent is to create confusion. The intent is to make it difficult for people to understand. The intent is to hopefully have things maybe go unexamined and pass through without notice and without adequate debate and without adequate understanding. And that's concerning. But that's how people feel. Thank you. That's what people believe is happening, because it does continue to happen even in the face of this being pointed out. And that goes then beyond a question of this Financial Measures Act and whether it's going to be confusing or helpful to debate, or there's things in here that don't relate to that. Then this act starts to perpetuate distrust among Nova Scotians in government. And so this even goes beyond the question of whether this law is good law, or whether this bill contains provisions that are good bills, or whether it enables the budget appropriately or not. It goes into a question of public confidence in government. And that's a big leap, and that's a big problem. So we'll continue on our examination of the variety of subject matter topics that are here in this bill. So then we come into the non-resident deed transfer tax. And that is, again, that relates to taxation. It relates to sort of financial and fiscal structures. And from a subject matter perspective, it is actually something one would expect to see in a Financial Measures Act. So, so that, you know, I don't have any issue necessarily with the content or with the topic of that being in here. We will, I'm sure, further along tonight get an opportunity to talk about the substance of it. And then we come to the Property Valuation Services Corporation Act. And in this case, it actually is not about finances at all, although some of the provisions of that, or say the purview of that, actually relate to finance. But the provisions itself that are in here are about titles and the voting members of the corporation. So again, I mean, maybe there's a tangential relationship or a relationship to the Financial Measures Act that this could be included, but I must say we've been very occupied with the legislative agenda and the budget that government has put forward, but there were some real clear topics of interest to my community before we started on this process. That really haven't emerged in legislation in the way one might expect. One of those was Nova Scotia Power and energy costs. I mean, we've only seen that emerge sort of at the insistence, really, of the opposition in the course of this dialogue, and then prompted by board decisions that have happened. But that was something that my community was incredibly concerned about, upset about, and we were expecting to see legislative improvements. Those weren't there. And the reason I raise that now is this raises a similar point in relation to property assessments. One of the ongoing questions that I get in constituency is the question of the cost of property taxes. And so that is something that has recurred for years and that people have raised issue about for years. And so I was curious to see that the Property Valuation Services Corporation Act showed up in here, but then the topic doesn't address the issue that certainly my community is raising about the inequity of the costs of their property taxes. So I think it's another example of a topic that is important to community, and then there's legislation that's coming forward that relates to that topic but doesn't address the issue that community has at all. Sorry, so I digressed a bit as I went there. So we'll move along. Now we come to the Provincial Parks Act, and this is about setting of fees and then authorization for conservation officers and what they're allowed to do and authorized to do in enforcement. And so this, again, this doesn't fit with the Financial Measures Act. So again, it adds another subject to our discussions that lead us away from the question of how does this act enable the budget, right? That's what we should be talking about during our conversation with the Financial Measures Act. In what ways do the provisions of the Financial Measures Act enable the budget? And this has nothing to do with that. This is more natural resources content that could have been put together with some of the other natural resources content to allow us to explore that theme and those changes in a coherent way, separate from our discussion about financial measures. But here they are embedded in this act. So, so Nova Scotians are rightly asking, like, were we even supposed to notice that was there? What was the intent of jamming this in, 20, 30 pages in to a bill that's supposed to be about enabling the budget? So after the Provincial Parks Act, the next part addresses the Public Service Superannuation Act. And this is about review of the pension plan. And this is one of those provisions that I would say probably does make sense to include in the Financial Measures Act. But of course, it's sandwiched next to the Provincial Parks Act. So we are now back to one that relates to the topic that we're supposed to be talking about. So continuing on, now we're on to the Revenue Act. And so this is, again, a topic, I guess, that is appropriately put here, but the content of it we've heard Nova Scotians rail against, and I think justifiably. So I won't talk about that content now, but I will say this, Revenue Act is something you'd expect to see in the Financial Measures Act. Then we have some provisions that do relate to taxation and permitting under the Tobacco Access Act. Some of these I think do make sense to include here. Again, I'm not speaking of whether I approve of what's in here or whether Nova Scotians support what's in here. I'm just talking about this from a content perspective. Then it moves along, though, and it branches out beyond taxation and starts talking about the authorization of compliance authors to the powers that they have, authorization for powers. And that starts to veer well away from what one would expect to or hope to see in a Financial Measures Act. So we've again deviated, and now we're talking about meat inspection, and we're talking about the use of parks and fees for the use of parks, and we're talking about gypsum, and now we're talking about compliance officers for tobacco. So again, just a very disjointed piece of legislation that is resulting in disjointed conversation. And I would, I'm having the conversation because that's my job. I'm supposed to be here talking about this bill, and at Clause 1 we're supposed to talk about it broadly, and so that is what I'm doing. But I would very much prefer to not be all over the map with the subject matter that I'm talking about. And but you know what? We have to debate the bill that's in front of us, and so that's what I'm doing. So continuing along, I'm skipping past a few of these, I think, because there's no reason to talk about each of them. I think the point is made probably from the ones I've talked about, but there are a couple more that I do want to mention. The Sales Tax Act is we also see changes to it. Again, this is the kind of thing that one would expect to see in a Financial Measures Act. And then there's the whole provision at the end on the Securities Act, and there's a lot in there. And I am actually not sure whether that should be in here or not, because it really doesn't enable the budget. And it's more about dispute resolution than it is anything that relates to the budget, although, you know, it is a money topic. So I don't necessarily think that belongs in here either. And then we get to the Summary Proceedings Act, which certainly is not a financial measures mechanism. So, you know, we can see from just that cursory review of this piece of legislation that how convoluted it is and how disorganized it is and how many different themes exist within the confines of this budget. But before I put the act itself down and move along to some of the other things that I had wanted to talk about, I do also want to say, you know, you can see the point that I just made actually manifest in the schedule itself, because it's all, well, hang on now. Oh no, this is all coming into force about the effective dates of the act. So there's this coming into force provision has a whole lot more meat in it than the last coming into force provision that we talked about. And the reason for that is because there are so many different acts contained within this bill that each of them require different thought and different provision around coming into force. So you can see that play out, that issue with this being an omnibus bill play out a little bit in the effective dates section here at 137. It's not quite as extensive as I thought it was, because there's just a few listed there, and most of it relates to the schedule relating to the Halifax Dartmouth Bridge Commission Act. But so that, I mean, again, that was an overview of the omnibus nature of the bill and the variety of different bills that are contained within it. And again, I think that's important because it's one of the reasons why I do not support this bill moving ahead in its entirety, because I think there are way too many themes and way too many subjects contained within the bill. And, oh, that's I do that. And there hasn't been an opportunity. I mean, I don't feel that Nova Scotians believe they have had an adequate opportunity to provide input in all of those topics. And so I think that actually brings me to the next thing that I wanted to talk about, and that's exactly that. So we're, you know, the path of the bill is relevant to this. You know, we heard, I don't recall in my time in government, and I've been here for 5 years, I don't recall as many people coming forward to speak at public bills about any bill as came forward for this bill. And folks who've been here longer may have memory of other bills that generated the same kind of input and engagement, but I certainly, in my 5 years, have no I'm confident that nothing else has generated this kind of engagement. That was 4 days of submissions, and we were told that folks were turned away. And so 4 days of submissions that could have gone on for I'm not sure how much longer if folks were given an opportunity for that. And in addition to the 4 days of submissions, there were 700 pages of submissions. And so what we're supposed to be doing here at Committee of the Whole House on Bills is speaking clause by clause, for sure. But this happens after Public Bills Committee. And the intent of that is that we have been able to listen to and digest the input that was provided at the Committee on Public Bills, and that would inform our dialogue and debate and discussion here at the Committee of the Whole House on Bills as we go clause by clause through this act. And I'm going to confess, I didn't have the opportunity to watch all those submissions because at times I was on the floor debating things, and at other times I was preparing. So I absolutely watched some of them, but I wasn't able to watch all of them. And I will also confess, I have not read all 700 pages. I've absolutely done my best to digest and review the many, many presentations and the comments that community members have made. But in the short time that we've had, I haven't been able to do that. I hope government members have taken the time because the Committee on Public Bills is not, the Committee on Public Bills doesn't involve all of us. It only involves a select few. And so, it's incumbent on those of us who are not sitting around that table. We have to go out of our way, not out of our way, it's not difficult to do, but we have to take the time to either tune in or watch it later, or pull those submissions and read those submissions. And I hope that government has done that. I hope government MLAs have taken the time to do that. And that's in addition to the submissions that we've received in our own inboxes. So sometimes we're copied on the submissions that go to public bills, but other times that's not the case. So there's a lot of material that's coming in from the public that should be informing our discussion here at committee. And so I wonder if that's the case, because we really have not heard from government. Again, we've only heard from government, I think, minutes on this bill, and we haven't heard from all of the ministers. So it's not clear to me whether those 700 pages of submissions and the 4 days of testimony and the comments made by the people who were here over 3 days of protests, whether all that input has been digested and considered by government. And I think that that's a really important question, and it's one that needs to be reflected on, because that's the point of the sequencing of these debates. The point of the sequencing is that we build on what happens at each prior step and move forward with new knowledge and new information and input from people. And at some stages, it's input from one another because the input is provided here at this House. And at other stages, it's about hearing from community and digesting that and making good use of the time and effort and courage that people have shown in bringing forward their perspectives on legislation. And so I really think that that's a really important consideration. And I haven't seen any evidence that that's happened. I haven't seen any evidence that government has digested and considered any of that. The only thing that we've heard, I think that 3 things are changing. I just need to find my notes. Minister of Finance, I appreciate him standing up at the beginning of this discussion and mentioning 3 things that are changing. One of them is that government is committing now to voting against clauses 52 to 55. So that will remove the easements positions or the easements provisions from this bill. And so when we get to that clause, I'll speak briefly in support of government's decision to do that. But what I'm hearing from community is that was underway before public bills happened. So I had some community members reach out to say, we think it's going there. Like we think you may not need to submit amendments because government will be withdrawing these provisions. And that was back well before public bills started. So I actually, it really is disappointing to me that if that's what government was considering, well, hang on now. So that was back actually on March 5th that I had a community member reach out to me to say, it looks like this is going away. But government didn't tell us that. So we went through second reading of this bill on, I think if my notes are correct, 5 days potentially, talking about these provisions. And community members from across the province made submissions on these provisions when government was expecting and planning to withdraw them. And now we've heard confirmation tonight that government is withdrawing them. And that's really disappointing to me that government didn't show Nova Scotians. I mean, fine, don't show us the courtesy, it is what it is. But government wouldn't show Nova Scotians the courtesy of telling them, hey, we're gonna change our mind on this, please, don't drive from Cape Breton to come talk about this for 5 minutes. You don't need to take your time. You don't need to put, you don't have to pay for the gas to do that. We've got this, we're gonna amend it. That's discourteous and inconsiderate. And so that to me is quite disappointing that we're only hearing about that now at this late time. While I'm on the topic as well, of the comments that the Minister of Finance made introducing this. I didn't quite catch the first change, but I believe it relates to municipal relations, but I'm not sure exactly what it was, but I presume we're going to get maybe a change sheet at some point in the course of this conversation or these debates here at Committee of the Whole on what that change is. But the other thing that I picked up on, the third thing that that is going to change apparently is a date change. And what I believe the minister said, what I noted down that he said was they thought this would be passed by April 1st. And that, I think, just goes to show government's expectations around the timing of this session. So government tabled legislation that was drafted in a way that expected this would all be done by April 1st, and they would be moving forward and it would be over. And so that means not just the debates, that means there would have needed to be royal assent and then actions taken for whatever this clause was to enable something to happen by April 1st. So I think it speaks to the expectation of the duration of this session, which is, given the volume of not the volume of legislation, there are not that many pieces of legislation, but the agenda in terms of how much is covered within that legislation, it seems odd to me that government wouldn't consider the possibility that they would be here past April 1st. There's a very good chance we'll be here way past April 1st. So to me, that's disappointing. Disappointing lack of imagination as to how this session is unfolding and could have unfolded. So apparently we'll be seeing that change in the course of our evening as we go through the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. So I only have a few minutes left, and one of the things that I wanted to talk about before I finished up at Clause 1 was in relation to a question of the HST reduction. And I raise it, and it's relevant to the question of this bill because this bill contains a number of provisions that relate to taxation. And so at one of the earlier stages of debate, or possibly in conversation, it's certainly within the session, at least one of the members of government stood up to say no Nova Scotians are asking for an HST increase. And I believe it was in the course of debate around this bill. And so I'm gonna talk through a few things. I'm gonna be real clear at the outset. I'm not advocating for an HST increase. It's incumbent on government when they are preparing a budget to do the analysis, the appropriate analysis about what tax changes they're making. And I'm not gonna do their work for them now on the fly. So I'm not advocating one way or another, but what I do want to do is be real clear and set the record straight in relation to what Nova Scotians actually are saying about HST increases, because it is not the case that Nova Scotians are not interested in this possibility to rectify the problems of the budget. And so it's worth talking about as we debate the Financial Measures Act, because Nova Scotians have raised it. And so I thought it was especially odd when, and I believe it was the Minister of Justice who stood up and said, none of my constituents are telling me they want HST increase. Nobody has reached out to me to say that. Because in fact, I've been copied on multiple emails from Nova Scotians across the province who have included every single MLA in this House, including the Minister of Justice, and their emails are advocating for an increase of the HST to address the cuts that government has implemented. And so if we were entertaining that, if government was entertaining that, the place to make that happen would be in the FMA. So I thought that it would be worthwhile to share some of those comments with government in case, as we move through this, they want to reconsider their position on that and consider the submissions of Nova Scotians around HST. Because this is the bill to make that happen if government, as they go back and reanalyze and reassess, which we know they've already done at least once because we've seen some cuts reversed, this would be the time and place to do it, is in this bill. So I thought I would go through, and again, I'm going to summarize here because I haven't had an opportunity to get everybody's input on, or permission to go ahead and and table them. So I'm just going to summarize, but we have one email here that went to all of us, including the Minister of Justice back on March 9th, and it recommends that a revised budget for the Defending Nova Scotia budget should include, but not be limited to, reinstating the 1% cut made to the HST that really only benefited people who could afford to purchase high-ticket items. So that's one example. Then we have another email, again from March 9th, and that also went to all of the MLAs by the looks of things, and certainly it went to the Minister of Justice, who had said that he certainly wasn't hearing from Nova Scotians who wanted to see the HST increased. And in fact, this particular person, and they're actually from Mabu, this particular person said to replace the 1% of the HST would more than offset the devastating losses that are being unleashed on the public through this budget. So that is another person who's speaking or writing in support of HST increases. And then we have yet another person here who, once again, and these are not form letters, like, to be clear, they're all happening on March 8th or 9th, but these are all very different submissions with lots of different content, and just also each of them happen to include advocacy around increasing the HST. Here's another example that was sent on March 9th, and this is someone who's in Elaine's Creek. I'm not sure where that is. I don't know where that is. Usually I'm familiar with places, and that's, I'll be curious to know where that is. In any event, they wrote, again, it looks to be directed to almost all of us, if not all of us here in the House, and they indicate a simple solution is to return the 1% back to the HST to address the budget issues. And then we have another submission. This one actually came on March 8th. This is a lengthy letter that talks about concerns with the budget and implications on people. And they actually conclude that this government made choices to reduce the HST, and that could be reversed, or alternatively increase taxes to higher income earners rather than balancing the budget on the most vulnerable. And that's just a small selection. I also noted that that in response, and again, this, these can be found everywhere. So I'm mentioning the Minister of Justice only because he very specifically said that he wasn't familiar with any Nova Scotians who were interested in having the HST raised. So I wanted, for his benefit, to draw his attention to those. But it's come up on a few occasions. I think the government has been raising that as a specter, as if those of us who are mentioning it are not reflecting Nova Scotians' suggestions. I think it's really important to note that there are Nova Scotians seeking this. Again, I'm not advocating one way or the other. I am conveying the concerns and the solutions that Nova Scotians are raising, and I'm hoping that government will do some more number crunching and some more analysis and consider whether this is an appropriate path. But I will say, in addition to those emails that were received, there are multiple posts on the Minister of Justice's Facebook page in the course of sort of dialogue about what's going on in the House that also include reference to a desire to see the HST increased. So I do look forward to the conversations that we're going to have over the course of the night and the coming days about the FMA, and I'm hoping we'll see some movement based on all of the input that we've heard from Nova Scotians over the past week and weeks. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member from Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thought I would get up just for a few minutes to address the FMA, but for the main reason of one of my areas is included in the FMA, and I've heard the opposition say no minister has talked, and I don't think that's accurate. But I'm going to talk a little bit why mine is included in the FMA and why that makes sense. But before I do that, I just want to address some of the comments, and obviously I won't take an hour to do that, but I just want to address some of the comments of the previous previous speaker, there's a well over 1 million people in Nova Scotia, and she quoted 3 that want to raise HST, Mr. Chair. In my conversations in my community, nobody is asking me to raise HST, and as a matter of fact, our Premier has stated that this is a government that will not raise taxes. And I stand behind that 100%, Mr. Chair. And another thing that this government has talked about is saying that, you know, they only refer to the HST piece and how it doesn't help vulnerable populations. It helps everybody, Mr. Chair. Everybody buys things that has HST. But moreover, when you look at the tax cuts of this government, Mr. Speaker, the fact that we increase the personal exemption, Mr. Speaker, that's a huge benefit to the most vulnerable, because they can then earn so much more income without paying any tax on it, Mr. Speaker. And the indexing of the tax brackets, Mr. Speaker, does the same thing. It benefits everyone, Mr. Speaker. So I would have been remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't bring those points up. But what I do want to talk about is why the Halifax Harbour Bridge Commission and the Halifax Harbour Bridge rolling into Link, Nova Scotia is included in the FMA. About a year ago, Mr. Chair, we reduced, or we actually eliminated tolls on both the McDonald and the McKay bridges to help with affordability, Mr. Chair, and also to help with the commuting experience. And a pleasant surprise came out of that, Mr. Chair. It also improved safety. Safety on those bridges, we see 40% less collisions on the Halifax bridges under the new system, Mr. Chair. And that's so much better for commuters, so much better for folks. The safety component is number one with our government, Mr. Chair. The other piece to that, as we eliminated the tolls on those bridges, automatically we changed the structure of Halifax Harbour Bridge Commission from a government enterprise business entity collecting revenues, and changed its business model to that of a consolidated public entity, Mr. Chair. It only makes sense to include that under Link, Nova Scotia. Link Nova Scotia is the agency that has been set up, Mr. Chair, to look at transportation needs not only specifically in HRM, but across this province. Bringing the expertise of HHB into Link Nova Scotia will help us, Mr. Chair, when we look at other bridges with that bridge expertise. When we look at the Seal Island Bridge and we have to make significant repairs there, they'll be there to supplement that work, Mr. Chair. All of the employees, all of the budgets, all of the maintenance have all moved in under the budget of the province of Nova Scotia. So it absolutely ties to the budget, Mr. Chair, which is why it is the best place under the FMA for the Halifax Harbour Bridges. And as Minister responsible for Public Works, Mr. Chair, I would like to commend the Halifax Bridge Commission for the leadership, for the fine work that they have completed for this province over the many years, Mr. Chair, that they were involved in the Halifax Harbour Bridge. And we're going to work with them as we transition into this new reporting entity. It's business as usual, Mr. Chair. No job losses have occurred due to this transition. Traffic is flowing, the staff are working hard, the bridges are being inspected, the bridges are being repaired, the bridges are being maintained, and I'm super proud, Mr. Speaker, of the Halifax Bridge Group, Link Nova Scotia, this government for having the the foresight to make things more affordable and safe for Nova Scotians. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll take my seat, but that is why Halifax Harbour Bridges are included in the FMA, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to stand and speak on Clause 1 of the Financial Measures Act. And before I get into my more prepared notes, I do want to just respond to something that the minister shared, and it's really was refreshing to have someone from government stand up and speak to something that is in their bill, so that was great. One of the roles that we all have is to represent our people, and one of the things that we often do here in opposition is to provide the voices, make sure the voices of the people of Nova Scotia are heard. So when the minister stood and said that the opposition are saying that they want an increase in HST, I just want to make sure that it's on the record that that is false. I actually haven't heard, well, I can only speak for myself, but I haven't heard any, I don't recall any member of the opposition asking for an increase in the HST. What I have heard are members sharing what they're hearing from the public. And that is our job. We're here to represent people. And whether you were out speaking to people at one of the 3 protests that have been here outside the chamber, or whether you've read the letters and emails that we've gotten, I'm sure if the minister received any of the emails that I got, and I'm quite sure a lot of them were copied to all of us, he would have also read the same. And what I heard from people, Mr. Chair, is they asked the question, you know, why did the government make a cut like they did? Did they do proper analysis? Did they know that cutting the HST would then result in shutting down family resource programs, like at Maggie's Place? And I've talked about that in Amherst and in Truro. These places in our communities that rely on government supports to help the most vulnerable people in our communities, and then oftentimes are providing food and other government programs to help them to raise their families and to get them through some difficult times. So I'm going to share, for example, a letter that myself and the member from Cumberland North both received from Sarah McMaster. And she said, I'm forwarding you a letter written in response to the cuts to DOSD, funded programs from the Nova Scotia Association of Family Resource Programs. When you have an opportunity to advocate on behalf of our community's most vulnerable families, please do so. The needs of families are being compounded by poverty, and cuts to family resource programs lessen our ability to reduce the effects of poverty on families. I have had a pit in my stomach all week, seeing families struggle every day and knowing more of them are going to become homeless and isolated from supports. This is counterintuitive to building healthy families and communities. As we know, an investment in prevention and early intervention reduces downstream costs while strengthening long-term community outcomes. And so I want to share another example that I was given, Mr. Chair. The Minister of Finance wants the House to talk about fiscal measures in the abstract, but in communities like his very own, these choices are not abstract. They land on real places, real children, and real families. One of the province's best-known rural arts institutions, Ross Creek Centre for the Arts in Canning, inside the minister's own region of Kings North, is the kind of place that these arts and culture cuts put at risk. Ross Creek is a non-profit rural arts centre that combines youth arts education, community programming, artist residencies, and professional creation. It relies on donations, earned revenue, and public investment. Ross Creek Centre for the Arts is a rural, non-profit arts centre near Canning that says it brings together youth arts and education, community programming, artist residencies, and professional artistic creation. It also notes that it operates with public investment alongside donations and earned revenue. For children and youth, Ross Creek runs summer arts camps with day and overnight options for ages 5 to 16 with art, theater, music, dance, and more, and weekly showcases for family and friends. Camps overall for ages 4 to 18, including March break options. Teen Arts Academies, 2-week professional intensive for ages 14 to 18. Dance Summer Dance, which Ross Creek describes as Atlantic Canada's most advanced summer dance training program. A youth leadership program for teens to help foster community in camp programs. School programming and field trip collaboration with schools around the province. The camp structure itself is intimate, not massive. These are not boutique programs for elites. These are programs for kids, teens, families, schools, and young people trying to find confidence in community and a future. A parent quote in the same brochure says Ross Creek allowed their child to express his creative and imaginative side with no pressure to do it exactly like everyone else. For older youth, a Teen Arts Academy alumnus says, quote, doing the academies for 3 years prepared me for my university program in fine arts. I was ready for critique and already knew about how to collaborate with my peers and how to dive in and make art, end quote. The Minister of Finance asks us to treat this bill, the Financial Measures Act, like a set of technical decisions. But there's nothing technical about what these choices mean in communities like Canning and across rural Nova Scotia. Ross Creek Centre for the Arts is exactly the kind of place these cuts put at risk. A rural nonprofit that serves children, teens, schools, artists, and families, and that relies in part on public investment. Its campers describe it as life-changing. The Minister of Finance sees lines on a spreadsheet, but families see Ross Creek. And I wanted to just provide these 2 examples that I've had. I'll table those in case they're needed. Just in response to what the Minister from Public Works, his accusation that the opposition are asking for an increase in the HST. That is certainly not what I have said, and I have not heard any of my colleagues here in opposition state that, so that is false. What I am saying on behalf of the people that have contacted me is, was there proper analysis done when these decisions were made? And has there been any analysis done is actually a good question to ask, because we've seen $6.7 billion spent outside of the budget over the last 3 or 4 years. We've seen our Auditor General ask this government to change that practice. We've seen our Auditor General say this government needs more transparency and more accountability, and that's what we're asking for in opposition. That's, or at least that's what I'm asking for. So this Financial Measures Act, you know, is representative of, it's connected to the budget, and these are things that we need to be talking about. Now, I'll go back to my more prepared notes, but I think it's important that false information isn't said here in the House. So on Clause 1, I want to just add some general comments about this bill. We are here in Committee of the Whole House, and Bill 198 was called. And this bill, the Financial Measures Act, is typically called, is often described as a budget implementation legislation. In simple terms, it's supposed to take pieces of the budget plan and turn them into law. And I asked some of my colleagues, and they can't remember this ever happening before, but I could be misremembering as well. But I don't recall ever seeing the Appropriations Act be voted on in the House before the FMA. I recall that typically the Appropriations Act is voted on after the FMA, so I'm not sure why this session we saw things done differently. And so, as I mentioned, I didn't go back and research, but typically what I recall is seeing the FMA is debated before the budget is voted on. And I think it was very discouraging for the members of the public that were presenting in Public Bills Committee. And while they did speak to aspects of the Financial Measures Act, they also felt that they we're going to be hopefully having government listen to them and the impact that they wanted the government to hear, that was, the cuts that were in the budget. I think many of them wanted their voices heard on the budget as well as the Financial Measures Act and the impact. And I think they were very discouraged to find out that the Appropriations Act was voted on before public bill submissions were even completed. So the Financial Measures Act is typically a budget implementation legislation. For example, if the budget says there's a change to a tax rate, then that change needs to be written into the Financial Measures Act. If the budget introduces a new fee or levy, then that needs legislative authority, and that usually comes through the Financial Measures Act. If there are adjustments to financial programs, revenue tools, or administrative structures tied to the government finances, those are typically included in a Financial Measures Act. So in a clear and straightforward system, the budget tells us what the government plans to do, the appropriations give the government permission to spend, and the Financial Measures Act make the necessary legal changes to support those financial decisions. And that is how it's supposed to work. When it works well, it's actually quite transparent, and Nova Scotians can clearly see the plan, and they can see how their money is being spent. They can see the legal changes required to support the plan, and they can follow the connection of all three. But that clarity starts to break down when a bill like this goes beyond its core purpose. And many other people have spoke to this concern already, about the fact that the Financial Measures Act begins to include provisions that are not clearly and directly tied to the budget, so then it becomes something other than a typical financial measures bill. This bill is broader, it's more complex, and it becomes harder for the public to follow. And some have asked, why are we speaking so long on bills? It's because the public deserve to know what is being done in this legislature. They deserve time to figure that out. This bill alone has 20 different pieces of legislation inside of it. So to stand and speak for 10 minutes to 20 pieces of legislation would not be doing our job, would not be doing our job at all. It starts to move away from being straightforward, a straightforward implementation tool, and toward being a vehicle for a wide range of policy and legislative changes. And that's where I have concerns, Mr. Chair. People who are trying to follow the budget back home may reasonably assume that this bill is simply about finances, revenues, and spending. They may not expect to find changes to entirely different policy areas embedded within it. They may not think to look for changes that affect how food is inspected, for example, or how forests are managed, or how new levies are applied to certain types of vehicles. They would have expected likely for a bill under the Department of Natural Resources to be tabled about forestry, for example, rather than something to be included in the Financial Measures Act. And that is why we are taking time to explain what matters to Nova Scotians. Because if Nova Scotians are to understand what is happening in this House, they need to understand not just what this bill is called, but what it is supposed to do and how it fits into the broader process. When Nova Scotians hear Financial Measures Act 2026, they would reasonably expect a budget implementation bill. They would expect tax measures, appropriations-related machinery, revenue measures, perhaps assessment changes, perhaps income tax alignment, perhaps some housekeeping tied directly to the budget. And yes, there are provisions in this bill that fit that description, but that is not all that is here, not even close. Because when we look closely at this bill, it also reaches into meat inspection, it reaches into forestry, it reaches into commercial carbon sequestration reporting. It creates a biennial levy on electric and hybrid vehicles. It changes the rules around casinos and exempts them from certain municipal instruments and deed transfer taxes. It changes provincial parks fee setting. It alters harness racing governance. That's a strange one. It introduces a new securities dispute resolution framework. And through its schedule, as the minister who just spoke spoke about it also dissolves the Halifax Bridge Commission and transfers its assets, liabilities, employees, and functions to Link Nova Scotia. These are all in one bill. And I think that, you know, in opposition, when we ask questions about some of the decisions that the government has made, and we're asking these questions on behalf of Nova Scotians, we should be able to do so without false accusations. And I'm referring to the Minister of Finance, you know, criticizing me to ask about the tolls from the Halifax Bridge and saying how I had advocated for years for the Cobequid tolls to be removed. And thankfully, they were removed for the people of Nova Scotia. But the fact is, they do still remain there. And the minister knows full well that the Cobequid tolls placed undue hardship on the people of Cumberland County for 25 years. And now they're facing possibly a new toll on the other side. So I think it's entirely fair to ask questions on behalf of Nova Scotians to bring up their concerns and ask about financial analysis before decisions are made, whether it's regarding tolls, HST, or other decisions that are reflected. When a bill is called the Financial Measures Act, it also contains changes to meat inspection, but it also contains changes to meat inspection, forestry reporting, electric vehicles, casino development rules, securities dispute resolution, bridge governance, and provincial park fees. Is that really the title helping the public understand the contents of the bill, or is it doing the opposite? Is it making the bill seem narrower than it really is? Is it making it easier for people to assume this is just a routine budget legislation when it in fact is something much broader? Is it making it easier to tuck significant policy changes into a large bill under a title that sounds technical, annual, and ordinary? Those are fair questions. And I'm not standing here to claim I don't read anyone's private motive into anything. I can't say with certainty that the purpose is to mislead, but I can absolutely say that the effect...
That's the second time you've suggested that this House is being misled, so I'm asking you to just refrain from that, okay? That's... you're pushing it. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can absolutely say that the effect of a title like this combined with the bill of this size and speed is to make close public scrutiny harder, not easier, and that matters. This is, in substance, an omnibus bill. The House of Commons procedure authorities define an omnibus bill as a bill that seeks to amend, repeal, or enact several acts and is made up of a number of related but separate initiatives. Parliamentary authorities have also recognized that omnibus bills are used to bring together numerous legislative amendments arising from a policy decision, often said to facilitate parliamentary debate, while also noting concern when unrelated matters are linked together. And that is exactly why omnibus bills require more scrutiny and not less. Because omnibus bills have a built-in political advantage for the government of the day. They allow many different measures to travel together. They make it harder for the public to follow what is happening. They make it harder for stakeholders to know that a provision affecting them is even in the bill. And as some of my fellow colleagues have said, most of the ministers responsible for their bills in this Financial Measures Act have not stood and spoken to their pieces of legislation. Now, we did just see the Minister for Public Works stand, which was really great, but why are not all of the ministers speaking to the changes in their legislation? And this is supposed to be debate, which means there's pros and cons shared. And it would be good not just for us, but for the people of Nova Scotia to hear from the government as to why they've put their legislation forward, rather than just table a bill and stay silent. Especially when you have an omnibus bill of this size. And I think that we have a right to question why. Why put 20 pieces of legislation in one bill that are unrelated? Many of these things to do with forestry, to do with meat inspection, they have nothing to do with the Appropriations Act. They should have been separate bills. But even the fact that they are under one bill, each minister responsible still could stand and speak to each aspect of the Financial Measures Act. There's several ministers that have legislation in this bill. So when you have an omnibus bill like this, it does make it harder for stakeholders to know how the bill will affect them. It also makes it harder for MLAs to isolate and debate each issue on its own merits. And that's why it's important that we take our time and that we bring forth amendments to the things that the public have asked us for changes. And then hopefully the government will listen to the stakeholders and listen to the people and make those amendments. At the end of the day, we all want to have what's best for Nova Scotians. We want to have transparency. We want to see accountability. We want to see healthy legislation for a healthy province. So lots of questions about this massive omnibus bill. And I know the previous chair didn't like me to frame it that way, so I won't even use the word, but it's always important to ask, what is the intention behind things? Like, why are things being done the way they are? And that's our job in opposition, is to ask those questions on behalf of Nova Scotians. Governments will often defend omnibus bills by saying they are efficient. They will say they gather multiple changes in one place. They will say they are tied together by one overall objective, and they will say that this is just practical legislative management. And yes, that is the official argument often made for omnibus bills. But efficiency for government is not the same thing as clarity for the public. And convenience for cabinet is not the same thing as accountability to the legislature. That is why the title of a bill matters so much, and the contents of the bill. Because in an omnibus bill, the title may be one of the only cues that the public gets before deciding whether or not to pay attention. A narrow-sounding title on a broad bill like Financial Measures Act can lull people into thinking that doesn't concern me, when in fact it may concern them very much. A farmer or an abattoir owner might not think to look in a Financial Measures Act for meat inspection changes, for example. A woodlot owner may not think to look there for carbon sequestration reporting obligations. A driver considering an electric vehicle might not think to look there for a new levy. A municipality might not expect casino siting and municipal instrument exemptions to be sitting inside a bill with this title, Financial Measures Act. This House is being asked to move through a very large bill affecting many areas of law at great speed. And when a bill this large is being pushed through quickly, the risks do go up. The risk of something being overlooked goes up. The risk of the public not knowing what is in it goes up. The risk of stakeholders missing the section that affects them goes up. The risk of members being told to treat a sprawling policy package as a routine financial bill goes up. So, Mr. Chair, that is why I say Clause 1 matters, and the name of the bill sets the frame. If the frame is too narrow for the picture inside, then the House has an even greater responsibility to slow down, to read carefully, and insist on clarity. I would like to speak to another issue connected to this amendment, and that is the difference between legislation and regulation. Because I believe, Mr. Chair, that this is what is central to what we are trying to do here. As we know, legislation is the written law passed by this legislature. And at the federal level, the Department of Justice explains that proposed legislation is introduced in Parliament as a bill, and must be approved through the legislative process to become law. Regulations, however, are also laws, but they are not made by the legislature itself. They are made by the persons or bodies given that authority by statute, such as governor and council or a minister. Nova Scotia's Registrar of Regulations likewise states that regulations are laws, that they create rights and obligations, and that the office exists to make them accessible to Nova Scotians, and that distinction matters. Because when this House passes legislation that leaves important terms, criteria, exemptions, procedures, definitions to regulations, what is really doing is only part of the lawmaking job here in this chamber and handing the rest off for later. Sometimes that is appropriate. Not every detail belongs in a statute. No one disputes that. But, Mr. Chair, governments tend to prefer regulations for obvious reasons. Regulations are faster. Regulations are more flexible. They're changed more easily. And regulations do not go through the same full legislative debate process as a bill. The Auditor General, has asked government in many different reports to be more transparent and more accountable. Moving legislation into regulations is definitely a pattern of this government under this leadership, and it is not what is best, in my opinion, for Nova Scotians. It is creating less transparency, less accountability. It's hiding a lot of the work that's being done. And the budget over the last 3 or 4 years is a bit of an example of that, where we've seen astronomical large amounts of money being spent outside of the budgetary process. So regulations can become a way for real operational choices, the ones that determine who qualifies, who pays, who is exempt, what standards apply, and what words mean, to be made later, and less scrutiny than the bill itself. And often what I've heard ministers say is, just trust me. And when we see things move from legislation into regulations. This House is being asked to pass a bill that repeatedly relies on regulation-making authority. But in many cases, most cases I would say, we do not yet know the definitions or the criteria, the exemptions, or the operational meaning that will later determine how the law actually works. And there's certainly, I've been hearing from people who really don't understand the legislation that is in this bill. And the forestry is one of those ones that there's a lot that's not clear, which then leads people to make assumptions that possibly are incorrect. But until that's clarified here on this floor of this House, we don't know. Similar to the Meat Inspectors Act amendments. Also the non-resident deed transfer tax amendments, as well as the new electric and hybrid vehicle levy provisions in the Revenue Act. So it leaves us in a difficult position here. Mr. Chair, we are being asked to approve the structure before we have seen the substance. We're being asked to support a bill, legislation, without the information to know, because we haven't been given the substance of what it's going to entail. We haven't been, because everything's being moved into regulations, and we haven't been told what that's going to look like. We're being asked to pass a framework before the details of that framework meaning have been disclosed. We are being asked in plain language to put the cart before the horse. It's not good lawmaking. It's not respectful of the House or the people of Nova Scotia. People deserve to know not just that something is going to be put in regulations, but they should know how things will actually operate in real terms. This bill does not stop regulations. It doesn't stop government from governing. It doesn't prevent flexibility where flexibility is genuinely needed. It simply says that where a term used in this act is going to be defined later by regulation, the minister should publish, I would like to see the minister publish a draft definition before regulation is made and make it public for at least 30 days. This was an amendment I was going to propose but didn't have a chance to. Explain the purpose and intended effect of each definition. I believe Nova Scotians deserve more information, Mr. Chair. If a bill is large, like this one is, the Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act, complex and moving quickly, the risk of oversight increases. If a bill contains multiple subject areas, the risk of something being missed increases. If key details are left to regulation, the risk of incomplete understanding increases. And when all of those things happen at the same time, large bill, broad scope, limited time, and incomplete detail, then the cumulative effect is significant. And we've been trying to take our time to examine the bills closely, but then being threatened with overnight sittings if we continue to do so. It makes it harder for MLAs to do our job, and it makes it harder for the public to follow along, especially when the debate is happening and votes are happening at 11:30 at night. Why are we trying to hide things from the public? Why are we trying to rush things through this House? Most other legislatures across Canada and in many other countries do not rush their legislation through. Most other jurisdictions have a calendar, in fact, almost all in Canada. And many of the members that are now in government actually advocated for that when they were in opposition. And now support someone to set these hours and to rush legislation through and to make it harder for the public to know exactly what's happening here in the legislature. Why? What's the rush?
Order. It is Clause 1, which is very wide, but we'll try to focus on this bill and what's inside of it, 198. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so one of the things with the Financial Measures Act and Bill 198 is, and I'll say here on Clause 1, is typically the Financial Measures Act, as I've mentioned earlier, are pieces of legislation that allow the budget to move forward after it's voted on in the Appropriations Act. But what we see in this bill are several pieces of legislation that are not connected to the Appropriations Act. They're not instruments, I guess, financial instruments. So my comments, Mr. Chair, about why the rush is like, why are we putting 20 pieces of legislation on an omnibus bill in the Financial Measures Act, and why are we rushing it through the legislature? Like what most legislative assemblies would do, and what would be most people would consider as good practice for lawmaking, is you would, each one of these bills, except for what would be appropriate for a Financial Measures Act, would be a standalone bill tabled in the House, and each one of these bills would have an hour to debate on Clause 1. So, Mr. Chair, I believe we're rushing this through because we have 1 hour on Clause 1 on 20 different pieces of legislation. So why? What's the rush? Why are we rushing all this legislation through in an omnibus bill? Governments have a right to do this, but we also have a responsibility to ask the questions on behalf of the public. When legislation is being moved through quickly, especially legislation, as I said, of this size and scope, it is our responsibility as MLAs to slow down, to ask the questions, and to examine each piece carefully, and to make sure the stakeholders and the citizens of this province have their voices heard. Because once the bill passes, it's law, and people have to follow the laws. And the opportunity to fully examine it and to make sure that it's taking into consideration everything, that opportunity is gone. It's much better to get it right the first time than have to come back next session or the session after with amendments to these bills, and we've seen that happen, and we can certainly do that, but it's better to get it right the first time. Now, before I go through clause by clause, I just want to acknowledge something the Premier himself said, the Minister, or the MLA from Pictou East, said just a few days, I guess it's been a couple weeks now, but he said very clearly that some of the decisions regarding the budget and the Appropriations Act got wrong, things that were too clinical when it should have been more human. So I do respect that admission, and I do respect the Minister of Finance's communication today with us that they have made some amendments to the FMA as well. But the problem we face here in this chamber tonight, because now it's 7:35 at night, is that while government has restored some funding programs and made a couple of changes to this FMA, the structure of the legislation that enabled those decisions has not changed, except for the case with the easements. My question is, will transparency and accountability be improved with the passing of the Financial Measures Act as it is? And I don't believe that it will, and I'm hoping that we will see some amendments to this piece of legislation tonight or tomorrow. Across this legislative session, we've seen bill after bill, including this one here, Bill 198, where we're seeing oversight bodies lose authority, municipalities lose authority, ministers gaining authority, and Bill 198 is very much part of that pattern. Mr. Chair, the early clauses in this legislation amend elements of the province's financial administration framework. On the surface, they appear technical, but they do expand the government's ability to implement financial measures through regulation, as I mentioned, rather than legislation. So it might sound like a minor detail, but it's not, because legislation must come through this chamber. We provide oversight, it's debated and faces scrutiny, but regulations, on the other hand, can be written behind closed doors by cabinet or by a minister, depending on which bill you're looking at. And that shift in transparency and accountability matters, and it's really going in the wrong direction. It's not what the Auditor General says is needed here in this province. And I know that this government, when members were in opposition, they called on the former government to improve transparency. And I remember even one of the campaigns was, "What are they hiding?" I remember that very well. So they campaigned on the importance of transparency and accountability. So the legislation that's moving through this House should reflect that, because that's what they campaigned on. That's what they told the public they wanted. But yet it's not what we're seeing in reality when we're looking at the pieces of legislation that are coming through this House. So this bill alone, the FMA, Bill 198, is moving things from legislation into regulation. So removing oversight, removing scrutiny, public scrutiny, removing scrutiny by us as MLAs, and putting it into more centralized authority. Mr. Chair, the issue also, I mentioned the Auditor General several times, and I think it's really important that we listen to our Auditor General. Her and her team are independent. They're nonpartisan. They look at the books, they do financial analysis, and they provide unbiased reporting. The Auditor General has raised concerns about procurement practices, processes, transparency in major expenditures, and government spending outside of proper legislative oversight. This bill, the Financial Measures Act, does not follow what the Auditor General has recommended for improving and strengthening transparency. Mr. Chair, later clauses in this bill, Bill 198, deal with economic development incentives and capital investment programs. And I believe everyone in this chamber likely wants to improve the economy. But, you know, in the budget that was tabled earlier, that is connected with the FMA, we saw increases in senior management budgets in the Department of Economic Development, and we saw cuts at the frontline services for entrepreneurs through our RENs. And I did have an opportunity to clarify that with the minister during estimates. So the senior management in that department are all getting an increase, no cuts to the number of positions, but the government are cutting the funding for the frontline services to support entrepreneurs in this province. So this Bill 198, the FMA, it does deal with economic development through development incentives and capital investment programs. But economic development must always be balanced with public accountability, because public money is involved, tax incentives are involved, infrastructure investments are involved, and those decisions must withstand scrutiny. At second reading, and also when we had the amendment tabled by my NDP colleagues, I mentioned some of my concerns with some of the amendments in this FMA related to the Everwind project. I do believe that we need more transparency around that. The Premier's been clear about where he sees the province's future. He said larger opportunities are in natural resources, energy development, and major industrial growth. And Nova Scotia has also publicly set an offshore wind target and positioned itself as open for business in offshore wind and green hydrogen. So when we analyze Bill 198, we are not doing it in a vacuum. We're doing it in the context of a government that is openly trying to clear the runway for very large energy projects. But that is why we need to be looking closely at companies like Everwind, considering what has happened in Newfoundland. In February of this year, just last month, the Newfoundland and Labrador government announced it was owed more than $34 million in Crown land reserve fees from wind hydrogen proponents, and said it would not renew land reserves for 3 companies, including Everwind. The province said it had invoiced $54.6 million, this is Newfoundland, and collected only $20.1 million as of February the 9th, 2026, and that collection efforts would begin against the companies with outstanding fees. So that's a pretty big warning sign. Everwind has since secured more than $240 million in financing for its Nova Scotia wind and hydrogen projects, but that financing announcement came against the backdrop of Newfoundland and Labrador publicly saying Everwind was among the companies whose land reserves were not renewed because of unpaid fees and lack of progress. Both of these facts can be true at the same time, and both of them matter. So my question for Nova Scotia is obvious. What safeguards are in place here so that Nova Scotians do not get left carrying the risk, while private proponents keep the upside? And there's many changes in Bill 198, the FMA, that all seem to be tied to this. It may not be a negative, but I think it's important to ask questions and to make sure that we need to make sure that Nova Scotians are protected, and make sure there's provisions in place for security. And we need to ask questions like what milestones must be met before provincial concessions, tax treatment, land access, infrastructure support, or regulatory flexibility are granted. What happens if the timelines slip? What happens if the market shifts? What happens if a proponent fails to pay here in Nova Scotia, fails to build, or fails to deliver? Because we now have a live Atlantic Canadian example showing that the hydrogen hype can collide with financial realities. And prudent government means learning from that before Nova Scotia is left exposed. Healthy energy policy begins with healthy leadership, and it's important that Nova Scotians are protected. Healthy leadership does not ask Nova Scotians to simply trust that all of the concentration of authority is some of what we're seeing through legislative changes in this bill, Bill 198. All of these relationships will somehow sort themselves out behind closed doors. Healthy leadership builds safeguards first, and healthy leadership welcomes scrutiny. Healthy leadership understands that when billions of dollars, public infrastructure, land use, and provincial policy are all moving in the same direction, the public has a right to know exactly who is benefiting, exactly what the rules are, and exactly who is making the decisions. A few other things I want to mention about Bill 198 as we go through it. As I mentioned, 20 pieces of legislation in this bill. Only 1 hour to go through on Clause 1 for 20 different pieces of legislation. The casino tax exemption provides tax treatment exemptions related to casino property transfers. This may be unrelated to energy development, but it does establish a very important precedent. It demonstrates that government is willing to create a sector-specific tax exemption to facilitate private investment. Once that precedent exists, it becomes easier to apply similar frameworks in other sectors, whether it's energy, industrial development, infrastructure partnerships. In other words, once the legislature accepts the principle that certain investments may receive special tax treatment to encourage development, that principle can expand. And that's precisely the type of framework that often accompanies very large energy projects. Mr. Chair, another set of clauses in this bill affects relationships between the province and municipalities. Again, we see a familiar pattern: more provincial authority, less local authority, and sometimes provincial coordination is necessary. I agree that that is sometimes necessary, but we can't dismiss the importance of our municipal colleagues. It's important that we respect them, and I really don't know if we had a collaborative approach, do we really need legislation to have power over our municipal governments? In the past, we used to see more working together, and we didn't need legislation to make things moving forward. Our municipal colleagues are often closer to the people. They're getting phone calls about garbage removal. I know at home in Cumberland that's what happens. And they often know the voices of the people and what people are thinking, often sometimes better than we do provincially, because we're not always right there, especially during times like this when we're here in the House. But when their authority is reduced, it can mean that local voices are diminished, and we want to avoid that as much as possible. Mr. Chair, this bill also extends the capital investment tax credit, and now this tax credit will run until 2035. I understand the logic. Investment incentives will attract capital often, but incentives must be examined carefully because a tax credit represents foregone revenue. And clearly, we need revenue in this province. When we're looking at our $1.2 billion deficit, and when we're looking at our forecasts, we're looking at the forecast of our debt to GDP here in this province. It's going in the wrong direction, Mr. Chair. So if we're going to start offering capital investment tax credits, I think we need to be doing some careful examination, because the tax credit is representing foregone revenue. And we all know that we need revenue for roads, especially in rural Nova Scotia. I do have an amendment coming forward on the Meat Inspection Act, so I won't go into that one as much in detail, Mr. Chair. Interestingly enough, I received a letter from the Deputy Minister of Agriculture which was wonderful, but why does the Minister for Agriculture not stand and speak to the bill? Why, as an MLA, am I getting a letter from the Deputy Minister? As I mentioned, I think it would be best for each minister that represents each piece of legislation in this bill to stand and speak to it and to provide input for all Nova Scotians. But the concerns that people have shared with me is that, yes, there is going to be systems set up for meat inspection, but what the business owners have shared with me is they, first of all, don't want that liability. So it's a bit of a could be a bit of a conflict of interest. They're responsible to inspect themselves, and we all know in any line of business, most people follow the rules. But we also know that there are bad actors. And a provincial meat inspector catches those. If someone is a bad actor and they're responsible to ensure the safety of the animal that they're butchering, I think most people can conclude there's going to be some risk there. And I'm sharing this on behalf of abattoir owners. And I'll say more when it's time for the amendment. I will say, before I move on to the next one, though, we do need to have our maritime provinces working together. We need all of our Canadian provinces working together. The Premier himself tabled legislation here in this chamber previously about removing interprovincial barriers. And although I haven't heard, I'm assuming that this amendment that's stuck in the FMA on meat inspection has something to do with removing interprovincial barriers, I'm assuming. So we need to do that, but if other provinces don't have as strict a food inspection rules, I would suggest more working together with them to maybe increase and improve their meat inspection rules rather than lowering ours. And again, those are words that I'm hearing from abattoir owners. And I'll speak more about that when the amendment comes forth. There's so many pieces of legislation in this bill. So I only have 7 minutes left, trying to think what's the best to bring to speak on. Well, I will close my remarks on Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. But before doing so, I want to say maybe what this bill is missing. And one of the things that I'm hearing, especially since the announcement last week of the increase in the electricity rates, people are really upset about that. And I think a lot of Nova Scotians would have liked to see more being done, whether it was in Bill 198 or in other pieces of legislation, to help them right now and to do something to protect them from the rising electricity rates. So there's a lot of Nova Scotians. I would say it's in the top 3 things that I'm hearing from people. Mr. Chair, healthcare is by far number 1. And again, we don't see any legislation this session on healthcare, and nothing in the FMA, and food affordability. But electricity rates are very, very important to people. Not just residential, but also commercial. When we're looking at how do we support our business owners here in this province, property rates, commercial property owners are not protected by a cap. And we're seeing commercial property taxes quadruple for some people in the last 10 years. And let me just say, most businesses, their revenues have not quadrupled. So, and electricity rates, I would say those two things are what I'm hearing from people. And that's something we could have seen in the Financial Measures Act, is something to do with property taxes. What we are seeing to do with taxes in the FMA, and again, I do have an amendment coming forward on it with regards to the Forestry Act, is, a threat of an increase of taxes for people that own private woodlots. Again, it's kind of unclear. Like, you read the legislation, there's some fear by private woodlot owners that if they don't have a written forestry management plan, that they may possibly have an increase in the taxation of their woodlot. And what I'm hearing from people in the industry is that there's no capacity for forestry technicians or people that work for forestry to provide every woodlot owner in Nova Scotia with a forestry management plan. So if that's not the interpretation, like if people are interpreting this amendment incorrectly, then I would ask the minister responsible for this amendment to stand and speak to this here in the House tonight, because I think that would be helpful for everyone. I know that part of the amendment has to do with carbon sequestration, but there's also part of this also is referring to private woodland owners and needing a forestry plan and the forestry tax. And there's a lot of private woodland owners here in Nova Scotia. 75% of the forests are private owners. It's very different in New Brunswick. It's the complete opposite in New Brunswick. Most of the forestry land in New Brunswick is Crown land. Very different here in Nova Scotia. So if forestry owners, woodlot owners are going to possibly have to pay a higher taxation, that's important for that clarity, for that to be made clear. There was nothing this session brought forward about the Chignecto Isthmus. We're not seeing any investment into getting that work done. So nothing in the FMA, no pieces of legislation. We didn't see anything in the budget to allocated for getting the work done at the Chignecto Isthmus. And that's also a concern. Nothing's been brought forward about the Cobequid Pass, and I want to just mention that. There's nothing in the FMA or Bill 198. Originally, when the Western Alignment Act was brought into being, when those tolls were first put on, it was for 30 years, and those 30 years are up. So I think a lot of people are asking, will the Cobequid tolls be removed for all Canadians, as similar that we're looking at removing all interprovincial barriers? That is a barrier, that is a taxation, it is a tariff. It is a barrier between Nova Scotia and other provinces. And based on the legislation, I'm assuming that those will be removed next year, but that's something that would be nice to have clarified as well. And the last thing I'll mention, Mr. Chair, is there wasn't anything in the FMA about food banks. And one of the concerns that has been brought to me is that the administrative costs for food banks here in Nova Scotia has gone up exponentially. In fact, one of our food banks is telling me, the one in Pugwash, are telling me that 35% of their budget right now is spent on meeting the accounting requirements by the province or by Feed Nova Scotia. So 35% of their budget is for accounting and paying someone to take care of the paperwork, as opposed to buying food for people that don't have enough food to live on. So those are kinds of things that government could be helping with, and again, accounting and management costs. So I look forward to hearing more when people speak to the amendments that myself and some of my colleagues have brought forward. And that ends my remarks on Clause 1 for Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyll.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Happy to stand and provide a few remarks on Bill 198 in response to some of the comments I heard this evening. I do want to start off by perhaps clearing up the air and the record. We often hear that there's only an hour to speak on the bill, only an hour to speak on the title. Mr. Chair, as we are all aware, so far in this session, there are many, many hours to speak at many different opportunities of this the legislation, Mr. Chair, whether it be an hour on second reading, whether it be an hour on Clause 1, whether it be an hour on the litany of clauses that are included in whatever piece of legislation. So to imply that there's only an hour at any time, a lot can be said, or a lot cannot be said, Mr. Chair, in an hour. That's up to, as our right, as a privilege, as a member in this House to say what we want during that time of debate. But I think it's very important for all of us in this chamber and Nova Scotians to understand there are many hours to debate legislation in its various forms. Before I dive into a bit on the economic development aspects, Mr. Chair, I do want to I did hear the member from Cumberland North speak about the carbon sequestration element and saying that encourage the Minister of Natural Resources to speak up and clarify that. I do recall the Minister of Natural Resources getting up and very clearly articulating in question period the 3 different bullets for that piece. So perhaps I can encourage the member to roll the hand or tape to have a listen there. That the Minister of Natural Resources did a very good job clarifying that, Mr. Chair. You know, I do want to talk a bit about economic development this evening, Mr. Chair, and you know, it said what's included and what's not included in the FMA, what was included, what was not included in the budget. I can say what was included in the budget, Mr. Chair. You know, the last year or beyond that, there's been a laser-focused effort on growing the economy in this province. We've done a significant amount of work within the Department of Growth and Development, within Invest Nova Scotia, to really hone in on the big 6, I call, the big 6 areas of economic development, the sectors that can really drive economic growth, defense and aerospace that we've talked about a lot in the last couple of weeks, housing, construction, seafood and agri-food, AI, the digital economy, energy, and our natural resources. And there's money in this budget dedicated to support the advancement of those sectors, Mr. Chair. And we're continuing the success that we've seen in past years with investment attraction, supporting businesses of all sizes, start up, scale up, grow, commercialize, in a world that's more important to do that than ever, Mr. Chair. The fact of the matter is that in Budget 26-27, we've increased our investment attraction funding of over $10.5 million, notably $5 million in innovation rebate program, $2.5 million in market diversification, $1.5 million in strategic positions, $1 million in investment attraction.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in fairness to everyone, everything that the member just listed is not in the Financial Measures Act.
Order, please. Thank you for bringing that up. We're quite early on into this, and I think the member's trying to address some direct questions that were posed earlier. But I will remind the member that we're focusing on 198, be it that Clause 1 is fairly wide. I recognize the honourable member for Argyll.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the point made, and certainly if we've cast many wide nets in this legislature on various clauses, so I'll certainly try to rein in my net and bring it in a little bit tighter, Mr. Chair. I am addressing points, talking about the economy, talking about taxes that the members opposite brought forward, Mr. Chair. So again, the $10.5 million that I mentioned, right there, are part of a $127 million envelope for investment attraction, for business support. Unfortunately, that budget was voted down by every single member of opposition in this House, Mr. Chair. You know, the member opposite earlier referenced RENs. Yes, there have been changes to RENs, a change in the budget, but also a time where we're becoming a lot more focused on supporting our businesses across the province. The fact of the matter is there are gaps in business support coverage in this province. RENs provide a invaluable service. The changes brought forward are not a reflection on performance, but the fact is there are areas of this province that have gaps. The South Shore does not have a REN. The part of the Annapolis Valley doesn't have a REN. There's other parts of this province that do not have that type of support, and as a government, we recognize the importance to do that. That's why we're bringing it a little bit much more, much more narrow. Directly on 3 pillars, and we'll be going through that application process. For the benefit of the House, ahead of schedule, the applications have been sent out to organizations late this afternoon ahead of our April 1st timeline, so I certainly encourage those organizations to apply. Mr. Chair, I could certainly go on about the importance of economic growth. I can certainly go on about what our government's doing, whether it be reducing red tape and being recognized nationally by the CFIB for that, Mr. Chair. I could talk about other tax saving measures that we've done, such as increasing the threshold for the small business tax credit from $500,000 to $700,000, reducing the tax itself from 2.5% to 1.5%. Again, every single member of opposition voting against that, Mr. Chair, despite the blocking of supports for Nova Scotia businesses. I know members of our government believe in the future of this province, believe in good jobs, stronger communities, and long-term prosperity for this province. And Mr. Chair, we will continue to do every single thing that we can to seize the opportunity in front of us and support the future of this province. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will be brief. I won't take another whole hour, but I didn't have this at my fingertips when I spoke before, and I did want to submit it at Clause 1 of the FMA at Committee of the Whole House on Bills. I do, though, want to acknowledge I really appreciate that we're seeing some ministers stand up and speak on the FMA. I think that that's a real contribution to the debate, so I just wanted to share my appreciation for that. So this is a submission that was made at Public Bills Committee, and I think it was very they were all very compelling, and I have so much appreciation and gratitude for members of the public who put in the effort and time and the courage required to come submit at Public Bills. But I did want to share this one because it was offered by someone who has significant experience in the thing we're doing right now. So this is someone, and I'll just read it. His name is public because he did the submission, and I want to read it in its entirety because it's compelling, and it comes from a place of someone who has deep experience in public administration of funds and financial management. And so his name is Bruce Mannion, and he is a former federal public servant. He was a CFO in 3 major departments, and the last department he served in had an annual expenditure base of $100 billion. So he has the kind of experience that informs him, and he has a unique perspective, I think, of everyone who has made submissions, because it's really important that we hear from people who can speak to their own personal experiences or their sector, but it's not very often that we hear from someone who has this kind of understanding of the management of public funds at the volume that we are talking about. So I am not sure. We've talked about the amount of people who've submitted, the number of hours that Public Bills sat for, and the 700 pages that were submitted. So I don't know that everyone heard this, and I think everyone needs to. So all I intend to do is read his submission and then his answers to the couple of questions into the record, and then I'll take my seat and hear from whomever else may be speaking to Clause 1, or perhaps we'll move along to the next clauses. So I have built federal organizations, taken them apart and rebuilt them. I have led major strategic reviews and budgets and conducted complete zero-based budgeting in a number of departments, so I know what tough decisions are all about. I had the honor of being the public servant in residence at Dalhousie for the last 3 years of my career, where I taught in the MBA program. Interestingly enough, I taught organizational structure, government accountability, financial management, and budgeting. I'm also a professional musician, composer, and producer. I had a prepared speech, but I'm going to speak around it. I continue to be quite dismayed by this government and its approach to budget, to the citizens of this province, and to the basic concepts that underpin our form of parliamentary democracy. It seems somewhat baffling to me that this bill, like a number of others I've reviewed, and which I have protested over the last 3 years, continues an attack on those basic concepts. It is an attack on transparency. It is an attack on accountability. You almost get the sense that this government does not want to be held to account, which I find baffling given that this is the land of Joseph Howe, the birthplace of responsible government in the British colonies. It is troubling to me, especially as someone who has studied this, taught it, and lived it. I have the scars from appearances before committees that would make you blush. Standing outside and listening to Nova Scotians, I hear people who are upset. They feel they are not being heard. Worse than that, they are angry. They read about a budget titled Defending Nova Scotians, yet they do not feel defended. They do not feel this government is helping them in their everyday battles: affordability, access to healthcare, housing, and maintaining a basic quality of life. That is why they are angry. Speaking to the bill itself, as someone who has drafted federal legislation, it is a strange bill. It is an omnibus bill filled with housekeeping issues. Less than 1/6 of the clauses relate to anything financial. I find that baffling. It appears to be an attempt to avoid accountability and transparency and to muddy the conversation in both this room and the legislature. Some clauses are particularly problematic. I was genuinely shocked reading Part 6 regarding casinos. You are overriding municipal authority for development. How does that defend Nova Scotia? I cannot reconcile that. Then there is the dismantling of the Halifax Bridges Commission. We had a viable user pay system and it was removed. What is next? Making all provincial parks free? If you want consistency and logic, that's where this leads. And finally, the levy on electric and hybrid vehicles. That is poor public policy. It does not stand up to scrutiny. You are talking about raising roughly $3 million per year, and for what? To offset road costs from vehicles that represent less than 3% of traffic. These numbers do not add up. People are angry. The Premier's polling numbers are declining, and I hope that message is heard. I will leave you with this. There is an old Dutch saying, trust arrives on foot and leaves on horseback. I ask the members of this committee to give this bill very serious consideration before that horse bolts. Thank you. And he was asked a couple of questions. The first was about his views on the process of the Financial Measures Act. And here is what he responded. We have a very old system of government. It evolved over time. One of its most basic tenets is that legislature controls the public purse. Full stop. That is one of the core powers you have. I have seen this taken very seriously in Ottawa, even to the point where it nearly resulted in physical confrontations. That is how important it is. What concerns me is that this principle appears to be eroding, whether by neglect or by design. Additional appropriations are a good example. I find that scandalous. I do not understand how legislation granting that level of authority to the Executive Council was approved. It contradicts everything I was taught about how appropriations should work. There are serious procedural concerns here. And again, this bill tries to do everything but provides very little clarity on actual financial matters. And the final question was around removing the Bridge Commission, and how does that affect the ability of the province to secure funding? And the response? It will be more difficult. There are many projects across the country competing for funding. While the Bridge Commission provided revenue, it was never sufficient to fund a multi-billion-dollar replacement on its own. However, removing it puts the province further behind. Unless significant funding is committed in the coming years, which seems unlikely given the deficit situation, it will be a difficult project to advance. This is someone who knows what he's talking about through study, education, and experience, and I hope that government will take his words to heart. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no more speakers, shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Shall Clauses 2 to 51 carry? Carried. Is there any debate on Clause 52? I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. We had an amendment that we were going to bring forward, and then the Minister of Finance spoke and said that he was that the government was going to vote against it, which is great news. At public bills, I love public bills. I love that people come to us to tell our story. Our main job as MLAs is to hear people's stories, and then we invite them in to hear the stories. I love public bills. It's my favorite. Anyway, so we heard from Nova Scotia Nature Trust. We heard from the Nova Scotia Farmland Trust. We heard from Dartmouth Cove. We heard from the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture. And then we heard from a whole bunch of folks, a whole bunch of Nova Scotians just representing themselves on this clause. It was really causing them sleepless nights. I know that the Department of Agriculture, under the guidance of the Agriculture Minister, is trying to save farmland. I really, truly believe that that's going to happen. And this clause was going, from what I thought, was going to contradict the Minister's work. I'm really happy that this is not going to pass, because these folks were up a lot of sleepless nights. So I'm glad this is not going to pass whenever we get to that bill, or that clause, or that vote. And that's all I have to say. I'm really glad that this isn't going to happen. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I confirm, are we speaking specifically on 52, or are we clustered?
We are specifically speaking to clause number 52. Yes, okay. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
I will wait and speak at 54. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall clause 52 carry? No. Clause 52 is defeated. Shall clauses 53, let me rephrase that. Is there any debate on clauses 53 to 55? I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the government's willingness to remove these clauses, and so I will not speak long, but I did want to make a couple of comments on it. I had many community members reach out about these clauses and their concern with the clauses, and many went through the effort of having multiple meetings. I know they connected with the government and had some many conversations with government. Multiple people wrote letters about this, and so I did want to stand and share my appreciation for that, and just share some of the things that were said in the course of those communications that I received, because they went through the effort. Right? So government tabled these clauses, it seems, without having done the work required to really engage with communities and understand the negative impacts, and then allowed community to think that these were proceeding until just now. And so people went through a lot of time and effort, and when they were under a lot of stress, to share their concerns about this. So I think it's only right that that work be reflected here and that people get an opportunity to hear about it. And so the first one I want to reference is a letter, and I can table this, from Mayor Elspeth McLean-Weil from the municipality of the District of Lunenburg. And this is in relation to the Conservation Easements Act, the provisions under that, particularly provision or section clause 54. And I'll start with the conclusion, and then I'm going to talk for a minute about the reason for it. And so the conclusion was that we urge you to help us in stopping these amendments from proceeding, putting our treasured lands at risk and taking away an irreplaceable conservation tool, enabling Nova Scotia's landowners and passionate, dedicated conservation organizations like the Nature Trust to help in protecting Nova Scotia's natural legacy. And so I worked with the municipality of the District of Lunenburg a few years ago to pass legislation in this House enabling the municipality to work with the Nature Trust to preserve Cape LaHave Island. This was a significant preservation activity, and it was incredibly important to our community, and so it is something that is personally important to me. I know is personally important to the mayor, and very important to the residents of Lunenburg West and the province, given the significance of this preservation. This is 2,608 acres. It's the 5th largest island, and it's become one of the largest islands ever protected in the province. And the idea that it would have been put at risk through the passage of this bill was deeply concerning to many, many people. And so I was so appreciative that she wrote this letter, and not at all surprised, because I know this is something that MODL worked very hard to do. And so but I wanted to acknowledge that. I mean, so government's decision to move forward with this change to the Conservation Easements Act without consultation, and then not let community members know that they were changing their mind. It meant that, the mayor of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg had to invest time and effort to write to us about this issue. All of that could have been avoided. Could have been avoided by basic consultation with the municipalities. It could have been avoided by government letting the public know when they decided that they were going to retract and not move forward with these provisions, that was happening. It would have alleviated a lot of stress and eliminated a lot of wasted time that many Nova Scotians had to undergo. And I don't want to call it wasted time. It's not wasted time to reach out and speak, but I'm sure many folks would have had other things they wanted to talk about had they known that this wasn't proceeding. So I wanted to share that because I thought that the time and effort that she put into this, and that the municipality put into this, deserved acknowledgement on the floor of the House. I want to mention as well that I had a number of community members reach out, and representatives of the Midway Community Forest who reached out about a few different issues that are on the table right now, in particular this one though, and expressed similar concerns. We also heard from the Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust. And I'm just going to flick through. I'm not going to read what's in here, but I want to make sure I've captured the few organizations that I had here that I wanted to mention. Those were the ones I wanted to mention. And I just want to say again, these are passionate and dedicated people and organizations, and they ought to have been consulted before it came to this. They ought to have been engaged, and they ought to have been respected enough to have their voices heard before all of this confusion unfolded. So having said that, I'll just conclude by saying I'm very pleased that government is not going to go through with these provisions and is going to be voting against them. And I'm grateful that that the democratic process is working in relation to these particular clauses. So I want to express my gratitude for that and my appreciation for everyone who reached out and spoke out to encourage government to take this step, because it's nice to see it work. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Shall clauses 53 to 55 carry? No. Clauses 53 to 55 are defeated. Is there any debate on clause 56? I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will read the following amendment. Page 10, clause 56, A, delete 5 each time it appears in proposed subsection 31, subsection 3, and substitute in each case 4. And B, delete 10 each time it appears in proposed subsection 31, subclause 4, and substitute in each case 6. So I would say that this is one of those clauses that, I don't think this is one of the ones that we heard about the rationale behind the changes. And so, I remain curious about what is the problem that's being solved. What are the pros and cons of extending this licensing under the purview of the minister? I'm, of course, curious why it's ended up in the Financial Measures Act. Does it actually result in any lost revenue by the province? Has there been an analysis of that? I assume that less licensing renewals equals less licensing fees. So I would really appreciate that if that could be clarified tonight in this debate. We have a couple of ministers who might be able to speak to that, Minister of Finance, Minister of Natural Resources. Sorry. And, I think, some of the concerns with this, again, it's symptomatic or emblematic of the actions of this government time and time again to concentrate power into the hands of the minister. Mr. Chair, I'm actually finding it super distracting with the noise in the room, and I have to apologize. I'm not trying to direct you, but I am wondering if... Anyways, I'm finding it very distracting with the noise in the room.
Order. It's not too bad. I'll ask the member to continue on. I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So, I think, again, when we put this much power in the hands of a minister, it can, Nova Scotians are feeling left out. They're feeling left out of the governance of this province. When this government started the conversation around natural resources, very quickly decided that a whole bunch of Nova Scotians were special interests whose views didn't matter, that they weren't to be taken into account. And that has essentially circled the whole discussion around natural resources. And so when I look at this, again, like I said, I think it's, I see the propensity of this government to look for all the ways in which ministers can have unaccountable power. I'm concerned about this clause in relationship with the other clauses around the Forest Act, the Crown's Land Act, the Provincial Parks Act, because in totality, I think that this is not positive in terms of conservation. In fact, I would be really concerned, at a time when we have so many community groups who are working so hard to identify, and I'm just going to pause for a moment. I really can't concentrate, so, maybe we can take a recess if people need it. I don't know.
Order. So please respect the member who's speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
It's true, Mr. Chair. Maybe everyone's getting organized to answer the outstanding questions about this clause, and if that's the case, then carry on. I can't wait to hear from members who know about this and are ready to hop up. That would be great. When I see all of the provisions around natural resources, including this one on Crown Lands Act, buried in a Financial Measures Act without financial analysis presented as to why this should be in the Act, I struggle to not have concerns that really this is responding probably to the interests of industry folks who want to be left alone on Crown land for longer than they have been, who don't want to have to respond to any applications or that sort of thing for leases on land. And I think, as I was saying before, we have so many community groups who are working to, as citizen scientists, as land defenders, to identify valuable areas of Crown land that should be protected, that, help contribute to our conservation goals, the harvesting and the sort of high production forestry that's taking place is often taking place in ways that is really destructive to the species at risk. The corridors and that sort of thing are not being respected. So unless I can hear something differently from folks here tonight, I don't believe there's anything in here for Nova Scotians. I think there's something in here for a handful of companies in Nova Scotia. Like I said, I don't understand why this is in the Financial Measures Act. I don't understand what the lost revenue will be for the province. That's the type of analysis that really government should be bringing forward in the Financial Measures Bill. I also, because of its placement in Crown Lands Act, I think that we've heard a lot from the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs and other community members about their concern about the persistent and ongoing discussion about natural resources in a way that has completely excluded the Mi'kmaq people. So in a sense, this would provide a longer period of time where treaty rights and treaty considerations, not that people are actually engaging very much in a nation-to-nation relationship, but it would at least reduce the formal requirement. And I think, in September 26th of 2025, the Assembly released a public notice, and I'll print this out and retable this. I know I've tabled this before, highlighting how, and I quote, "Despite repeated assurances, the provincial government continues to make significant legislative and policy announcements on natural resource development without advance notice to or discussion with the Mi'kmaq. This should be a time for greater trust building with the Mi'kmaq, not escalating tensions and aggressive enforcement action." And I think, you know, we heard from a number of folks who spoke to their concerns as Mi'kmaq people in how the treaties are being upheld, about how communities formally and informally are being engaged in discussions around natural resources and development, and a real fear that in the lack of really having what seems like a functional relationship, particularly on the issue of natural resource development, that in fact the government will just keep going forward without any consultation. So for all those reasons, I am concerned about the proposal to lengthen the amount of time that the minister can approve a license. I don't see what's in it for Nova Scotians, and perhaps the minister can rise and talk about what the costs to Nova Scotians will be of this.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think my comments apply sort of quite generically to either the clause itself or the amendment. So I'll stand to speak now, and I think that they apply in both contexts. So I share the members' concerns about this clause, quite candidly. So we're talking about Clause 56. It's an amendment to the Crown Lands Act to allow the Minister of Natural Resources to grant or renew timber resource licenses for a period of up to 5 years without Governor and Council approval, or 10 years with Governor and Council approval. And as we just heard the member from Sable Island, Citadel Sable Island say, and this is a concern that I have as well. We don't really know what's driving this. There has been no explanation given and no analysis done that is compelling to help us understand why these measures must be taken. Why it is we're moving from the current provision that allows approvals of 2 years to extend that to periods of 5 years or potentially even 10 years. And it's, I am going to speak for a minute about the fact that this is plunked in the middle of the FMA and out of context. There's a few things surrounding it that address Crown lands or private lands and forestry, but it certainly isn't being provided or part of a suite of changes that have allowed us to hear dialogue about the context and to get better understanding from government as to the implications of this or the reasons for this. And one thing that I think is very important if we're taking any steps in addressing forestry in the province, particularly if we're addressing forestry in Crown lands, but I think forestry either in Crown or private lands, is an understanding of what the Leahy report tells us about this issue. Because there was a significant and comprehensive study done only a few years ago in Nova Scotia. And the purpose of that study was to create and craft a plan and recommendations for how Nova Scotia could tackle the question of forestry and forest practices moving forward in a comprehensive and organized way. And so for us to be debating this clause that extends use of Crown lands and use of removal of timber and resource licenses for an extensive period of time, I'm not even sure how we do it without the groundwork of understanding how it fits within that framework that was provided to Nova Scotians, in the very recent past. Certainly not long enough ago. So it was 2018. August 2018 when this report was completed. And I mean, the landscape, metaphorical and physical, hasn't changed significantly since then. So this is an important reference point. It's an important resource. And so I wanted to spend a bit of time as we contemplate what this what this means for Nova Scotia Crown lands, to spend a bit of time covering the contents of that report to the extent that they may help us understand the benefits of this provision and potential drawbacks. So to inform the conversation that we're having around this provision and the amendment that the NDP have put forward. And so I'm going to start, it's an extensive report. So I'm looking at only the executive summary, and I believe that's what I'm looking at. Oh no, I may have the whole thing here. I'm looking at 69 pages. I'm not going to cover the whole thing, obviously, but I want to cover the elements that are kind of key to our conversation. So the first thing that I want to cover is the scope of the report and the engagement work that was done to inform the report, because I think that that's important to know, and I think it also provides some guidance as to how we potentially should have seen engagement around these clauses unfold. And then I want to look very specifically at the executive summary. So we'll keep it concise. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the recommendations for implementation on Crown lands, because that's exactly what this provision addresses, right? This provision is about how long do we allow licenses to be implemented for around forestry and timber extraction on Crown lands. And so there are just a couple of pages in here of recommendations very specific to Crown land usage, and so I want to cover those because I think I personally don't know how to have this conversation without doing that, especially since we really don't have a clear picture from government as to what analysis went into this or what engagement was done or what is trying to be accomplished with this. So, just to start with the context, so people understand what the mandate of this report was. So it was commenced back in August of 2017, and the appointment, Professor Leahy's appointment was made by the Honourable, nope, not name, sorry, almost did it, the Honourable, the Minister of Natural Resources at the time, to undertake an independent review of aspects of forestry in Nova Scotia. In two parts. So there's two elements to the report. That's the forest practices and then market access concerns raised by owners of forested land, particularly in the western region of the province. And on both of those issues, his mandate was to examine current practices, including strengths and weaknesses, and provide recommendations for improvement regarding how Nova Scotia balances long-term environmental, social, and economic interests in managing the province's forest. The original mandate was for until February of 2018, and then there was some extensions given.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the Financial Measures Act, not the Leahy report, so I would ask that we get back onto the Financial Measures Act.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll stay relevant to the amendment, where we're looking at replacing some words 5 to 4 and 10 to 6. So I think you mentioned there are some parts that tie in directly to this, so maybe we can go straight to those parts. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I do appreciate that, I'm going to make sure that I stay relevant. I think if the Financial Measures Act had confined itself to financial measures, we certainly wouldn't be talking about the Crown Lands Act. But in fact, the Financial Measures Act includes amendments to the Crown Lands Act. And the Leahy report provides 69 pages of recommendations that are directly relevant to the Crown Lands Act. So I'll make sure I stay relevant to the question of forestry practices on
Yeah, we'll
Crown
stay
lands.
relevant to the amendment. Yeah. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Okay, so the amendment, the question in the amendment is whether we delete 5 each time it appears and substitute 4. Is this the amendment we're talking about? Okay, so what I'm going to cover is the background of the Leahy report and the specific recommendations on the use of Crown land, which will help us understand the duration of time with which licenses should be applied or should not be applied. That's the groundwork that I'm covering, and that's the relevant piece that I want to make sure that we turn our mind to. Because the Leahy report speaks specifically to the use of Crown land and forestry practices. And so it's very much relevant as to what it says about what we should be doing on Crown land to understand the duration of those licenses. So that's really what my focus is, and that's where the relevance is rooted here. So in the course of the development of the report, there was an engagement with academia. And I think it is also important to understand who was engaged here, because this helps us understand whether those recommendations are adequate or complete, or perhaps it's the case that the government's changes that are being proposed and then the NDP's recommendations or the NDP's proposed changes, perhaps it's the case that those can be disregarded because we know that the government did broader consultation or considered additional things beyond what was considered in the Leahy report. So those are important factors in understanding both the government's proposal at Clause 56 and also the NDP amendment. So that's really why I'm focused on this. And so what I want to do is I want to compare what we know about how Professor Leahy derived his recommendations with the information government has provided us about who they've consulted with and the information that they've considered in developing their clauses, and then compare that to the NDP. So as I said, and I'll just summarize this.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
Again, Mr. Chair, we're way off topic now. We're talking about how government got information, how Bill Leahy got information. This is not about government or how government got information. It's not about the Leahy report. It's actually, and I'll remind the member, for greater certainty, nothing in Section 15A or 15B requires an owner of forest property to submit a forest management plan as a condition for qualifying for or maintaining a tax rate for forestry property. That is very clear on what we're speaking about. It doesn't talk about the history of the Leahy report. It doesn't talk about the history of forestry, Mr. Chair. It actually, this amendment is what we're supposed to be speaking on. And in the past, that member has stood in her place when I've gotten a little bit off topic and did a point of order, Mr. Speaker. So what I would say to that member is, this is what the amendment's about. Speak to it.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to rise in a point of privilege. I believe what we are witnessing in this chamber is not an ordinary interruption. It is repeated conduct directed at a member in a way that amounts to harassment and interferes with her ability to perform her duties in this chamber. Every member has the right to be heard, free from obstruction, interference, and intimidation, and I ask that you protect that privilege now.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I'll remind the member opposite, the last time I stood up to speak, they interrupted me at the 3-minute mark, the 5-minute mark, the 8-minute mark, and the 12-minute mark.
Okay, I'll rule on the point of privilege. That is not a point of privilege. All members have the opportunity to stand up on a point of order. I will remind the member for Lunenburg West, maybe I'll give you 2 minutes to bring it back, because we are straying far from the amendment, in my opinion, and I'm chairing this. So we don't need the background. We need really to tie in with the changes of dates here, if we can do that specifically. So with that, I recognize the member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so just to be clear, we're talking about CWHB NDP 2. That's the amendment we're on.
Yes, it is. Okay. Correct.
Okay. And so the amendment that we're on is an amendment to, I just want to just lay the groundwork for understanding what is relevant to this discussion versus what is not relevant to the discussion.
I'll give you an example. We were talking about you had mentioned the Leahy report, and who Leahy was and who put Leahy in charge of this report. That is not relevant to this amendment. We are talking about changes in time, so we can speak to that, and I believe maybe there is some subject matter that is relevant to that. Let's stick to that. I recognize the member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the explanation very much. So it's easier to determine relevance when government provides detailed information about the basis of their decisions, right? So what we're debating right now is an amendment to government's amendment. And government's amendment is an amendment to the Crown Lands Act, which adjusts licenses associated with Crown land management of forestry. And so it increases and it changes the duration of time, right? So there was a prior piece of legislation that allowed for licenses for a certain period of time, and government has tabled an amendment that has provided an alternate period of time. But government hasn't explained why that is. And so we're left to debate and understand. We kind of have to fill in the blanks to understand what reasons they had for making that change. So if government was to have defined the reasons in advance, then we would have a clearer picture of what was relevant and what was not relevant. Because they didn't define it in advance, and I do want to talk about the amendment itself that the NDP has put forward. It's the same question, right? So it's an amendment to something that government hasn't defined the relevance of. So the document that we in Nova Scotia have that best explains the rationale for and the policies behind and the recommendations for the use of Crown land for forestry is the Leahy report. The entire reason for the issuance of the Leahy report and the use of the creation of the Leahy report was Crown land management. It is specifically the act that we're talking about, the Crown Lands Act. And then how does Crown land get used in forestry? And so the question of how long we allow licenses to be utilized for is specific to that. So that's where I'm coming from. And so it's important for me, because government hasn't provided the context that would sort of rein the relevance in. And then, if government had said X, Y, and Z are our goals, and we're focused on this because, then we could point to that and say that's what's relevant. But the only thing that we know is relevant here is the use of Crown lands for forestry. So that's a really broad net. And so in understanding that, because government hasn't provided any details, I really need to do this work to go through the Leahy report to set the groundwork to understand what was the purpose of this clause in the first place. So that's kind of where I'm at. So I won't take too long, but it is relevant and based on sort of what you've described as within the parameters of that. So I'll just continue on with that, and then we'll go from there. So I would love to know who government consulted with and who they engaged with. And I'll just go through a few. I won't read it because I appreciate everyone's time, but it is an important consideration so that we understand who Professor Leahy consulted with. And perhaps government will provide some advice on that as we continue with the discussion on this in terms of who they've consulted with. So Professor Leahy had a significant number of academics that they were engaged with. And then in addition...
When I gave the example of what not to do, I specifically used that example of Dr. Leahy and how who has recommended him had nothing to do with the actual amendment, right? So we're talking about length of licenses, or leasing, sorry. I'm getting confused as well. So I'll give you a couple minutes to circle back, and we'll try to tackle this. If we can't get anywhere, we'll move on to another speaker. But I'll give you another shot for sure. Sorry. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
I appreciate that. I'll take less than 2 minutes to get through this, and then I'll go straight to the recommendations, which are specifically about how Crown lands are used. So I just wanted to cover what was done there. So there was oral input at 80 meetings. There were 2 full weeks of engagement with a review team. There were multiple documents put forward and considered and reviewed, and many experts in the course of that. Department of Natural Resources was engaged, along with other folks, and so that was the scope of engagement that Professor Leahy underwent. And I probably have missed a few things there because in the interest of making sure I'm on track, and I don't want to belabor that. So back to the recommendations, because again, this provision is all about the use of Crown land for forestry. And so to understand both the government's amendment and then the NDP's amendment to that, we need to understand what we're working with, what's been advised to Nova Scotia as to what we should be doing and what we actually are doing on Crown land, to know what the importance of these duration changes might be and the impact of these duration changes. So if we take a look, and again, I'm going to confine myself to the executive summary because that's the most consolidated and condensed aspect of this. And so I'll just talk about a couple of overview concepts that Professor Leahy offered in the report. And the first is that the key to the whole report is that forest practices in Nova Scotia should be guided by explicit and formal adoption of a new paradigm called ecological forestry. And that treats forests first and foremost as ecosystems, and it's primarily concerned with the effects of forestry on ecological values such as water, soil, and habitat, and for all the species that inhabit and constitute those ecosystems. So we can see that Professor Leahy is looking at this and looking at forestry practices on an extended timeline. Right? When you talk about things like the ecological values of water, soil, and habitat, that's not a 2-year timeline that he's considering, and that is that forms the basis of the recommendations of the report. That's a much longer horizon that he has in mind. So that's helpful for us in understanding the duration of these licenses, because we know that this report is driving at a long time frame, and for that government has the ability to manage on that long horizon. So a change in the licensing duration that moves us from 2 years to 10 years could potentially impact government's ability to look at those longer term issues in the management of the forestry, such as water, soil, and habitat for the species that inhabit it. He also noted that ecological forestry is not anti-forestry. It doesn't aim to protect the environment by eliminating or prohibiting commercial timber production. Instead, it seeks to combine the imperative of protecting ecological systems and biodiversity with the social importance of sustaining a productive and profitable forest industry. So that actually reflects a balancing of interests, which I think is important. And it's also interesting because it does make one think that there may be reason to extend licenses. So if the analysis was done to understand if the particular Crown land at issue in a license, that the use that the applicant wanted to make of that Crown land was consistent with government's long-term plans in alignment with the Leahy mandate, then perhaps having a longer-term license is beneficial because it provides certainty to the operator, certainty to the organization who's coming in and managing the forestry. A longer-term license actually as well might support a more managed approach to forestry rather than clear cutting. We'll get to that in a minute, because we do know that clear cutting is something that can happen quite quickly, and you can have a parcel of land. So if you're leasing Crown land for clear cutting, that actually might be something that an organization can do over the span of just a couple of years and be done with it. And so so the couple of years might be adequate for that. But if we're talking about a more managed and a longer horizon for the use of forest lands, and by that I mean not clear cutting, but selective cutting, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes, then having that longer horizon actually may allow for that more managed approach to forestry. So those are, I think, really interesting implications, and the Leahy report's sort of discussion of that, I think, will help us better understand the impact of having the change in time frame. So we'll continue on. And this I actually think is helpful as well. The Leahy report goes on to talk about that forestry, it should seek to approximate the disturbance regimes that would naturally determine the species composition and tree maturity of the forests in which forestry is being conducted. The underlying premise is that forestry will moderate the negative consequences of commercial forest use because forests as ecosystems and forest-dwelling species have evolved to cope with those natural disturbance regimes. Well, what are natural disturbance regimes? Natural disturbance regimes are the kinds of things that do disrupt a forest. So a disturbance regime might be a fire, might be a wildfire. That has a particular impact, a significant impact, has a significant impact on community and people. We know that. It has an impact on animals, but it changes the profile and makeup of a forest. And that's something that can come and happen very quickly, right? That actually is quite similar to the impact of clear cut in some ways. And I'm overgeneralizing, and I'm definitely missing some pieces to that. But when you see the impact of a clear cut and the impact of a wildfire, at first glance, if you sort of look past the charring that happens in a wildfire, they have a similar disruption pattern on a forest. And that's something that can happen, like I said a few minutes ago, in a 2-year time frame. So under the prior structure, under the prior time frame that existed under this clause, that is something that that particular disturbance pattern is something that was likely to be able to be implemented. Other disturbance patterns, though, happen on a longer-term basis. So when we look at invasive species, for example, when we look at insects that can come and cause damage to forests, that looks very different. So that doesn't result in necessarily in a clear-cutting experience where you just look and the whole forest is gone. Depending on the type of forest, an invasive species might actually take down a particular type of tree and a particular size of tree. And that's something that can happen over a longer period of time. You don't typically see that necessarily happen in the span of 2 years. So if that's the kind of forestry that you're trying to emulate, or if that's the kind of disruption pattern that you're trying to emulate in your managed forest, then you will need access to that crown land for a longer period of time. And so if that's the case, it might be the case that government's revision or amendment of up to 5 years and then potentially 10 years with governor and council approval, that might be necessary for that kind of managed forest, if that disruption pattern is what the particular forest calls for and is required. And in which case, it may be the case that maybe that particular goal will not be accomplished by the reduction of those timelines that is provided in the NDP2 amendment. And again, I'm not sure, because we didn't hear from government as to whether these were the goals or not. So I do have to do a lot of speculating as I try and work through both the objects of these amendments and then the consequences of the amendments. But we can see here, though, that that different types of forestry are better served by shorter leases, and other types of forestry are better served potentially by longer leases. Now, I will also offer the caveat, though, that if if someone is looking to do a clear cut, having a license for 10 years is also beneficial to that, because you can manage your plans around that. So having a 10-year license doesn't prohibit a clear cut. Having a 2-year license might prohibit the more managed approach to forestry, but I'm not sure. So we'll continue on from that. So it goes on and kind of explains what I was just describing. There are also forests in Nova Scotia subject to disturbance regimes that tend to affect whole stands at relatively frequent intervals, and that result in even-aged forests of predominantly single species. That's exactly what I was talking about with what you see at times with a wildfire. And again, not the same, but similar. In general, under an ecological forestry paradigm, clear cutting, depending on how it's done and site-specific considerations, is acceptable in these forest conditions because it comes closer to approximating those kinds of disturbance regimes. It also gives effect to the importance that ecological forestry places on combining ecological protection with a thriving forestry industry. So I think that just reinforces what I was saying about clear cutting and wildfires and the timeline that you could look to do those on. That is something that might well be supported under the existing 2-year provision without the further extension. Now, it does go on, though, to say that alternatives to clear cutting should generally be applied where the forest is of mixed species, multi-aged variety, and it follows that clear cutting is generally acceptable when applied to forests that are naturally like the forests produced by clear cutting, which are primarily softwood, as well as forests planted and grown and harvested by clear cutting. Okay, so I will leave that because I think I've demonstrated that point, and I want to move on now to kind of some other concepts. And so I do want to mention the triad model. I'm not sure if I've heard it mentioned previously. I had to step out a few minutes there in earlier debate, but it's important to understand the specific recommendations about Crown land implementation that I'm going to go through in just a couple of minutes. So I want to explain that to set the groundwork for that. And the triad model is very specifically around, again, the mandate of this, which is providing government with a plan and recommendations on how to manage land for forestry, and specific to Crown land as well. So very much relevant to the provision that we're talking about right now. And so Professor Leahy concluded that Nova Scotia should explicitly and officially adopt a triad model to the implementation of ecological forestry. And so it requires 3 elements. And I do need to kind of cover this to go on to the Crown land recommendations, because the Crown land recommendations relate to these 3 elements. The first is forests that are protected from all forestry. So element number 1 is fully protected forests, and not just from forestry, but also other kinds of human interference. That's designation as parks, nature reserves, or wilderness areas. Those serve as a sanctuary for wildlife and a base for ecosystems and biodiversity. So that would not be covered. None of those should be covered by anything affecting or anything affected by Clause 56, because Clause 56 talks about leases for timber removal. But one of the elements recommended by the Leahy report were forests protected from forestry. The second element is forests dedicated to high production forestry, and that includes through clear cutting as well as high production alternatives to clear cutting. And those are to allow for the concentration of industry's activity and the minimization or avoidance of impact that it would otherwise have on the wider landscape. So now we're getting into the options that I was talking about before around understanding which of these practices might be better served by or entirely prohibited by the duration of your license. And so the first one we're talking about is that high production forestry. I already mentioned that clear cutting is something that can be done on a short-term license. I don't really know from this whether other high production forestry is something that could be done on that shorter duration license, or whether those types of high production forestry would require the longer license that government is recommending, or perhaps the midterm license that is the subject of the NDP amendment. And so that's the first 2. And then the third element of the triad model is the management for a combination of ecological and production activities, contributing both to ecological conservation and to commercial forestry. In general, this means forestry with a lighter touch and limited clear cutting. And so those are the 3 different ways that we can manage forestry, and those are the 3 elements that are recommended. And as we just heard, as I talked about that sort of managed forestry approach, that is one that is likely to require a longer term lease or access to lands because it is not intensive clear cutting. It requires more planning. It requires sort of selective harvesting that one would presumably want to do in accordance with a longer term plan. And so a longer term lease would be beneficial to that. So, I mean, it may be the case that government has been working with those kinds of organizations who are looking to do long-term managed forestry and are looking to implement these extensions of lease timelines for that very reason. The later amendments that restrict and seem to punish private woodlot owners from those practices would lead me to think that's not the goal here. Because one wouldn't think you would want to encourage that type of managed forestry on Crown land and then punish it on private land. But I am left wondering. So without government's advice and without submissions from government, we really don't know. We don't know why that inconsistency appears here. So it may be that I'm coming to the wrong conclusion about why government might want to extend the duration of leases through this, through their amendment. So I'm going to continue on now and look at the specific provisions on Crown land. And Professor Leahy, wait, before I do that, I think this has been mentioned a few times now, but it does bear repeating. Roughly 30% of the forest in Nova Scotia is Crown land. It's not a significant proportion. 70% is private landowners, and much of it by owners of small woodlots. And so, with that ratio, it makes it that much more important that we do what we can to protect the Crown land that we have, both because we want to protect it, but also because it is a resource and we want to manage it responsibly. And we only 30% of it is that. So Professor Leahy's conclusion is that the ecological forestry must be pursued on Crown and private lands with a combination of tools responsive to both the opportunities and limitations associated with each category of landholding. And for Crown land, which is what we're talking about in this provision, this means robust use of the Crown's direct authority over Crown land to require, on an ambitious time frame, that forestry be conducted ecologically. So here's a time frame question again. So Professor Leahy was recommending an ambitious time frame around protection. Now, that doesn't necessarily translate to an ambitious time frame on leasing, but it is something for consideration. And then he goes on to talk about private lands, but I'll leave that aside for now. We've got private lands to talk about in some clauses in the future. So the implementation of Crown lands. So that brings us now to the overview. This is just, again, the executive summary. I'm not going to read the rest of the report around this, but it's the nuggets that are pulled out in relation to implementation on Crown lands, which is exactly what we're talking about, both the substance of the government's amendment under Clause 56 and also the NDP amendment to that amendment under NDP CWHB NDP 2. And so this, I think, is really helpful for our consideration, certainly helpful for my consideration of this. I hope it's helpful to the House as well. So I'm going to go through the recommendations that Professor Leahy made around implementation on Crown lands. And so these are implementing the ecological forestry, including the triad on Crown lands. And so the first is analysis of the existing system of ecosystem-based management applicable to Crown land suggests it's connected to an inadequate understanding of disturbance regimes that in many situations it doesn't encourage but limits and delays adoption of multi-aged silviculture prescriptions and thereby delays the shift from clear cutting that is called for on Crown lands that are not in the high production leg of the triad. So That's interesting, and I'm not clear at this moment in time. I'm just looking at the report. It may be the case that there have been updates by government that would help us understand this. But what Professor Leahy is saying here is that he's looking to see practices adjusted on Crown land to move, in some cases, from clear cutting, which is high production. So for those bits of Crown forests that are not should not be under high production, to move to multi-aged prescriptions. And so it's not clear to me whether this provision supports that or not, right? So he's looking for an understanding of the disturbance regimes. And this doesn't provide that to us. Mm-hmm.
I'll just ask the member, we've spoken about disturbance regimes and clear cutting, and it is becoming a little repetitive. So let's see if there's any new nuggets in there and how we can relate it back to the length of the licenses. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And when we're referencing the Leahy report, I think it's very much part of the Crown Lands Act, especially since one of the last times the Crown Lands Act was actually amended was in 2021. It was a direct recommendation from Professor Leahy to incorporate more sustainability measures, and so that the Crown Lands Act of 1989, the original act, was designed specifically and solely for timber resource for the forestry industry. And he was also clear with the majority of the recommendations, all but two were Crown land related. And the impetus of that report was because of the excessive clear cutting on Crown land and the need to shift the management practices on Crown land. So when we're talking about licenses, and I think it's very relevant to go through the recommendations in the report, at least 7 of which aren't implemented yet, all on Crown's lands. When we're talking about Western Crown land planning, when we're talking about a new environmental assessment process, Class 2, still not implemented. When you have a number of outstanding recommendations, I as a member want to hear that talked about when we're actually contemplating extending the length of time of Crown land lease approvals. I think it's very relevant, especially all of the recommendations that pertain to Crown land when we're talking about amending the Crown Lands Act.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is not about the Leahy report. The member can say that all he likes. He can say that there's recommendations that weren't done. That's on previous governments for not implementing that too, Mr. Speaker. But the truth is that this is about a very specific amendment. It's not about the 7 recommendations. It's not about Bill Leahy's work. It's not about who he spoke to and who he didn't speak to. If it was about that, it would be in the amendment, Mr. Speaker. And I've been called out last time I got up, I got called out for being not even close to off topic like this is. And that member and other members who've stood here to support did not stand up. In fact, some of those members stood up to shut me down. All we're asking for is if the member's going to stand up and talk for hours on hours on hours on these things, that the member stays on topic, which is the actual rules of this committee.
I want to thank the members for their input. This is a very specific clause we're talking about here, and I think the member has brought some points up that are directly relevant. They're becoming a little repetitive, but if there's anything new we have to offer, let's go for it. And we did have the opportunity at Clause 1 to be more general and talk about, you know, the report and I guess more in general. But with that, and with what I've just said, I I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps I can help. So we're talking about the first of the recommendations of the Leahy report in relation to Crown lands. And this particular recommendation references that there is an inadequate understanding of disturbance regimes on Crown land. And so if government continues to have an inadequate understanding of disturbance regimes on the Crown land, then having long-term leases where they allow rights to be undertaken for 10 years, up to 10 years, it prohibits them from developing that understanding, right? So they're going to, so if a 10-year lease means that that someone else, not government, has control and rights over that forest for 10 years, which prohibits government from undertaking a study to develop that adequate understanding of a disturbance regime. And so we haven't heard government tell us whether that piece is done yet. Government hasn't stood up to say, you know what, we've done this, so we're good now. We can give long-term leases because we've done all the study we need, and we now understand in relation to all Crown lands what those disturbance regimes look like, and therefore we can go ahead and give out long-term leases. We haven't heard that from government. So we are left with this recommendation and the understanding that many of these recommendations have not been completed. So I'm left with the assumption that there remains an inadequate understanding of disturbance regimes. And therefore, having only short-term leases is probably pretty important, because otherwise government's giving away their rights and their opportunity for 5 years or 10 years and losing the ability to comply with that recommendation. So that's very directly relevant to the duration of the lease. And it's directly relevant both to the question of whether a 5-year or 10-year extension is suitable, or perhaps whether the more mitigated provisions that the NDP have put forward, which is decreasing 5 down to 4 and decreasing 10 down to 6. So that's why I wanted to spend some time on that particular provision, because it does have an impact on duration, and it's directly relevant to the specific clause that's in front of us. So thank you for letting me tie that together. So I'll move on to the second Crown land recommendation. I'm not sure if I'm going to get through all of them, but perhaps one of the other members will pick up where I left off if I don't make my way through all of them. And I think too, if government had spent some time laying the groundwork for this, we probably wouldn't spend as much time now in opposition explaining why this is relevant. But the fact of the matter is government hasn't done any of that work. So we're left to do the job both of government in laying the groundwork for relevance and also of opposition in terms of talking about the pros and cons. And so, if government was looking for a more efficient use of our time, then they could have given us this information at the outset and potentially limited the relevance of our conversation. But in the absence of that information, the relevance window is quite a wide open one. So I'll continue with my review of this. So the second recommendation that that Professor Leahy made on implementation on Crown lands is this. So the pre-treatment assessment process that largely determines the prescriptions applied within the current system of ecosystem-based management does not sufficiently take wildlife issues into account. The lack of attention to wildlife in pre-treatment assessment process is not counterbalanced by reassurance that wildlife receives adequate attention in the integrated resource management process. And I think that that's a similar consideration. It references the fact that there's not sufficient consideration of wildlife issues. And so I think I would say the same thing about, or a very similar thing about this clause as about the clause in front of it. There's more information that's needed, more information that government needs to have at its in its understanding before determinations are made. And so I think there's a very valid question there. If leases are being extended in terms of their duration, does that minimize government's opportunity to really fully comply with this provision and do the assessments that are necessary to understand wildlife issues in relation to these lands and in relation to the leases that are being issued? And so that to me also is quite relevant. And for individual animals, I think, again, the duration of lease matters, right? So if we look at migration patterns, if we look at the way animals move through land in relation to the disruption patterns of forests, the duration of leases might have a significant impact on your ability to understand those patterns. And truly inform the practices that inform policies that government's making around the use of Crown land. Could I get? Thank you. So that's the second recommendation. So I'll move on to the third recommendation in relation to Crown lands. So it goes on to say, together these conclusions raise doubts as to whether the current approach will produce the shift to an ecosystem-based management of forestry on Crown land, including science-based reductions in the proportion of harvesting by clear-cutting, as is their stated objective, on a timely and meaningful basis. So this provision to me brings into doubt even the 2 years that's being offered, right? This provision calls into question whether any of this is actually going to happen at all, and maybe recommends a pause while government spends the time it needs to consider. So to me, this particular recommendation suggests that an extension to 5 or 10 years is not supported, but perhaps, in fact, a pause is necessary to allow government the time and opportunity to take those science-based approaches and make the determinations that are necessary to comply with the Leahy report. So that's the third bullet. And for anyone who's interested in looking, I haven't tabled this. I'll table it at the end, but it is on page small Roman numeral 6 of the executive summary. The bullets themselves, they're not numbered. I'm numbering them as we go, but they're actually in here. These recommendations are in here in bullet form. So the fourth one, the fourth recommendation with respect to Crown lands. Thanks very much. The fourth recommendation with respect to Crown lands is as follows. The ecosystem-based management system should be amended to remove features that artificially favor even-aged silviculture in natural forests and to strengthen the support it provides for multi-aged silviculture prescriptions. This should be done through an open and transparent process that includes representatives from the review team, and the kind of amendments to be made estimated to reduce clear cutting from 65% on Crown land to 20 to 25% are outlined in the report. That's pretty significant. That right there is pretty significant, and I think it relates very clearly to the provision that we're looking at. Because it is recommending an adjustment to move away from practices that were in place in 2018 at the time of this report, to move from clear cutting down to multi-aged practices. And so again, back to my comments that I made earlier about the 2-year leases and the likelihood that they would only allow for clear cutting, whereas the 5 to 10-year leases would potentially allow for those multi-aged practices to occur. That to me, like, that's a benefit, but I am still really doubtful and concerned because it seems to me that that's unlikely to be government's goal in this, because if government was moving towards encouraging multi-aged and managed forestry, we wouldn't see the other provisions that we see in this act, which which punish, or which appear to punish, the owners of private woodlands who are trying to do that very thing. So I wouldn't want to make the assumption that government's goal in extending the lease durations here is to support that kind of practice, because we're certainly not seeing that evidenced in the other provisions that are being introduced. So I'm still left wondering what the goal is, and why the extension on these leases. What's the problem that's trying to be solved? And so when I look at that, then I would suggest, although this provision 4, recommendation 4, if that was the goal, then I would say perhaps that long-term lease is a good thing, and the amendment offered by the NDP might not be long enough for that. But I have reticence over making that conclusion. I have a hesitation that that's what the goal is. I feel like if that was the goal, we wouldn't see those other clauses here that are punishing people who are already engaged in that practice financially. So I don't think that's what the goal of this is. So although it might support this 4th recommendation on implementation on Crown lands, I don't think that's what's happening. But maybe government will stand up. Maybe we'll have a minister stand up and speak to this. Now, this would have to be, this is the Crown Lands Act, so this would have to be the Minister of Natural Resources. I'm presuming, potentially the Minister of Finance, whose bill this is briefed on this issue, but one would think that it would be the Minister of Natural Resources who could stand up and talk about the Crown land practices and the goals of this. I don't think we've heard her speak to this bill. So we're left kind of trying to figure it out on our own. I'm down to only 6 minutes, and I've only gotten through 4 of the recommendations, but I'll keep going, and then perhaps someone else will pick up where I leave off. So the next recommendation that the Leahy report makes on the implementation in Crown lands is that forestry operations on Crown land should continue to include high production forestry. That is, forestry production in the production leg of the triad, in plantations and suitable natural forests. It should, however, be subject to an accountability framework that achieves outcomes such as soil productivity, water quality, wetlands, timber supply and quality, aesthetics, biological diversity, public accountability, economic aspects, social considerations, and forest health. To help ensure the productivity of this forest, policies discouraging the controlled use of herbicides to encourage the growth of commercial species should be reconsidered. That's actually interesting because, again, it talks about a lot of what is discussed in the Leahy report talks about long-term timelines, like practices that involve long-term planning and long-term execution. And this would be an example of that. So this would be an example of high production forestry. So we might be talking about clear cutting or other mechanisms of high production forestry. But the accountability framework conceives of this happening over a long period of time. If we're measuring for water quality and wetlands and the habitats, timber supply, aesthetics, biological diversity, public accountability, you're not flipping that in a year. Like, that's something that you will be working with the person or organization who's managing that land for a long period of time to be able to provide those inputs and get that data as the forest is managed. And so, again, we're back to if the government's goal and practice here is to implement the Leahy report and move ahead perhaps with this particular recommendation, then the longer term lease would actually be beneficial. But they've given no indication of that. And not only that, there's nothing in here, if that's what was happening, if that's what we were seeing in Clause 56, one might envision that those other requirements would be included. So not only would we see Clause 56 refer to an extended duration of the lease, but we would also potentially see Clause 56 refer to these accountability mechanisms and measurements, or even maybe make reference to regulations that would incorporate those. And so although I would say that longer term lease might support or could potentially support the implementation of this 5th recommendation of the Leahy report, I'm still left with a lack of confidence that that's the goal, because I really do think we would see more of that. And also, I feel like if that was the goal, government would be would have told us, because that's really, I think we would get behind that. I think opposition would get behind that. I think you'd see many organizations get behind that. So although on its face, Clause 56 may support or could potentially support the implementation of that 5th recommendation from the Leahy report, I don't know that it will be. I don't think that's the purpose of it, and I'm not confident that that's where it will go. You know, and having said that, it appears to me that the NDP amendment on that would restrict that possibility, but I'm not really worried about the restriction of that possibility because, quite candidly, I don't think that's what the goal is here. So I think, but that's an important consideration as we look at the provisions of this. So we'll move on to the sixth aspect of the Crown Lands implementation provisions. And so what that says is that the Department of Natural Resource with Crown licensees must take immediate and sustained action, including by conducting or commissioning appropriate scientific research to respond to and address concerns about its current mapping of disturbance regimes and the impact of forestry on sensitive soils, bird populations, tourism, outdoor recreation activities, and protected areas. So this, I think, relates to some of the comments I made earlier about the other provisions, where the Leahy report is calling for immediate and timely action on undertaking research to respond to address concerns. And to me, I don't know whether this one is complete. Government hasn't told us whether it's complete. But if it's not complete, then giving away or relinquishing the rights to Crown lands and giving them to someone else to manage forestry or to perform forestry practices to 5 to 10 years would, I think, prohibit this work that's recommended. I also can't help but note that, you know, this also, government's recent decision to restructure and make cuts in natural resources and the things that we've heard from folks who've been involved in that and the implications for the science and the understanding. I have great worries about furthering this particular recommendation of the Leahy report based on those changes. Now, perhaps government can stand up and say, or someone else can stand up and tell me that this is completely done and the box is checked and nothing further is necessary. But again, to me, that would be something to celebrate. I would have thought that government would have led with that in this discussion about changes to Crown land use. But we haven't heard that. So I appreciate everyone's dialogue on this, and I look forward to the conversation continuing as we try to better understand this provision and the impact for Nova Scotians. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Shall the amendment carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Continuing debate on Clause 56, I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to propose an amendment to Bill 198, Financial Measures Act, page 10, Clause 56. Add after the proposed subsection 4 the following subsection 5. The minister shall no later than 30 days after issuing or renewing a license pursuant to this section publish a notice indicating A, the name of the licensee, B, the location, term, purpose, and any material conditions of the license, and C, whether the approval of the Governor and Council was required for the issuance or renewal. So, Madam Chair, here in the Financial Measures Act, I'm just going to take me a minute here. I got a lot of papers. We have this amendment to the Crown Lands Act in Part 5 of the Financial Measures Act, Clause 56. So I am just going to read that just for anyone that's listening so they know exactly what I'm proposing with my amendment. So in the Government's Financial Measures Act, section Clause 56, it says, subsection 31.3 of Chapter 114 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Crown Lands Act, is repealed and the following subsection substituted. Except with the approval of Governor and Council, no license issued pursuant to this section shall be granted for a longer period than 5 years or renewed for a longer period than 5 years at any one time. And So what I wanted to do is read what has been repealed, just so people know as well. So in the original Crown Lands Act, the section that the FMA is repealing is 31.3, which says no license issued pursuant to this section shall be granted for a longer period than 2 years or renewed for a longer period than 12 months at any one time. So they've taken this, I'll just read it one more time. No license issued pursuant to this section shall be granted for a longer period than 2 years or renewed for a longer period than 12 months at a time. And the Financial Measures Act is changing that, so it's taken that out of the Crown Lands Act and replaced it with, substituted it with this. Except with the approval of Governor and Council, no license issued pursuant to this section shall be granted for a longer period than 5 years or renewed for a period more than 5 years at any one time. So my amendment goes after that, after after 4. And the purpose of my amendment, Madam Chair, is for transparency, to improve some transparency around the decision that if the minister was to make this decision. So the clause that I've added would allow the minister, or rather the clause that's in the FMA, would allow the Minister of Natural Resources to grant or renew timber and resource licenses up to 5 years without Governor and Council approval, and up to 10 years. Is that right? 5 years, 10 years. Yes, and up to 10 years for with Governor and Council approval. The concern here is not that Crown land should never be used, Madam Chair. I'm not concerned that licenses I'm not saying licenses shouldn't be granted, but rather my concern is with transparency and oversight and who decides. So the Crown land, I'm just going to read what is Crown land in case someone listening isn't 100% sure. So Crown lands are all the part of the land under the administration and control of the Minister of Natural Resources. Of the 5.3 million hectares of land in Nova Scotia, about 1.53 million hectares, or 3.8 million acres, or about 26% of the province, is designated as Crown land. In addition, most of the submerged lands, the seabed along the province's 9,000 kilometers of coastline, are also considered Crown land. And I thought that was interesting, and I'm wondering is that piece of it relevant to this legislation? Are there parts of our coastland that maybe are going to be given, that the minister is going to be using this new legislation for? Or is it strictly forestry inland? Because the reality is, based on this definition of Crown land, our 9,000 kilometers of coastland are also considered Crown land. So we need more transparency and accountability. Also, what it says for Crown lands is exceptions would include federally and privately owned water lots. The province owns other land across Nova Scotia, including wilderness areas, protected areas, highways, roads, and provincial buildings. These parcels and other structures are managed and administered by other departments and not considered Crown land. And this is, of course, information that I got off of the government's website, and there's information of how to find where there is Crown land, and you can find that online through the Provincial Landscape Viewer. It also talks about what can I do on Crown land. Crown land is owned by the province and managed by the Department of Natural Resources on behalf of the citizens of Nova Scotia. It is a collective asset which belongs to all of us. Nova Scotians are welcome to enter on Crown land and explore its natural beauty. Hunting and fishing are permitted on Crown land in season and with a license, and many trails have been built on Crown lands for the use and enjoyment of Nova Scotians. Trail uses may vary depending on the region, and those using the trails should follow directions on signs posted in the area. The right to use and explore Crown land comes with an obligation to leave nature in its natural state. Trees and underbrush must not be cut from Crown lands, and so on. Many acres of Crown lands are licensed for a variety of economic purposes to help build and maintain the prosperity of the province. These purposes range from licenses and leases for cranberry bogs, forestry operations, mines, peat bogs, power lines, wind energy, to broadband towers and tidal energy. The Crown land is a finite asset which we strive to use effectively for the good of all Nova Scotians. Public activities on Crown land should not interfere with the rights of those who have entered into leases or licenses with the province. The activities that are permitted in wilderness areas and wildlife management zones are different than those permitted on Crown land. For questions regarding wildlife management zones, please contact the regional offices of the Department of Natural Resources, and questions about wilderness areas should be directed to the Department of Environment. So I just wanted to read that for anybody that may be listening, just so people understand the land that we're referring to with this amendment. It specifically is for Crown land. So the Crown land, as defined by the website, it's owned by us. It's owned by the people of Nova Scotia. It doesn't belong to the minister exclusively. It belongs to the people of Nova Scotia. So when the government proposes, as they have here in Bill 198, to make it easier for one single person, the minister, to approve longer-term use of the public land, then the legislature here has a responsibility to ask whether the proper checks and balances are in place. So my amendment that I've tabled is intended to restore some of that balance, because what this clause does is centralize more decision-making power in the minister's office and reduces the level of public scrutiny that would otherwise apply. That is, this is part of a broader pattern that I've talked about with, I think, just about every bill that we've seen tabled this session, and I also raised it with my general concerns about Bill 198, the Financial Measures Act. So less authority to open processes, more authority concentrated in ministers' offices or cabinet, in this case, exclusively with the minister. The licenses are not trivial administrative matters. Timber and resource licenses can affect access to public land, can affect land use, can affect environmental values, can affect infrastructure routes, and can affect future development opportunities. As my notes on this bill make clear, changes like this can make it easier for governments to accelerate large projects by reducing approval steps and centralizing authority. And that may be more efficient for government, but efficiency is not the same as accountability, and speed is not the same as transparency. And, you know, as I've mentioned, and I'll continue to mention, the people of Nova Scotia deserve transparency and accountability, whether it's their public money, the taxpayers' money, or in this case, Crown lands, the land that is owned by the people. If government wants to shorten approval pathways, then they should also be willing to strengthen public reporting and oversight. So if you take a look at my amendment, Madam Chair, what I'm asking is that the minister, no later than 30 days after issuing or renewing a license pursuant to this section, publish a notice indicating the name of the licensee, the location, the term, the purpose, and any material conditions of the license, and whether the approval of the Governor and Council was required for issuance or renewal. So I'm not proposing that we stop the amendment to the Crown Lands Act that the government is proposing here, but what my amendment is asking is for more transparency, more accountability, so that the taxpayers know, is this licensee going to a private corporation? Is it going to a publicly traded corporation? And those details should be made public if Crown land is being used. So again, my amendment, I believe, is reasonable request of government. It doesn't block licenses. It doesn't prohibit development. It simply says that longer-term licenses affecting public land should continue to face a higher level of scrutiny, and the public should know what the licenses are being granted, for what purpose and to whom, and for how long. Madam Chair, the public land decision should not quietly move further away from the legislature and further away from the public eye. If a minister is going to exercise this kind of authority over public land, Crown land, then there should be at minimum process for transparency, reporting, and meaningful oversight. And that is what this amendment is seeking to protect. Because once the authority is handed over and scrutiny is reduced, it's very difficult to rebuild public trust after. And at a time when Nova Scotians are already concerned about rushed decision-making and lack of transparency, this House should be careful not to give up one more safeguard. I will mention also, just briefly, one of my very first meetings that I had back in 2017 was with members of Athol Forestry, which sadly now closed up shop, but they were a forestry cooperative in Cumberland County. And at my very first meeting, they wanted me to come and meet with the Minister for Natural Resources and they had a whole list. I think I had 14 questions, and that was one of my first meetings with one of the government departments. And one of their concerns was with stumpage fees, and they felt that the government were competing with the private sector, and I wanted to mention that, Madam Chair, that it's important that the decisions that are made by government are the right decisions, and that we are not doing anything that could potentially negatively impact our private woodlot owners when it comes to forestry industry and for any commercial work. So I hope that the government does take that into consideration. I am not an expert on forestry by any stretch of things. I will say, I'm proud to say, one of my brothers, one of my many siblings, one of my brothers is a forestry expert, though. He works in northern New Brunswick and works for A.V. Nakovic, I think that's how you say it, and used to work for Irving. But I know there's many others here in the chamber that are more forestry experts than me, but I do really want to advocate for the taxpayer and for the people of Nova Scotia to ensure that the decisions that are being made by the government, I'm not suggesting that there's anything nefarious being proposed, but I am saying that the fact that we are extending the length of time that Crown land licenses can be issued by the minister, not just cabinet, but the minister alone, that there should be transparency in showing who exactly is the land being licensed to, the location, the term, the purpose, any material conditions on the license, and whether it needed the approval of Governor and Council, whether that was required or not. So for these reasons, I encourage members to support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
No. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to rise for about an hour to talk about the importance of the... I could easily talk for 24 hours on this particular topic, but specific to this amendment, I think is important to, as the member referenced, the importance around transparency. So I think it's a very friendly amendment to just suggest that the minister report no later than 30 days so that folks know clearly what's happening on their land, because this is public land. And that was a real important principle woven throughout the Leahy report. But there's one main recommendation that hasn't been followed since 2021, and that is the most important one around transparency, and that is the recommendation to create an independent evaluation process, an annual independent evaluation process. In 2020, so there's only been one formal evaluation, some members would know, and that was done by Professor Leahy himself. Very thorough review that looked through all the recommendations, progress that was made, and progress that needed to continue down the path to truly realize ecological forestry, especially on Crown land, and implement the triad approach that he had proposed, and that was accepted by the prior government and endorsed by this government. So there is a number of very public recommendations that have not been completed, and when we don't have that annual check-in anymore, and we're looking at extending Crown land licenses without a reason or a mechanism to have that accountability measure, when Leahy said himself that long-term licenses should no longer drive how Crown forests are managed. They must be reshaped to fit ecological forestry with less exclusivity, more flexibility, and no automatic renewals. That we shouldn't be moving forward on something like this without the accountability and transparency mechanism that my colleague is proposing here. I think it's pretty clear that it's not necessarily something that would prohibit being able to allow the minister to extend these licenses or extend a longer license from the cabinet table, but without having any kind of way of showing the public who's operating on the Crown land for how long, we do not have the confidence that this is something that will be done in the true interest of all Nova Scotians. We still have a number of recommendations to implement to make sure that we are looking at more ecological forestry on more of the Crown land. We still have a lack of progress specifically on the one part of the triad, which is conservation, and that work being stalled on protecting the Crown land. Even the 30 or 40 some sites that have been sitting in the pending area since 2013 when the protected area strategy is out, a lack of implementation plan for designating more sites and collaborating with Nova Scotians to find more Crown land to protect for that leg of the triad, and recommendations that are specific to Crown land licenses that are outstanding in the Leahy report. Specific recommendation 16, where natural resources together with Crown licenses must take immediate and sustained action, including by engaging interested parties in collaborative problem-solving forums and adopting precautionary measures to be responsive to concerns about the potential adverse impact on forestry with a number of different considerations, whether that's soil value, whether that's bird populations, whether that's species at risk. So I just want to remind the members of that principle that is woven through the whole report, which is ecosystem-based forestry. And this amendment is about ensuring that the public is aware when there's specific changes that have big impacts on their land. So I just wanted to add that in terms of adding some context if we are still interested in ensuring that we have movement on the triad, all three legs of the triad, to ensure that we implement the report in a more transparent way.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief on this amendment. I just wanted to rise in support of the provision that increases transparency and accountability into this. And also, sorry, I'm adjusting my pants here. Also to say, I had really confined my remarks on the NDP amendment and will continue probably keeping that focus when we get to the main clause on forestry practices in Crown land, because that's what the provision that the government tabled is about. But I wanted to acknowledge the point that was made by both members who just spoke, who acknowledged quite rightly that use of Crown land is not exclusive to timber. Use of Crown land is something that is available to and the right of all Nova Scotians, right? This is land that is land that belongs to Nova Scotians. And so really the relevance question around this clause is not confined to the question of use for forestry. So the relevance question is broader than that, and it's a question of what does this licensing provision, what does the extension of the time for licensing do to anyone's use of Crown land, whether that be for forestry or anything else? And so I just want to highlight and reinforce that Crown land is owned by the province, but it belongs to Nova Scotia. It's managed by the Department of Natural Resources on behalf of the citizens of our province. It's a collective asset that belongs to every single one of us. And Nova Scotians are welcome to enter onto Crown lands for a variety of activities. Crown lands are not exclusively to be used for forestry. Hunting is permitted, fishing is permitted, exploration for pure enjoyment is permitted. And some of those activities are licensed as well. Some of those activities are seasonal. Many trails have been built on Crown land, and those are built for the use and enjoyment of Nova Scotians. And so that right to explore Crown land is something that can be distinctly and truly impacted by the duration of licenses that are given to folks who operate forestry in forestry activities on Crown land. And so the discussion around this particular clause, and again, I kept myself quite strictly confined to forestry when I was talking about the NDP amendment previously, and when I stand to speak on the clause itself, I will keep my remarks largely confined to forestry. But it is perfectly relevant for debate to talk about the way in which those licenses that are contemplated under Clause 56 and extended under Clause 56 impact the other activities that happen on Crown land, right? Changing license duration from 2 years to 10 years means you are tying up that land. Depending on the type of forestry that's being implemented, you're potentially tying up that land from hunting, from fishing, from ATV use, from hiking, and other activities that are the right of Nova Scotians to utilize that land for. So I thought it was really important to make that point and to thank the members who have already spoken and made that point as well. I wanted to reiterate that and reinforce that. So having said that, I greatly appreciate the transparency and the accountability that this amendment offers, and I appreciate it being brought forward. And with those short remarks, I will take my seat.
Shall the amendment carry? No. The amendment has been defeated. Shall Clause 56 carry? Carry. Oh. Did I? Okay. The amendment had carried before you stood up, so the amendment is carried. Oh. Sorry, just a moment. Oh, is that why you had stood? Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was waiting. I had tabled the report, and I was going to continue reviewing that, and I haven't gotten it back yet. I can do that by my. I've got it in my hand now. I can squint and see it with my phone.
Okay, we're just going to wait for the page to join us. Are you trying to continue on with debate? Is that?
Yes, I had asked multiple times to get the report back to be able to debate on this clause, and I don't have it back. That's the issue.
Okay, I need 1 minute. So I've gotten a lot of feedback here. When we called for the clause to carry, it did carry before you stood up. I'm unclear as to if there was some sort of arrangement made to get it tabled and photocopied. I was not aware of that. But with that being said, when the motion went to carry, or when the clause went to carry, you hadn't stood up. So I'm going to let this clause carry because I don't fully understand why we were waiting for this to go through. So I'm going to move on to clause 57. Shall clause 57? Sure. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
So I don't believe that a call for further debate was made, which would normally trigger the shall the clause carry, right? There wasn't much of an opportunity to stand.
So I haven't done that. Okay, just one. Okay, so since I've been chair, there hasn't been a consistency where I've asked for further debate. So I'm going to stay within my parameters here. I asked if clause 56 was carried. It was carried. There was a delay in you standing up after the after the clause was carried. So I am going to move on to clause 57. Great. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I seek unanimous consent to go back to clause 56?
Do we have unanimous consent to... No. We do not have unanimous consent. Shall clause 50, so clause 56 is carried. Shall clause 57 carry? Clause 57 is carried. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier. Oh, I call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, order just. Okay. So I'm calling clause 58. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking to clause 58, just a reminder to where we are with what is clause 58. And that is that it allows a conservation officer or other person appointed by the minister to cause vehicles found on provincial ground lands in violation of the Act or regulations to be removed and impounded, and outlines parameters and rules relating to the removal of impoundment. Madam Speaker, this clause, we have spoken to numerous times in our caucus. This clause is problematic. This clause, I believe, is trying to solve one problem. And that one problem is what is occurring, or what has occurred on Hunter's Mountain in Cape Breton and Unama'ki. It is a way to disallow protests from occurring by making it illegal for cars to park on Crown lands. It is a law. It is a law, Madam Speaker, that is seeking to solve a problem I'm not sure really exists. Because of its vagueness, Speaker, Chair, there is no place. There's no place in this section that actually provides time limits on how long a vehicle can be parked. I find that if the member has something to say, he can say it, but please, can he stop chirping? Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, again, as I said, there are no timelines involved. So how long can you have a car parked on Crown lands? There should be, when you're doing these types of laws, and I've said this before, when we're doing these types of laws, vagueness is not our friend. Vagueness can be an enemy because it does not provide clarity people need to ensure that they are within the laws. And again, this clause is very suspicious in the problem it's trying to solve, because it seems like it's targeting one particular community, the Mi'kmaq. Water protectors, land defenders, Madam Speaker. It is part of another bill that was passed that criminalized people for doing what protests are supposed to do, disrupt the status quo. That part of the bill was also due to Hunter's Mountain. It's also due to the fact that the government is concerned about those that are going to protest against fracking and protest against uranium. The same with this bill. That's the problem it's trying to solve. It's trying to stop people from being able to go to places, particularly Crown lands, where the potential for uranium mining and fracking can occur. It is also to stop people from protesting against clear cutting. Madam Chair, this sets up a structure that is very problematic, especially when you are targeting a particular group or organizations. This clause is dangerous, and it is ethically and morally wrong, in my opinion. Thank you. I didn't move the amendment. I'm going to let you.
Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I rise to echo some of my colleagues' comments and concerns on Clause 58, which expands the authority of conservation officers to act in relation to activities in Crown lands, provincial Crown lands. And in particular, it allows vehicles to be seized and impounded. And so I want to just review what that means and the implications for individuals. So we'll just go through it piece by piece, and that'll help us understand it. So 58 says, Chapter 114 is further amended by adding immediately after Section 38 the following section. 38A sub 1, conservation officer or such other person or class of persons as may be appointed by the minister. So I think that's an important part to pause on there, because this doesn't just include existing conservation officers. This contemplates other people being appointed by the ministers to have this authority to cause a vehicle found on Crown lands to be removed and impounded, and the other authorities that are conferred under this. So conservation officers, we know conservation officers are well-trained, educated, and well-equipped to do their job. But I'm not certain what other person or class of persons the minister might potentially appoint under this clause. And there's no indication in this clause who else might be appointed. And so I think that's something that should cause us concern, because conservation officers have training, they are sworn under the law. I will come back to my concerns that I've raised multiple times about the protection for political influence, but speaking only about the professionalism, ethical obligations, and training of conservation officers, we know that they are equipped to deal with some challenging situations, and removing a vehicle and impounding a vehicle, seizing a vehicle might be one of those. But I could see them being adequately trained and equipped to do that role. I do, though, have significant concerns that that any other person or class of persons might be tasked with this. And the reasons for that concern will become clear as I move along in the discussion of this. So 38A sub 2 goes on to say, the person who operates the impound facility at which the vehicle is impounded is not required to release the vehicle until fees for removal and impoundment and other charges for services provided in connection with the removal and impoundment have been paid. So this means that the individual whose vehicle is impounded will be incurring a fee and a cost. And so not only is this a loss of their property for some duration of time, it will also be an expense to them. And that can be a significant expense when you look at the fees and charges that can arise when a vehicle is impounded. I would also note that Crown lands are not particularly known for being centrally located in urban areas, which is typically when a vehicle is impounded to take it to a location, that's where it's going to be. So the distance from the Crown land in question to the location of impoundment, that can have an impact on the fees and costs associated with this. So this could have a significant cost associated with it for Nova Scotians. 38A sub 3. A person who provides services in connection with the removal or impoundment of a vehicle under this section and any subcontractor of the person is an independent contractor and not an agent of the Crown. That's important to know, because that means the Crown has limited their liability with respect to this. And that has implications, for example, if there is damage done to the vehicle in the course of the removal, or if there are some other damages associated with the vehicle's removal, that potentially, based on this construction, the person whose vehicle has been impounded and then damaged may not be able to recover against the Crown. Their liability may be limited to the person who removed the vehicle or the subcontractor, and sometimes there's not an ability to recover on that. And so that, once again, has implications for costs for the person whose vehicle is impounded. Similarly, a vehicle removed or impounded under this section by a person referenced in subsection 3 is deemed not to be seized or possessed by the Crown. So it takes that vehicle out of other provisions, other legal provisions that apply to property that's been seized and possessed by the Crown. There could be a variety of implications for that. We haven't heard government talk about what that means or what that does. So we're left to wonder what the goal of that is, whether that is a standard, whether that's a standard provision when we're talking about the seizure and impoundment of vehicles, which it might be, because when the Crown is seizing other things, you could imagine different contexts than just moving a vehicle. But it is unfortunate that we haven't heard government explain that, either the implications or the reason for it. 38A sub 5, a person who provides services in connection with the removal or impoundment of a vehicle under this section has a lien upon the vehicle in respect of all charges necessarily incurred in relation to the removal or the impoundment. So what does that mean? We haven't heard government talk about what that means. It means that there is a charge against the vehicle. So the person who has removed it has fees that are owing for it, costs that they're entitled to receive under this provision, but they can potentially keep that vehicle until those fees are paid. And that is yet another significant burden that the person who's lost their vehicle must bear. So we're not, this has a significant impact on anybody at all who is affected by it. And then finally, sub 6 says where an impound facility is authorized under the Liens Act or the Warehouseman's Liens Act to sell an impounded vehicle after providing notice to the owner, the name, address, and telephone number of the registered owner may be disclosed to the impound facility. So this takes us to the end potential consequence of having a vehicle impounded. If you're not able to pay the costs associated with that, your vehicle may be sold. Your vehicle may be sold. So this is a significant burden on Nova Scotians. And so what justifies it, and what are the protections in place associated with it? We have heard concerns raised about the cause of this and the justification for this and the reason why government may be implementing this. I'm not going to comment on those. They've already been raised. But I do want to comment on a couple of concerns that I continue to have. And so the first is, we've just gone through the seriousness of this action. This is not simply an inconvenience where your vehicle is moved and you've got to go get it. There are significant costs associated with it, and you may find that your vehicle is sold out from under you. You may lose your vehicle entirely. You may also find yourself not in a position to be able to recover for damages done to the vehicle because of the potential limitation of liability that is built into this clause. So these are significant financial risks for Nova Scotians. But I come back to my comments on 38A sub 1, where the minister may designate such other person or class of persons to take this action. And so if we have duly appointed, well-trained, independent law enforcement officers who are taking this action, there are some protections built in there by virtue of their oath, by virtue of their training, by virtue of their experience and how well they are equipped to do their job. But there is no such guarantee that those sorts of protections will be in place in relation to such other person or class of persons who are appointed by the minister. There's nothing here that provides that kind of guarantee. And that's concerning, and it should be concerning to us, because we don't know who those other people are, what their training might be, or how they might, or when they might be utilized to take this very significant action that will have an impact on Nova Scotians. So I have concerns about this clause for those reasons. And as I've said throughout my comments, and I'm not going to be long on this one, and as I have asked repeatedly in the course of questions in this House, this is quasi-police activity, right? Seizing a vehicle, taking property from someone, impounding it, and then the financial consequences that come from it. That's significant activity. And when it's being done under the auspices of this act, it is quasi-policing. And in those contexts, the officers who are performing that role need to have the autonomy and the independence to make their operational decisions. They cannot be directed by government. They cannot be influenced by political purposes. That is a quasi-constitutional principle, that law enforcement is independent and its independence is respected. As we have gone over multiple times on the floor of this House in this session, police are protected in structural ways. Officers who exist within government do not have the benefits of those independent structures that protect them from potential political interference. They are embedded within government departments. They report through to managers, who report through to directors, who report through to associate deputies, who report through to deputies, who report through to ministers. And there is a direct chain of reporting from those officers through to the minister. And as a result of that, it is incumbent that the minister understands the need for the independence of those officers to be respected, is respectful of the need for the independence of those officers to be respected, and respects, creates, maintains, and supports the autonomy and independence of those operators. And I've asked this question of multiple ministers throughout the course of this session, and not a single one of them had any understanding of that obligation. Not a single one of them was able to talk to the protections that are in place to ensure that conservation officers or any other officers that live are embedded within and work within government structures have their independence respected. And not a single one of them could explain the ways in which that independence was respected, what mechanisms were in place to ensure that the independence was respected. Not only that, not a single minister expressed curiosity or interest or a willingness to go back and find out and share it with this House. So I remain completely in the dark about what each and every one of these ministers understands and does, and what is in place in their departments to protect the independence of the officers who work within their departments. And that stands for conservation officers as well. So I'm going to be repeating this concern every single time there is a clause that addresses officers, either by introducing officers, by creating new classes of officers, by expanding the powers of officers or the roles of officers, because this is a concern for each and every one of those circumstances. And the concern hasn't gone away. And it could go away. All we would need would be for ministers to come back and say, hey, I checked into that, and here's what's in place. Here's what I'm doing. Here's what exists. But that hasn't happened. We haven't been given any information, and we haven't been given any indication that there is even a willingness or an interest on the part of ministers to go do that basic part of their function. So for that reason, I have deep concerns about this provision. I mean, it doesn't represent necessarily a huge expansion of conservation officers' authority. They have significant authority under the Crown Lands Act and by reference under other, I believe under other legislation as well. So, you know, in the grand scheme of things, this provision does extend their authority, but I can't say by how much. I think it's just an add-on to the authority that exists, but every single clause that addresses conservation officers or other officers or expands their powers is going to and should elicit this question. And I am still waiting for any minister at all to answer what is being done to protect the independence. And in the absence of that answer, the risks that were raised by my colleague who just spoke about the potential for this to be utilized for political reasons is very real. It's a legitimate concern that Nova Scotians have, that Nova Scotians have expressed, that Indigenous communities have identified and expressed, and there is still no assurance whatsoever that it isn't a real concern, and it isn't a valid concern. So I'm not going to belabor the point. I've raised this on many occasions. I fully expect that it'll be part of the debate as we move forward on other clauses as well. But I felt it was very important to to rise and speak on that in this context, because the risk is real, and this clause expands authority, and still government has done nothing and given no indication or evidence or information about the ways in which they are protecting the independence of policing officers, or quasi-policing officers that exist within departments. So I appreciate the opportunity to make remarks on this, and I look forward to further debate.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to stand for a second here on Clause 58. And I think this is just another great example of, there's so much to this bill, the Financial Measures Act, Bill 198. There's 137 clauses. So we could literally stand 137 times and speak to each and every change that this bill brings. And, you know, when I gave my remarks in Clause 1, I talked about that we only have 1 hour. And another minister said, and, you know, stood and, you know, criticized that I made that comment. But here's, you know, just example of 1 out of 137 changes that we see here in this piece of legislation. And I wanted to add one thing, because the first member that stood and spoke did share some examples. I wanted to share one other example where I've seen a lot of people in my area have concerns with spraying, and now that information isn't available from the Department of Environment. They haven't made it public, but I wanted just to add that to the list of some types of things that sometimes, if it's being done on Crown land, and if people are there, whether it's protesting or they've parked there for any length of time, that they also may be targeted as well. And I also share the concerns of the member from Lunenburg West, 38A, a conservation officer or such other person or class of persons as may be appointed by the minister. And I think there should be more definition of, like, who. If it's not going to be an RCMP officer or another law enforcement officer, who would be given that much power? Who would the minister be appointing to do that type of work? So I think that should be made clear, who under this piece of legislation would be given that kind of power, in addition to a conservation officer. And we expect a lot of our conservation officers, you know, really should be within their purview. I know certainly during the pandemic, I got to meet most of them from around the province, because they were all sent up to the border and required to man the Nova Scotia border. They do incredible work here for the province, but should this really be something that they should be expected to do, to be removing vehicles from Crown land? But those are the only remarks I'll add to this clause. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move an amendment. So it's NDP 3, page 11, clause 58, delete and substitute part 5, consultation with the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs. 58. The Minister of Natural Resources shall consult with the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs on an ongoing basis to ensure treaty rights are being upheld in the administration of the Crown Lands Act. So I'll speak to this for a few minutes. I think it's been clear for a number of years now that the Assembly of Mi'kmaq Chiefs is greatly concerned by the decisions that are being made in terms of environmental management and natural resource exploration and production. And, you know, I think it's been absolutely shameful that time after time after time, the recourse that the Assembly has felt is the need to publish public letters, because they aren't being contacted, they aren't being consulted with. And, you know, this budget removed all funding for the tripartite forum, which was really something that you know, was a really well-recognized way of approaching issues for federal and provincial discussion with the Mi'kmaq. And, you know, at a time was really the pride of conservative governments in this province, and really stood out. And and I will say that when we look at these issues, I mean, there's a matter of rights. I've spoken to this a lot on the House, on the floor of the House, in terms of, we have the Mi'kmaq have never ceded the land. We do not have ceded land in Nova Scotia, and we're not upholding. This government is not upholding its role as treaty people. This government is not upholding its role in a nation-to-nation relationship. And so I thought that I will probably just read from and table a couple of other comments about from the Assembly, actually, just to bring those to the record. I hope that this is something that all members are familiar with already, that you've taken note of these public communications from the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs, because, as we're seeing, when folks are not feeling like they have the opportunity to be heard, like I said, I think it's shameful that because of the lack of communication, that this is actually one of the ways that the Assembly has had to reach out. So from October 3rd, 2025, the media release from the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs angered at Premier Houston's speed of business and lack of respect. And I'm just going to read a paragraph from that. The Assembly wants to make clear that as rightful owners of these lands and resources, other levels of government need to understand that the Mi'kmaq also have a jurisdiction over how their territory is used. And so this amendment would create that ongoing obligation on the part of the Minister of Natural Resources to meet with the Assembly. They go on to say, they feel all Nova Scotians should be frustrated that this government is circumventing systems built with the Mi'kmaq to push through changes. And there's a quote here from Chief Terrence Paul. The Premier and his government need to know that they are not the only ones calling the shots here in Mi'kma'ki. We not only hold treaty rights, but also Aboriginal rights, jurisdictions, and title, as we never ceded or surrendered our lands, waters, and resources. Making decisions without us is unconstitutional and wrong. And I'll table that. And then most recently, there was a full-page ad in the Chronicle Herald from the Chiefs, and I will read some of that into the record as well. To those living and working in Nova Scotia. Since time immemorial, Nova Scotia has been part of Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded land of the Mi'kmaq. Through the treaties of peace and friendship and binding agreements on consultation and rights implementation, the Mi'kmaq and federal and provincial governments have committed to work together. However, the Mi'kmaq have jurisdiction over our territory that does not depend on outside recognition or acceptance by other governments. By working together as treaty partners, we can address shared challenges and seize opportunities. And then the third paragraph, decisions about our lands, inland and offshore waters and resources cannot be made without us. And while provincial rules and regulations may be relaxing, industries that intend to use our resources cannot ignore Mi'kmaq laws or act in ways that only benefit the non-Indigenous population of the province. The provincial and federal governments do not have the unilateral right to dispose of our territory. Decisions must be made collaboratively with early and meaningful engagement and adequate consultation with the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia. The Mi'kmaq are rights holders in Nova Scotia. I do hope that everyone's had a chance to review this full letter. On the flip side, as we're looking at, changes in, the government wants to make changes in how natural resources are administered in this territory and the use of Crown lands. You know, actually, as we start to think about, you know, economic development and exploration, this is not what investors are going to want to see. So anyone who is interested in looking for places to invest money is not going to look for a place where it's clear that the government of the day, this government, is not upholding its treaty rights. That doesn't make for a secure or easy place to invest in. And so, you know, I come at this amendment both as a rights issue, as upholding the treaties that govern this land, to which we are all party, but also this is not doing anything to make us a more attractive place for people to come and do business. Thanks. Oh, no.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to just stand and say a few words to the NDP 3 amendment. And for those of you, I just wanted to read the Crown Land Act. So Clause 58 in the Financial Measures Act is telling us it's amending by adding a new section 38. And this amendment here is deleting that Clause 58 from the Financial Measures Act. But I thought it might be helpful to actually share with people what is in the original Crown Lands piece of legislation that Clause 58 was amending. So in the Crown Lands Act, as it stands right now, Section 38 states, 1, a person who is without legal justification or without permission of the minister or a person authorized by the minister, the proof of which rests upon the person asserting justification or permission, A, enters upon Crown lands where entry is prohibited by notice, B, engages in an activity which is prohibited on the Crown lands by notice, or C, dumps or deposits materials on or over Crown lands or causes, suffers, or permits material to be dumped or deposited on or over Crown lands, is guilty of an offense. Pursuant to this section may be given orally, in writing, or by sign. 3, where the notice is by means of a sign, the sign shall be posted so that it is clearly visible in daylight under normal conditions from the approach to each usable point of access to the Crown lands to which it applies. 4, a notice pursuant to this section may be given in respect of part of the Crown lands. A person who, without legal justification, removes a sign or notice posted on Crown lands is guilty of an offense. And 6, in addition to a penalty imposed pursuant to subsection 1, the court may order a person convicted of an offense pursuant to this section to restore the land to a condition as nearly as practical as it was before the offense was committed. So in Bill 198, Financial Measures Act, Section 58 is adding this new piece. And this amendment is proposing to delete Section 58 and to add this new Clause 58. The Minister of Natural Resources shall consult with the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs in an ongoing basis to ensure treaty rights are being upheld in the administration of the Crown Lands Act, specifically with regards to offenses that are cited in the Crown Lands Act under Clause 38. So I just wanted to make sure that that was referenced so that people fully understand what they are voting on when they vote in favor or not in favor of this amendment proposed by the NDP. And the only last thing I will say is this is something when I was first elected as an MLA I thought was really fascinating, and that is in our House of Assembly Act, and most people here probably already know this, but I just wanted to mention it because I think it's relevant when someone proposes anything here in the House that is saying that we shall consult, not may, but shall, that we shall consult with the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs. And in the House of Assembly Act, under Section 6, Clause 1, it actually states that we should have a Mi'kmaq representative. It says the House hereby declares its intention to include as an additional member of a person who represents the Mi'kmaq people, such member to be chosen and to sit in a manner and upon terms agreed to and approved by the representatives of the Mi'kmaq people. Until the additional member referred to in subsection 1 is included, the Premier, the Leader of the official opposition, and the Leader of a recognized party shall meet at least annually with representatives of the Mi'kmaq people concerning the nature of Mi'kmaq representation in accordance with the wishes of the Mi'kmaq people. And the Premier shall report annually to the House on the status of those consultations, which I'm not sure if I've ever seen that happen here on the House, but maybe I've missed it. But that is actually the law. That is legislation in the House of Assembly Act. So I think that this is a good amendment, and consultation would only benefit, I think, all Nova Scotians, and therefore I support this amendment.
Shall the amendment carry? The amendment has been defeated. Shall Clause 58 carry? Carried. Clause 58 is carried. There's debate on Clause 59. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitley Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, before I go into the amendment, which handles clauses 59 to 61, I'm going to just do a little review, a summation of what those clauses are for anyone who is listening. So the first part of 59, the Part 5, which is the Forest Act, Clause 59 amends the Forest Act. It updates the department and minister to refer respectively to the Department of Natural Resources and the Minister of Natural Resources, and the definition of forest property. Clause 60 requires an owner of a forest property being used in a commercial carbon sequestration transaction to file a report with the minister, authorizes the minister to share the report or information contained in the report with certain other parties, and authorizes the minister to direct an owner of forest property to disclose whether the property is being used in a commercial carbon sequestration transaction, and if so, to direct the property owner to file the required reports. '61 just adds the regulation making authority to Governor and Council. So, Madam Speaker, the reason why that was important for me to read is because of the amendment I'm going to write. But first, what I want to talk about is the issues with this. So within this bill, in this section, we are looking at properties being taxed at different rates. And those who aren't doing forestry, and by forestry, the government is talking, I believe, is my understanding, because no one's actually really spoken, is actual cutting in forestry. And this would allow municipalities to adjust the taxes. So I'm going to ask everybody for their attention to NDP 4. If everyone would like to, I know you're going to be riveted by this. So we are moving these changes. So page 11 and 12, heading before clauses 59 and clauses 59 to 61, delete and substitute Part 5, forest lands. 59, the Minister of Natural Resources shall consult for a period of 12 months with the forest conservation stakeholder community and woodlot owners respecting the actions needed to implement the recommendations of the Leahy report to advance ecological forestry practices, and shall table a report to the House of Assembly on the results of the consultations. Renumber and change accordingly. So, Chair, what we are asking is that instead of the government proposing a different tax rate for woodlot and woodlot owners and those doing conservation, that the Minister of Natural Resources should consult with them first. That's the word, consult, because many came before us, and I'm going to read some of those that were not consulted, as well as understand that these woodlot owners and conservation and those that are practicing conservation are part of one of the most important parts of the triad in the Leahy report. And I know we got a discussion on the Leahy report just a little while ago, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to read to you what people who know a lot more about this than most of us have had to say. So this is coming from the Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust. So, Madam Speaker, part of our job is to bring the voices of Nova Scotians into this House. That's a big part of our job. So tonight, that is what I'm doing. I'm going to bring the voices of Nova Scotians into Committee of the Whole House on Bills. So, in the Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust, they talk about Issue 2, proposed changes to the Forest Act, carbon sequestration reporting, clauses 59 to 61. What the bill proposes. Bill adds reporting requirements to the forest property owners engaged in commercial carbon sequestration transactions, with authority for the minister to share that information with the Property Valuation Services Corporation and municipalities. The evident intent is to ensure that the forest properties earning carbon revenue are not benefiting from preferential forestry assessments rate intended for active working forests. Why this matters, they said. Improved forest management is active forestry, not passive sequestration. The carbon protocol most common in Nova Scotia is based on improved forest management, IFM, not passive carbon sinks. IFM requires proponents to go above and beyond business as usual practices, growing more timber, harvesting responsibly, and sequestering more carbon through better forest management. These are practices that showcase Nova Scotia's forestry leadership and create sustainability assurances for our forest products. Treating IFM projects as evidence that land is no longer working forest is factually incorrect and would penalize the very model the province should be incentivizing. Conservation set-asides are a feature, not a flaw, and they should not be taxed as one. Nearly every one of our easement properties includes small conservation set-asides, the specific areas likely to contribute to protected targets. From our understanding, these conservation zones may be assessed at a higher tax rate, which would deter landowners from practicing in our program. Carbon revenues enable stewardship. It does not replace forestry. Carbon revenue is not a substitute for forestry. Current markets simply do not generate sufficient returns to replace timber income. It does, however, provide funding mechanism that makes the long-term stewardship planning services we deliver through our easements economically viable for landowners. Remove the revenue stream through punitive taxation, and NSWWT cannot sustain our activities, and the provinces lose both the forestry activity and the conservation outcome. Landowners have the right to diversify revenue streams from their property. Beyond carbon, the ability to generate revenue from alternative sources, whether ecosystem services, non-timber forest products, or emerging conservation finances mechanisms, is increasingly essential to the economic viability of private land forestry. Landowners who can diversify their income are better positioned to maintain long-term forest cover, contribute to their local communities, and sustain easement commitments. Amendments that create tax uncertainty around non-timber revenue streams will encourage exactly the kind of diversified stewardship-oriented ownership the province needs more of, and push landowners towards higher impact land uses that generate no conservation benefit whatsoever. And I'm going to table that, Madam Speaker, when I'm finished here. So from there, one of the organizations, the Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust, who would understand this bill and understand what it's trying to do, at least, are telling us that this is a different taxation. The Citizens' Action to Protect the Environment and their chair, Barbara Gallagher, also spoke to us. She says, I'm speaking on behalf of our registered Hants County-based society, Citizens' Action to Protect the Environment, CAPE. Our mandate is to promote the wise use of natural resources. Realizing good health requires a healthy environment. Madam Speaker, she goes on to say, the 2025 Nova Scotia Report of Climate Change Risk Assessment Powering the Transition highlighted the conclusions that Hants County that we believe should be considered in both provincial and municipal planning, with well-being being used as a risk index for assessing climate risk. Hants Co is identified as having lower water quality and one of the counties that will have a greater need to adapt to climate change. In her comments on around the forest, she says, the forests are the most cost-effective method of reducing greenhouse gases, achieved through their natural sequestering of carbon, although few members of CAPE are woodlot owners. None of us have commercial carbon sequestering operations, as mentioned in Clause 60. However, we are concerned about the change in regulation for Clause 60 that would appear to result in a higher property tax rate. We believe this would deter woodlot owners from considering this option at a time when we desperately need more forests to sequester carbon in Nova Scotia. It was puzzling that the Minister of Finance was quoted on February 25th as saying the forestry and land taxation rate is very low. If land is essentially taken out of forestry, it shouldn't attract that low rate. Our understanding is that it is the commercial carbon sequestering has a harvesting component. Dale Prest, an early promoter of carbon credits, explains that the type of forest that best and securely stores carbon is a managed forest, a forest managed to ensure that trees are healthy. As individual trees start to get old, they can be harvested and still sold to sawmills. So it's really not a question of one or the other. Timber harvesting and carbon capture and storage can work together in a very synergistic way. If this government is truly motivated to reduce greenhouse gases, we consider an increase in the tax rate for forest land used for commercial carbon sequestration an extremely short-sighted decision. It seems that those who agree to harvest, even clear-cut their woodlot, would still qualify for the low tax rate. It is known that clear-cutting increases the risk of flash flooding, mudslides, while accelerating climate change. We don't understand how you can justify a low taxation rate for this type of harvest while increasing it for carbon sequestration. Later in her remarks, Barbara says, it is important to remember that Dr. William Leahy clarified multiple times that protecting ecosystems and biodiversity should not be balanced against other values as if they were of equal weight or of importance, but given priority. Quote, the primary reason is that the ecosystem and biodiversity are the foundation on which the other values, including economic ones, ultimately depend, end quote. It is extremely concerning that many of the changes planned for forestry do not reflect the stated values of his report, an independent review of the forest practices in Nova Scotia. She's quoting the executive summary. In closing, the province's December 2025 transition document clearly reinforces the importance of taking action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to prevent increased health risks and associated costs. Knowing that this year Nova Scotians will have the highest increase in costs for their home insurance in the country, it is essential that we maintain and try to increase natural carbon sequestration from our forests. On behalf of CAPE, I'm calling on the government to rescind Clause 60 of the Forest Act, along with the provisions to change how the forest land is taxed. We believe this government should be focusing on taking immediate action to address greenhouse gas emissions, mitigate health risks, and prevent escalating health costs. And I will table that at the end. I have another document here from Ron Malcory. I'm sorry if I flubbed that. In his remarks regarding the Forest Act, he also quoted the Minister of Finance and as well, and said changes to the Forest Act to ensure the preferential tax rates are only provided to active forest properties. Land used as carbon sinks will need to be reported and would be taxed at a different rate if not actively contributing to the forestry sector. 15A1, an owner of the forest property that is being used in a commercial carbon sequestration transaction shall file with the minister a report that contains. And in this document, it says you need to hear from landowners impacted by this onerous bill being contemplated. My wife and I are a retired couple who have made our living and life surrounded by forests for close to 50 years. I was a professional logger, and we selective harvested 120 acres of forest for everything from saw logs, pulp, lumber, OSB pulp, fencing for Christmas wreaths. We won County Outstanding Tree Farm twice in recognition of our hard work and dedication. As well as we recently teamed up with the Nova Scotia Working Woodlands Trust to sign an easement in perpetuity to keep our forest land, and I have worked so hard on from development. We have voluntarily committed a potential loss in value by placing a restriction on our 268 acres of acreage. It is outrageous, short-sighted, and frankly stunningly stupid to even consider penalizing people who have the foresight, dedication, and vision to keep forest lands healthy. Don't let your focused quest for dollars cloud your judgment on what is right by landowners and for the province. You are contemplating a massive disincentive for people to own woodland. Pass that woodland down to future generations and force poor management decisions based on the fear of being penalized if wood isn't harvested and going to commercial markets. The decision I and every other woodland owner make on our woodlots will have consequences long after both you and I are gone. Trees take a long time to grow. I'm an active forest manager who works roughly 250 days out of the year in a woodlot. I will not receive a cent for my efforts. Will you place a financial burden on my efforts as reward for being a decent human being, looking towards the future? Growing a forest, sequestering carbon, filtering air and water, and opening our trail systems to the public isn't enough for the province? My unpaid hard work improving my woodlot for future Nova Scotian generation isn't enough of an offset to the loss of tax dollars you want to squeeze out of us for not being a commercial forest operation? You're going to force me as a landowner to file unnecessary reports and paperwork as part of a carbon sequestration program as an additional disincentive. In 2021, the government mandated and committed to increasing protected lands to 20% by 2030, less than 4 years away. The province is struggling to make 15% currently. What possible reason would you force landowners to prematurely harvest, file unnecessary reports, and essentially wreak havoc for woodland owners who share the province's vision of protecting and conserving woodlands and wetlands? It is a bad decision if you follow through with this, and we urge you to do the right thing and get rid of the notion once and for all. Tax revenue should not be the province's paramount, all-encompassing goal in lieu of all the benefits we forest landowners bring to the province. Clean air and water, recreational opportunities, forest products, if and when it makes sense for the landowner, natural conserved areas for wildlife, carbon sequestration, and old-growth forests. I have another one before I leave you all to pass this amendment. This is from Lori Morton. My husband and I are stewards of a small woodlot in Pictou County. For the past 15 years, we've had the honor of caring for 54 acres of old-growth forest. 350-plus-year-old trees stood tall on our property until September of 2022. Our long-term plans for our woodlot included sporadic but measured harvesting through our retirement years, so as to ensure the continued health of the land. We were chosen to steward and to help supplement our retirement income. Unfortunately for them, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, Hurricane Fiona put a dent in those plans and caused much havoc and damage to their forest. And they go on to say, we have been advised not to touch the woodlot for at least the rest of our lifetime in order to give it a chance to recover sufficiently. Every time it rains, the woods road ends up washed out. My driveway ends up washed out, and I have to hire a professional excavator and an operator to come in and replace the soil with gravel. Not only do I not have the opportunity to gain income from this piece of ground any longer, now it's cost me money to maintain. So instead of supporting me in my stewardship, my government wants to punish me with a potential 2,000% increase in property taxes because I can't and won't clear-cut it. This government, which seems hell-bent to extract at any cost, is forcing landowners to go against their morals and values. The only reason we still have old-growth forests in the province is because of individual woodlot owners. We are the people who manage the land using ecological and sustainable forestry practices, and now we are being punished for it. Madam Speaker, these are the words of just a few Nova Scotians who came before us, and is the biggest reason for this amendment. And I hope this government listens to those Nova Scotians and will pass this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that you do rise and report progress back to the House.
We will take a very brief recess.
Order. The Committee on the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 198, and the Chair has been instructed that the committee has made progress on this bill and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that concludes government business for today. I move that the House do now rise and meet again March 31st between the hours of 1 and 11:59. Following daily routine and question period, we will be back into the Committee of the Whole to make some more sausage, Madam Speaker. We'll be there for the FMA, what is it? And energy bill, and if time permits, third reading.
The motion is that the hosts rise to meet again on Tuesday, March 31st between the hours of 1 and 11:59 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until March 31st.